The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 21st, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Debbie Dingell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Be gracious to these lawmakers, O God. Shower your mercy on them as they continue to take on the challenges of their office. Schedules press on them, obligations pursue them all the day long. No one more than you knows the pace they keep, the long days and restless nights, the unrelenting schedule they juggle to master, the countless and circuitous flights home to their districts. In you may they find their respite. Keep their feet from falling that they may walk before you in the light you shine on their lives. In you may they place their trust. Keep their consciences clear and their motives pure as you guide their decisions. In you may they be assured that their worries and concerns are known. Keep them in your care that nothing can snatch them from your hand. To you, then, may they turn, confident of your deliverance and sure in the stamina you provide. To you may they offer their praise, and to your word may they turn. In your saving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of the House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor today to recognize the life of Cody Lister, son of Kevin and Leanne Lister of Aurora, Colorado. Cody passed on April 8th, 2020, and is Colorado's second youngest victim to die from COVID-19. He was a criminal justice major at Colorado Mesa University, following his father's footsteps to become a law enforcement officer and an avid baseball player. As a freshman, Cody was named team captain of his school's club baseball team, a first in school history for Colorado Mesa. He helped others through his love for the game and had a knack for bringing people together and could be counted on during times of calm and crisis. Cody made his community better, and in his honor, a $1 million scholarship was established at Colorado Mesa University, and a sportsmanship award and a scholarship at Arapahoe Little League were dedicated to a life well lived. Cody was an inspiration to others, and I can think of few as deserving of this honor today. I honor Cody, and I thank the Listers for drawing strength from tragedy to make sure Cody's story is heard and to save as many lives as they can during this pandemic. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Dripping Springs Tiger women's soccer team for their outstanding win in the UIL Class 5A final. Dripping Springs finished the season as the Class 5A state champions with a record of 26 wins. They outscored their opponents this season 104-8. The team showcased their amazing talent and skills on the field, and I'm proud that all of their hard work and dedication throughout the year ultimately paid off. So congratulations again to the Dripping Springs Tigers. Texas' 25th Congressional District is extraordinarily proud of your achievement, and we cannot wait to see what you'll do next. Go Tigers! In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
To seek recognition for a 1 minute and to advise and reserve my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Muslim ban enacted under the previous administration is a stain on our country and our nation's history. And as we work to rebuild a humane and just immigration system, we must start by outlawing any type of this state-sanctioned religious bigotry. We do that today by passing the No Ban Act. This bill strengthens the Immigration and Nationality Act by banning discrimination on the basis of religion, and importantly, it will prevent any future president from enacting something like the Muslim ban in the future by placing appropriate checks and balances on the president's authority in this area. Discrimination based on religion is not who we are as a nation. Today, we can take the first step towards a more just, humane immigration system, and I encourage all my colleagues to join me in voting against hate and vote by voting for the No Ban Act. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life of my friend Mike Meyer of Wheeling, who passed away earlier this year. Besides being a loving husband and father, Mike was an incredibly gifted editor at the Ogden newspaper chain. It was a personal friend. Over the years, Mike and I had lively discussions on politics, the fossil fuel industry, and what would make West Virginia better. He was both a pragmatic and authentic editor and cared deeply about the livelihoods of men and women in the coal and natural gas fields of our valley. And out of frustrations, Mike would repeatedly ask why members of Congress would intentionally inflict harm on so many of these families. His passion was his community and the people who lived there. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Connie, and their 2 children and 2 grandchildren as we all mourn Mike's passing. Mike, you made a difference. You're already missed. Madam Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I rise today to join my colleagues in the Tri-Caucus to ensure equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccine for communities of color. While we are all equally susceptible to the coronavirus, we are not all equally impacted by it. Communities of color are disproportionately likely to be in frontline jobs with greater exposure to the virus, have less access to quality health care, and as a result have been experiencing higher infection and mortality rates throughout the pandemic. And with over 150 deaths per 100,000 cases, Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders have one of the highest mortality rates of all groups from this virus. That is why we will be introducing a resolution to address this. If we rely on communities of color to get us through the pandemic, then we need to ensure that they're provided equitable access to the vaccine so they can stay healthy. We must make sure all Americans have an equal shot to be vaccinated.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate my good friend, Congressman Bobby Scott, on receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award from the L. Douglas Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs at Virginia Commonwealth University on April 15, 2021. The Lifetime Achievement Award recognizes an individual of Virginia whose career represents the highest values of public service and citizenship, and who has made substantial contributions to the good of the Commonwealth. Congressman Bobby Scott is incredibly deserving of this award. He has spent more than 4 decades in public service, serving in the Virginia General Assembly for 15 years prior to being elected, and now serving Virginia's 3rd District in the U.S. House of Representatives, where he has been there since 1992. It is my honor to serve the Commonwealth of Virginia with a servant leader like Bobby Scott, we share the same desire to work tirelessly for Virginians and to advocate for the needs of the Commonwealth. Please join me in congratulating Bobby Scott on receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award and in thanking him for his dedicated service on behalf of all Virginians. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of a resolution promoting COVID-19 vaccine equity among communities of color. Communities of color continue to be disproportionately impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, highlighting long-standing health, social, and economic inequities. The resolution calls for the prioritization of areas with high social vulnerability index, the SVI, for COVID-19 vaccination efforts, and working with trusted community partners to implement culturally and linguistically appropriate strategies, among other efforts. The resolution is going to be introduced this month of April during the National Minority Health Month to promote the health and well-being of racial and ethnic minority communities and underscore the need for these communities to get vaccinated. Vacúnense, es muy importante que se vacunen. I am so proud to support this resolution, and I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the 106th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. From 1915 to 1923, the Ottoman Empire engaged in a systematic and organized murder and deportation of an estimated 1.5 million Armenians. Around the world, leaders have rightly identified these horrific events as genocide. However, despite both the House of Representatives and the Senate passing resolutions in 2019 recognizing this tragedy, no United States president has ever joined in the acknowledgement. This week, my colleagues in the Congressional Caucus on Armenian Issues and I sent a letter to President Biden urging him to formally recognize the Armenian Genocide. Many men, women, and children forced to flee Armenia immigrated to the United States and have raised their families and embraced their new communities in our country. They deserve our recognition. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring and remembering those whose lives were lost and forever changed by the Armenian Genocide. Madam Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commend the President's decision to end the war in Afghanistan. Now, Congress must ensure that future commanders-in-chief can never again wage failed forever wars. This is also a critical moment to show we can defend America and protect the global commons without a $740 billion defense budget. We must repeal the authorization for the use of military force, reassert congressional oversight of war powers, and cut the Pentagon's budget by at least 10%, as we invest instead in diplomacy, humanitarian assistance, and solving global challenges like climate change and pandemic preparedness. The war in Afghanistan cost our country more than $2 trillion, the lives of 2,400 American service members, and credibility at home and abroad. The generation that fought in this war must now govern in light of its mistakes. Let us resolve to learn from them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Gold Star Spouses Day. Earlier this month, we honored the spouses who lost a loved one in service and remember their sacrifices. As a son of a Navy veteran and a proud father of an Army soldier, I recognize the challenges our military families face. It's important to remember that our freedom is not free. Gold Star Spouses Day is a reminder of the cost of war. Each year on April 5th, it is important to take the time to remember, respect, and honor the spouses and their families of our fallen service members. Madam Speaker, Gold Star spouses and their families deserve our gratitude today and every day. God bless the brave men and women who put their lives on the line to protect us, and God bless their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the life of Major General Dan Helix. Dan grew up in West Berkeley, California, and enjoyed a distinguished 41-year career with the United States Army and Army Reserve. On top of his service in the military, he served on the Concord City Council for 8 years before serving as the director of the Bay Area Rapid Transit District. After some time away, Dan eventually returned to the City Council and served 2 terms as mayor during both of his tenures. In 1989, Dan retired from the U.S. Army as a Major General. As a Korean War veteran, Dan earned numerous recommendations, including the Army Distinguished Service Medal, the Silver Star, the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star with V device, and the Purple Heart with oak leaf cluster. Sadly, Dan passed away last month at the age of 91. He was a cherished resident of Concord who dedicated his life to helping others. He was a mentor to me and to many others. Please join me in honoring Major General Dan Helix for his many contributions to my community and to this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to commemorate the 46th anniversary of Black April. April 30th, 1975 marked the fall of Saigon and the end of Vietnam War. Many Vietnamese Americans who were alive during the war remember this as the day that signified the loss of a country they once called home. The people left everything they knew to flee communism. Hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese people have resettled in the United States and built vibrant communities here. California's 48th district is the proud home of Little Saigon, which is home to more Vietnamese Americans than anywhere else in the United States. On Black April, I joined the Vietnamese Americans in our community and around the country in honoring those who served in Vietnam and those who lost their lives attempting to flee communist rule. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a proud member of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I rise in strong support of the Tri-Caucus resolution promoting COVID-19 vaccine equity among communities of color. I represent the large immigrant population that has been especially hard hit by this crisis. And now it's the same communities who are still struggling to get the vaccine. Yes, vaccine hesitancy remains an issue, but the reality is that access is an even bigger problem. If we're serious about fighting COVID-19, we need to meet people where they are and bring vaccines to those who need it most. And we can't do this without engaging with trusted community leaders. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of these leaders in Chicago. Illinois Unidos, a coalition of health professionals and community leaders, is one of a kind and stands as a national model. From testing to the vaccine rollout, the housing and food assistance, Illinois Unidos has stood shoulder to shoulder with the Latino community in Chicago. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no denying that we need to support an all-of-the-above solution for energy policy to secure our energy independence. But the Green New Deal, which was introduced yet again recently, seeks to fundamentally change our way of life, cripple American businesses, and explode our national debt. $93 trillion with a T. Let me say it again, $93 trillion. That's how much their proposal will cost over the next 10 years. Let's put that into perspective. $93 trillion is more money than the federal government has spent for the entire period from 1979 until the present. Madam Speaker, that is absurd. Worse yet, how do the Democrats propose that we pay for it? By raising the taxes, of course, up to 70%. This is outrageous. It crushes jobs, costs an average American household nearly $700,000 through 2029, provides paychecks for people unwilling to work, abolishes airplanes, cows, and fossil fuels, and would require rebuilding or retrofitting every building in America. Madam Speaker, this is a crazy policy, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and edit my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to encourage co-sponsorship of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus-led Tri-Caucus COVID-19 Vaccination Equity Resolution. Hispanic, Black, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and Native American communities continue to bear the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only are communities of color suffering disproportionately from COVID-19 complications, but they are receiving vaccines at a lower rate than their white counterparts. These inequities are not new. They highlight long-standing health, economic, and social disparities. As chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I have worked with my Tri-Caucus colleagues to introduce this resolution promoting equity in COVID-19 vaccinations. The resolution calls for solutions like prioritizing vaccines to communities with the highest rates of infections and deaths, working with trusted community partners, and implementing culturally, linguistically appropriate strategies. During National Minority Health Month, we must promote vaccine equity to the benefit of all Americans.
Time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise for the concerns over the President's $2 million infrastructure plan. One concern is the steep price tag, but my bigger concern is what the administration is trying to classify as infrastructure. We're to the point of changing the definition of what that is. And I mean, we're throwing everything in except the kitchen sink and the kitchen table and calling it infrastructure. And I think that's irrational, and I think that's irresponsible. How can you tell and how can you call this infrastructure bill when less than 6% of it goes to roads and bridges, 5% goes to broadband infrastructure, and less than 2% goes to the waterways, locks, dams, ports, and airports? Less than 2% of our waterways and ports is unacceptable. This type of infrastructure is critical for our Hoosiers in transporting our manufactured and agricultural exports to the global market. If we're going to ask the American taxpayers to take and make these critical and substantial investments, it is our duty to make sure our dollars are spent wisely and efficiently on true infrastructure.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to call for a Green New Deal for America. As one of the youngest members of this body, I'm proud to represent a generation that is taking on climate change with the urgency that it deserves. The Green New Deal is a call to action and a blueprint for positive change. It's about choosing justice and progress over scarcity and inequality. It's about choosing to have a plan instead of waiting for a miracle. San Diegans are all too familiar with how devastating unchecked climate change has been for our community, and those who can least afford it have paid the highest price. This plan is to mobilize and rebuild our economy around clean energy, empowered workers, and good jobs. Madam Speaker, my generation knows that we can't take small steps to solve big problems. We have to think differently and reimagine a better future. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? It's the mask.
I like your color-coded sunglasses there, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek
I seek
recognition?
unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to my good friend Gerald Clark, a true American hero from my district who passed away on April 19th. Gerald dedicated his life to helping his fellow veterans and their families and patriotically served his country during World War II. Gerald viewed his time with the U.S. Army as an adventure. He fought with the 75th Infantry Division at the Battle of Bulge and lost his leg defending our country fighting the Nazis. He was awarded a Purple Heart for his service and sacrifice. He was honorably discharged after being hospitalized over a year. Then he returned to Tennessee, married his wife Bee, raised 5 children, and continued to serve his community. For decades, Gerald held membership in the American Legion, the AMVETS, Disabled American Veterans, Military Order of the Purple Heart, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars, in belief that support lent through strength is the voice of each organization. Gerald was also a leading advocate for opening a Tennessee State Veterans Home in Knox County. Thanks to his efforts, Ben Atchley State Veterans Home opened in 2006, and my father actually passed away in that Veterans Home, so I hold it very close to my heart, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to salute Gerald Clark one final time here on the House floor. He will be greatly missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize the incredible staff of the Delaware County COVID-19 Task Force, led by Rosemary Holt, for their amazing work, along with the thousands of volunteers from the Delco Medical Reserve Corps and the Delco Citizen Corps, who have created and implemented new systems to test, feed, and vaccinate tens of thousands of people in our community. These folks have been working day and night to help guide the residents of Delaware County through the challenges of a once-in-a-century pandemic. In an ever-changing landscape, they've distributed supplies, coordinated communication, and are now helping to ensure that everyone gets vaccinated. I'm proud to honor them today during National Volunteer Week to celebrate those working behind the scenes to get us back to normal. Rosemary, her staff, and the Delco volunteers have been critical to the response and relief efforts in our district. For over a year, it's been all hands on deck, and we cannot thank them enough for their service. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a young man in Iowa's 2nd Congressional District with an incredibly bright future. On June 28th, Pella High School senior Tony Schmidt will enroll as a cadet at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York. Everyone knows just how tough it is to get into West Point with its 12% acceptance rate, but getting in is only the beginning. As a 24-year veteran of the Army myself, I can speak firsthand of the challenging, fulfilling, and exciting journey Tony is about to begin. As the school year starts to wind down, I also want to remind all rising seniors in the 2nd District to reach out to my office if you have an interest in applying to any or attending one of our 4 amazing service academies. Once again, congratulations to Tony, and always remember, go Army, beat Navy. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to wish a very happy birthday to a South Carolina hero, a community leader, and someone who just yesterday turned 104 years young, Lieutenant Colonel retired Sam Mulrain. Lieutenant Colonel Mulrain has done so much in his life, and I'm proud to recognize him today and am grateful for all of his accomplishments. His legacy is inspirational to our nation and the Low Country, and we owe Lieutenant Colonel Mulrain so much for his contributions both in military service and in his humanitarian efforts. He was part of the greatest generation storming the beaches of Normandy, where he was wounded and received the Purple Heart. He played baseball with Hall of Famer Phil the Scooter Rizzuto. And in and around Hilton Head, the community knows him for his tireless dedication to public service. So today, we want to wish him a very happy birthday, Sam, from Congress, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I proudly signed a discharge petition in order to vote on the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Along with my Republican colleagues, we are standing up for the voiceless to end this ongoing tragedy once and for all. We must end infanticide. 77% of Americans support protections for babies born alive after a failed abortion. But Speaker Pelosi refuses to bring up the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act for a vote. This legislation is long overdue. It's time for Speaker Pelosi and the radical Democrats' lack of regard for human life and pass the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. My heart aches in all instances when the dignity of human life is violated. As a Christian, I believe that the image of God in each one of us gives us the intrinsic worth that cannot be assaulted. This bill simply requires an abortionist to give life-saving treatment to a child who survives a botched abortion, rather than let them die slowly.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on April 21, 2021, at 11:51 a.m. Appointments: United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission, United States Senate Caucus on International Narcotics Control. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 330, I call up H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 7, H.R. 1333. A bill to transfer and limit executive branch authority to suspend or restrict the entry of a class of aliens.
Pursuant to House Resolution 330, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1333.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 1333, the National Origin-Based Anti-Discrimination for Non-Immigrants Act, or No Ban Act, is an important step towards reining in executive overreach and preserving the power of Congress to establish our nation's immigration laws. Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA, authorizes the President to suspend the entry of non-citizens when the President finds that their entry would be detrimental to U.S. interests. From 1952, when this provision was enacted, until January 2017, presidents of both parties invoked Section 212F to exclude only narrow groups of individuals, such as human rights violators, North Korean officials, and individuals seeking to overthrow governments, for reasons that would clearly serve the national interest. But former President Trump abused this authority, twisting it in ways that were never intended. He first used it to deliver on his campaign promise to ban Muslims from the United States, an immoral and disastrous policy that traumatized children and families and made us no safer while weakening our standing in the world. The former president then used this section to rewrite immigration laws with which he disagreed. For example, the INA expressly provides asylum eligibility to any individual who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of arrival. However, President Trump invoked Section 212F to deny asylum to persons who cross the southern border between ports of entry, in direct conflict with the statute. Fortunately, the judiciary agreed that this was unlawful and stopped the policy from taking effect. H.R. 1333 will prevent such executive overreach by amending Section 212F to ensure it is used in a manner consistent with its intended purpose and historical norms. Although President Biden has repealed the egregious orders of the Trump era, including the Muslim ban, we must pass the No Ban Act to ensure that this authority is never abused again. In advancing this legislation today, we uphold our nation's founding ideals and we reaffirm our commitment to the rule of law. This should not be a partisan issue. Members on both sides of the aisle should agree that no president, Republican or Democratic, should be permitted to usurp the powers of the legislative branch enshrined in the Constitution. The separation of powers is fundamental to our democratic republic, and it must be protected. I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Judy Chu, for her leadership and her steadfast commitment to this issue. Her efforts led to the introduction of the No Ban Act, and I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill presents a very simple question. Should we all but strip the President of his authority to restrict travel from countries that pose a danger to the United States? Ronald Reagan and George Bush used this authority to protect our country. So, too, did Barack Obama and even Joe Biden as recently as January 25th. President Trump invoked this authority against countries that were hotbeds of international terrorism and that were not cooperating with the United States in providing basic information about travelers coming from these countries. Now, the left calls it a Muslim ban. What nonsense! The President's orders affected only a tiny fraction of Muslim-majority countries and a sizable number of non-Muslim countries. The Supreme Court cited this obvious truth when it fully upheld the President's actions. In fact, when a rogue government changed its policy and cooperated with us, the restrictions were lifted. Without this authority, the President would have been powerless to take simple, prudent precautions against terrorists and criminals from entering the United States. The President's ability to protect against threats, negotiate security protocols, and when necessary to retaliate against discriminatory actions by other countries depends on his having this power at his immediate disposal. This bill instead forbids the President from taking action until he can show that it is the weakest possible measure at his disposal. It requires him to get his own Secretary of State's permission, which is a constitutional absurdity. And it gives anyone who claims any harm the standing to block an order in federal district court. So I ask, in this world that is becoming increasingly threatening and unstable, does this bill make us more safe or less safe? The answer should be self-evident to anyone who's not completely besotted with the woke insanity of the radical left. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the author of this legislation, Representative Chu of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I rise today in strong support of my legislation, the No Ban Act. The Muslim ban was always wrong, needless, and cruel. And today we can make sure it never happens again. First, this policy was wrong. America does not ban people because of their religion, and the Supreme Court acknowledged this. When they upheld the third iteration of Trump's Muslim ban, the court insisted that in order to prove this wasn't just a religious ban, the Trump administration would have to issue waivers to allow those we know not to be a threat to travel here. But that waiver process was a sham, with almost all requests ignored, proving the purpose of the ban was to keep Muslims out of the country, just as Donald Trump always said it was. Second, the policy was needless. As the Supreme Court's waiver requirement recognized, America has the best and strongest vetting system in the world. Many of those stopped by the Muslim ban have been vetted by U.S. officials many times over the many years. And I've met with many of them myself. These are people who are trying to escape dangerous situations or who simply wanted a chance at a better life. And they turned to the U.S. as countless others have done over the generations. But instead of opportunity, they were met with bigotry, sometimes just days before they were supposed to arrive here. Which is why, thirdly, this ban is about cruelty. Afraid to leave America out of fear they wouldn't be able to return or unable to visit here at all, families were intentionally isolated from each other, missing weddings, funerals, births, and graduations. This past year has shown us what the impact of missing such milestones feels like, and to do it deliberately is inexcusable. Thousands of families were separated by this policy simply because of a lie that Muslims are dangerous, a lie that encouraged bigotry and xenophobia, even as hate crimes are on the rise. Fortunately, President Biden understood the harm of this policy and rescinded the Muslim bans on the first day in office. But we must make sure no president is ever able to ban people from coming to the U.S. simply because of their religion, which is why I am so pleased that we are voting to pass the No Ban Act today. While preserving a president's ability to respond to national emergencies like pandemics, this bill amends the Immigration and National Act to require that any future travel ban is based on credible facts and actual threats. The bill also requires the president to work in consultation with the Department of State and Homeland Security to provide evidence of why a ban is needed in the first place. I'm so grateful to Chairman Nadler, as well as my House and Senate co-sponsors, for their support, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. And you know, this bill, the president may only act if the Secretary of State allows him to act. And that is backwards. The Secretary of State should not be authorized in statute to tell the president, the Secretary of State's boss, that the president may act. It's antithetical to the executive powers as set forth in the United States Constitution. Let me say that again. H.R. 1333 gives the authority to initiate a suspension of entry not to the president, but to the Secretary of State in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security. But it is the president in whom all executive power vests who should determine whether to suspend entry, and not just in consultation with the permission with State and Homeland Security. And while we're discussing this, we have a crisis on our border, a crisis created by this president. For months, he refused to acknowledge the crisis. When he accidentally slipped to say it was a crisis, we were later told he really didn't mean it was a crisis. Well, here's the deal. You're housing illegal aliens in hotels. That's the kind of crisis this has become. And the situation is so bad that Biden administration has reopened and expanded facilities to house illegal aliens who have surged across the borders. President Biden inherited a secure border and policies that were working, and instead has created an inhumane border crisis. If he wants to solve the crisis, he needs to finish construction of the wall, reinstate the migrant protection protocols, reinstate the asylum cooperative agreements with Honduras, Guatemala, and Salvador, remove the other incentives to come, like $1,400 from the COVID package that was just recently passed. And you know what? He can bring it under control, but the best way to bring it under control is to move immigration judges to the southern border to deal with asylum cases that are occurring today. not the backlog. Those people are already in here. Deal with those cases today. This bill, getting back to this bill, is representative of an executive branch that's willing to give over and cede presidential authority to cabinet members instead of the president himself. This bill should not be passed. It should not even be considered. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1333, the No Band Act. This legislation would prevent future abuses of power committed by the previous administration through its xenophobic Muslim ban, a despicable policy which undermined one of our nation's founding principles, freedom of religion. My home state of Rhode Island was established by Roger Williams on the principle of religious liberty and separation of church and state, and his leadership inspired the framers of our Constitution to incorporate these principles into our founding documents. This legislation will help to preserve that principle. From the very beginning, former President Trump was clear about exactly what his policy was: an explicit attempt to keep out as many people from Muslim-majority countries as possible, regardless of whether they were seeking refuge or asylum. It was never designed to make us safer, but was simply a way to spark fear and hatred among our citizens. On his first day in office, thankfully, President Biden rescinded this policy, yet the impact of the Muslim ban remains. After 4 years of having this policy in place, the time it takes to re-implement normal immigration and travel policies brings delays in otherwise routine procedures such as obtaining visas, thus delaying the reunion of families. Thankfully, however, with the Muslim ban rescinded, those families can take comfort in knowing they are a step closer to once again being with their loved ones. Despite this, it remains necessary to pass the No Ban Act. Without making the necessary reforms to prevent the abuses of power of the previous administration, they could simply be put back in place by a future president. The No Ban Act makes it unequivocally clear that we stand by the American ideal of freedom of religion. It will provide the necessary limitations on the president's ability to use overly broad terms to inappropriately and indiscriminately target and label entire groups of racial, ethnic, or religious minorities because of who they choose to worship. We must not tolerate discriminatory actions that undermine our core values and threaten our nation's health and safety. I urge my colleagues to support passage of the No Band Act. I thank the chairman of the committee for his leadership and thank Congresswoman Judy Chu for her extraordinary leadership in this regard. And with it, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Republican leader, the gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy.
The distinguished Republican leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the heart of Democrats' border security policy is the assumption that America can assume an unlimited number of illegal immigrants without considering its impacts on jobs, communities, security, and in today's world, health. This assumption defies all historical evidence. More importantly, it defies the evidence right before our very eyes. Madam Speaker, in the last month alone, Border Patrol apprehended the largest surge of migrants in 20 years, 172,000 individuals in one single month. By September, we're on track to encounter 2 million illegal immigrants. Now, that is about twice the size of the population of Delaware, President Biden's home state. This surge was directly caused by the actions of the Biden administration. On day one, President Biden issued 5 executive orders that reversed the common sense immigration policies that were working. Then his administration sent mixed signals to migrants that now is not the time to come, but promising not to deport children and many families. And now, on Monday's order, it just demonstrates the White House is more concerned about policing Border Patrol's language than it is protecting our border. Now, I'm very glad that President Biden finally admitted that there's a crisis at the border. But what we really need is for him to admit that his policies and rhetoric caused the crisis to begin with. The results of this crisis are as predictable as they are disastrous for both migrants and American citizens. Just this past weekend, the Biden administration was forced to shut down a Houston migrant center for children because of unbearable conditions. Hundreds of unaccompanied minors had to be shuttled somewhere else. I know everybody in this body understands that that is heartbreaking. It is a public health risk. That's because the Biden administration is releasing migrants into American cities without negative COVID tests, without court dates, and without a way to track where they will go. Already, that number is up to 15,000. Now, Madam Speaker, that doesn't come from me. I saw it on the news today from a Democratic colleague who put this number out and said it was disastrous. But the border crisis isn't just a humanitarian and public health crisis. It is also a national security crisis. Last month, I shared some alarming news. When I was down on the border, I was speaking to the Border Patrol agents, and they informed me that individuals on the terrorist watch list were caught trying to enter our country. Madam Speaker, I know how much you care about protecting this country from terrorism. I thought everybody in your side of the aisle would care just as much. Unfortunately, Congressman Gallego accused me of lying. Congresswoman Escobar said I was trying to fuel divisions, Madam Speaker. But the Customs and Border Patrol Agency confirmed that 4 suspected terrorists had been caught. And since then, more suspected terrorists have been caught at different times in different places from Yemen, but not on the same day. 2 different individuals. Now, I'm sure maybe because of the challenges with COVID and the distance we must keep, that I have not received the apology of being accused of a liar on a national security issue, but I assume that will come shortly. The security problem also includes a flow of drugs. When I was on that same border in El Paso, talking to some of those same agents, they told me they have never seen the amount of fentanyl that has come across the border in the last month. Americans are dying because the cartels are exploiting the Biden border crisis to make a profit. Fentanyl overdoses are surging across the country. Now, in my home state, Madam Speaker, and the Speaker's hometown of San Francisco, saw more fentanyl-related deaths last year than COVID-related deaths, according to the Wall Street Journal. Madam Speaker, it's hard to imagine anything more short-sighted than doubling down on Biden's failed border policies. But incredibly, I sit on this floor, the House Democrats want to respond to this humanitarian, public health, and national security crisis by passing a recycled legislation from the last Congress. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, the Speaker doesn't want us to work in committees and wants to do it from afar, but I still think we could have new ideas to a bigger problem created by a new administration. They want to strip future presidents of their authority to keep Americans safe. That's what the No Band Act does. They also want to grant foreign nationals access to lawyers. But foreign nationals have never been entitled to this privilege before, and it will cost taxpayers $825 million over the next 5 years. That may not sound much if you just want to throw trillions out there, but that's hardworking taxpayers' money. It is a lot of money. But are Democrats working to repair the crisis and the radical policies caused? No. Are they working to stop the mass flow of illegal migration? No. Are they working to secure our borders? No. But Vice President Harris has refused to visit the border for 28 days. By contrast, more than a third of the House Republicans have been to the border and seen the crisis for themselves. There's even been some bipartisan trips, Madam Speaker, and I was very excited to hear that in the bipartisan trip that their questions were asked. And my understanding was the very first question One of our Democrat colleagues asked, is it really true we're catching terrorists? And the shock upon their face when the border agents say, yes, from the terrorist watch list, we have caught them. What's really concerning to me, if you read the Washington Post, the thousands of people who come across a day who are not caught. How many terrorists are in that group? How much fentanyl are those people carrying? We've learned to lead directly to action to be taken here in Congress. 2 weeks ago, Dr. Miller Meeks introduced a bill to require a negative COVID-19 test before any illegal immigrant is released from custody. Madam Speaker, I was shocked, but your side of the aisle blocked it. Last week, Rep. Carter and Peter Meyer offered a motion to combat the trafficking of fentanyl, which are 100 times deadlier than the regular fentanyl. Democrats blocked it, even though 137 of them voted for the same motion last year. Could you imagine that, Madam Speaker? 137 on your aisle voted just last year for that amendment. I guess things have changed. Madam Speaker, Congress needs to do the right thing here. We should not be wasting its time on recycled legislation that weakens our national security. We simply need to return to common sense border security policies that work. We need to finish the wall and deploy technology to the border. We need to fully reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and maintain the robustly implemented Title 42 authority. We need to require a negative COVID test before releasing migrants. I think that'd be common sense. Most Americans have to have that. And we need to send a clear message: do not come to the United States illegally. Madam Speaker, if we want to fix the crisis, we need to fix its root cause. But that root cause isn't only in Guatemala, El Salvador, or Honduras. It's right here in Washington, D.C. You see, Madam Speaker, before the crisis hit, there wasn't legislation that was passed. It was just on day one with executive orders. So all they have to do is do the exact same thing they did. Take the pen and bring them back. Let's bring common sense back to solutions. And Madam Speaker, why don't we bring new ideas to committees? Why don't we have members show up for work? And why don't we have committees actually work instead of just picking old ideas when they've created a new problem that will only expand it further? With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman for his leadership. I thank Congresswoman Judy Chu for her leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise with great enthusiasm for the National Origin-Based Anti-Discrimination for Non-Immigrants Act, and that is the No Ban Act. And I proclaim a breath of fresh air, and that was the election of 2020 and the inauguration of President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who made it very clear what our position is as it relates to those who come to this country. First of all, they did not turn a blind eye to the Statute of Liberty, which acknowledges the fact that we are a refuge for those who are fleeing persecution. They also understood that we are not a country that discriminates against individuals simply because of their religion. That is what the No Ban Act represented. It had nothing to do with terrorism. I wonder why President Trump never said anything about domestic terrorists. Why didn't they have a structure to ban them? The very terrorists that jumped this Capitol on January 6th. And so I'm reminded of a little 15-year-old on the day that the ban was issued. When I was flying in from Washington, I went straight over to the international terminal because my staff had called me and others had called me, and this little boy, innocent with legal documents, a tourist visa, coming to visit his family, innocently indicated who he was, and of course, by law, those CBP officers had to detain him. But you know what was worse? He was not able to see anyone at that time, but more importantly, he wound up in Chicago. And so I rise to support the No Ban Act, and I indicate that there is a policy The border is closed. The Vice President will be working on a broader plan for dealing with the border. And the shelter in Houston was a temporary shelter. It was an emergency shelter. It was rightly closed when other beds were found. 130 of those children were reunited with their families. And so this bill is important.
Gentlewoman's time has
I have 5
expired.
seconds, 10 seconds.
Grant an additional 5 seconds. 15
Gentlewoman
seconds.
has 5 seconds.
15 seconds.
Is recognized for 15 seconds.
And I'm delighted, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm delighted that this bill includes an important provision of mine offered last year during the committee markup, which requires the administration to report to Congress on the impacts, positive, negative, and unintended, of any action by the President pursuant to executive orders. We know that banning Nigeria was the wrong thing
Gentlewoman's
to
time
do. I
has
support the No
expired.
Ban Act.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a dangerous piece of legislation that comes at a time when our national security and our public health are being threatened by a dire crisis at our southern border. Only Democrats would bring a bill to the floor during a surge at our southern border that would make it easier for terrorists to enter our country. As someone who served in the war on terror and served in Operation Iraqi Freedom, the last thing we should be doing as a nation is making it easier for terrorists in Iran, Iraq, Syria, and other terrorist harboring nations to travel to the United States. Despite the harrowing statistics we see coming from the southern border, with record-setting numbers of illegal crossings and unaccompanied minors, my colleagues on the left continue to ignore and downplay the actual facts, while terrorists and COVID-positive illegal immigrants are granted unprecedented access to our country. The Biden administration has driven illegal crossings up to historic highs by encouraging more illegal immigration and loosening restrictions to give criminals a free pass. These policy reversals and now this legislation will be directly responsible for what will go down in history as our biggest failure of border security in our lifetime. Now, rather than addressing the hundreds of thousands of illegal border crossings this year, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are still spending their time trying to attack the successful policies from the Trump administration that actually drove our border numbers down and kept Americans safe. Rather than attacking the Trump administration at the expense of the American people, my colleagues on the left should instead think about spending their time trying to reinstate some of his policies that were proven effective, like continuing border wall construction or ending chain migration. Even more hypocritical, while telling American citizens to stay home from work, school, and to refrain from normal life due to a global pandemic, legislation like this keeps sending the message to illegal aliens, even those from dangerous countries, that the United States is open for them to flood our borders and be taken care of by our taxpayers. At a time when there is a border crisis, a global pandemic, and emerging national security threats, we should not be handicapping any current or future president from exercising their executive authority to keep our country safe. In fact, the Obama-Biden administration used this authority 19 times during their administration. The only reason why my colleagues are pushing this is because of their hatred for President Trump and his actions to restrict entry from certain countries that protected our national security.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to gentleman from New York. It's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished chairperson of the Immigration Subcommittee, Ms. Lofgren of California.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
This is an important step towards the enactment of the No Ban Act, which would prevent overreach in a president's authority to suspend the entry of non-citizens into the United States under Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act. As a candidate for president, Donald Trump promised to ban, quote, all Muslims from entering the U.S., and he suggested, without any evidence, that it would somehow make our country safer. Immediately after his election and swearing in, he tried to deliver on that promise by using Section 212F, claiming the admission of individuals from 7 Muslim countries, majority countries, would be detrimental to the U.S. In court, the Trump administration claimed the ban was necessary to keep our country safe from terrorists, and yet a bipartisan coalition of former national security officials strongly rebuked those claims. In addition to this ban, President Trump also relied on Section 212F to circumvent clear statutory requirements related to asylum. Section 208 of the INA specifically allows individuals to apply for asylum whether or not they arrive at a designated point of arrival. The law could not be clearer, but apparently unhappy with it, the President invoked Section 212F to categorically deny asylum to those who cross the border between ports of entry rather than seeking to amend the law by working with Congress. This was an attempt to rewrite our nation's immigration laws in direct violation of the constitutional separation of powers. The power to write the law is ours, not the President's. Fortunately, this ban has now been reversed by President Biden, but this bill is still important. It's important to take action to prevent any future president from trying to usurp the legislative power of the Congress. I want to thank Representative Chu for her persistence in pursuing this bill, and I think it's important to note that the President, if this bill passes, retains ample authority to act in the national interest of the United States to protect our security. The bill allows the President to suspend the entry of individuals or a class of individuals if he determines that they would undermine the security of the United States. To be clear, under the current bill, if the President determines there's a national security issue related to a particular country that is so significant that it could only be addressed by suspending the admission of all nationals of that country, the President could still do so. It's important that we also address the issue of children at the border. This bill isn't about children at the border.
Time has expired.
Would the gentleman yield an additional 15 seconds?
I'll yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlewoman's recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
But we can do more than one thing at once. We need to make sure that the law is adhered to by the President. We also need to deal with the issue of unaccompanied children at the border and deal with the crisis in Central America that is causing it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman who's from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 172,331 Border Patrol apprehensions in March, a 233% increase in fentanyl seized, the worst crisis in 15 years, but more than that, no peak in sight. President Biden and the Democratic majority bury their heads in the sand. They have put the United States government charged with enforcing the border in the service of Mexican drug cartels and their criminal enterprises. I've been there. I've heard from the CBP. And Democrats choose this moment to advance this bill to hobble the authority of the President of the United States to protect the nation by excluding foreign nationals he or she might identify as posing a danger. Think North Korea. In fact, they strip the President and transfer to the Secretaries of State and Homeland Security the President's long-standing authority to protect the nation in this way. And in case you would have concluded otherwise by the rhetoric, this is not limited to a religious criteria for entry. I offered an amendment in the Judiciary Committee to defer the effectiveness of this unwise legislation, to understate, until the current crisis can be brought under control by restoring the Trump administration's successful Remain in Mexico policy. But Democrats rejected that and refused to consider it on the floor. Customs and Border Patrol advised us on our trip week before last that they told the administration revoking Remain in Mexico would cause a disaster. But they did it anyway. And here they double down. Just the latest evidence that today's crisis is intentional, There is no intention to control it. There is an intention, yeah, there's a plan, but the plan is to build out the capacity for bringing people illegally into the United States. A crisis. They'd serve not the United States people, the people of America.
Gentleman's
you
time
can't have a
has
country
expired.
if you don't have a border. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the distinguished chair for his leadership. The foundational motto of this country is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. It doesn't say out of many Europeans, one. It doesn't say out of many Anglo-Saxons, one. It doesn't say out of many Confederate sympathizers, one. It doesn't say out of many Christians, one. It certainly doesn't say out of many nations except Muslim countries, one. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. That's what makes America a great country. And no matter what xenophobic behavior is coming out of the halls of power in this country, we're not going to let anyone take that away from us, not now, not ever. Vote yes on the No Ban Act so we can continue our country's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you. Wow, the rhetoric is hot today. Bigotry, xenophobia, Muslim ban, racism, discrimination. This is what's coming from the left side of the aisle. They say that Biden rescinded Trump's Muslim ban, he's rescinded the Muslim ban. I want to ask them, which Muslim ban are they talking about? Which one are they talking about? Are they talking about the one they voted for? By the way, I think it's inappropriate to call it a Muslim ban, but let's use their language. Are they talking about the bill that 165 of them voted for, including the chairman of this committee, the author of this bill, the chairwoman of the subcommittee? Are they talking about the bill that they all voted for in 2015 that Obama signed into law called the Visa Waiver Program Improvement and Terrorist Travel Prevention Act of 2015? I don't think Trump was president in 2015. Obama signed this bill. What did it do? It named 4 countries. 4 countries, not 7. We'll get to 7 later. It named 4 countries to ban. What were those 4 countries? By the way, the ACLU was not happy about this when Obama did it, and the Democrats on the other side of the aisle. Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Sudan. And now the Democrats are complaining that the president has too much power to protect this country, and they want to take some of it back, but they gave Obama the power to add 3 more countries. What were the 3 he added? Libya, Somalia, and Yemen in 2016. Interesting. So where does that bring us to? It gets us to 7 countries. Do these overlap? Are they maybe 5 of the same countries? The 7 exact same countries that the Democrats voted for, that everybody over on the other side of the aisle who's hurling these claims of xenophobia voted for. Those same 7 countries are now in and on the website at the State Department that Joe Biden runs. Now, what does this do? Again, I want to be clear, it's not a total ban, but by the way, Trump's wasn't either. It was a temporary suspension. But what they have done, and what Joe Biden perpetuates on these same 7 countries, this is not a Muslim ban, but he's doing it to the same 7 countries, perpetuating the Terrorist Travel Prevention Act of 2015. He's saying you can't get a visa waiver if you're from one of those 7 countries. Now, which is worse? I mean, you could say, okay, it's not racist to just make it harder to travel if we do it for 5 years or do it forever. That's not racist or xenophobic. But if you do it for 6 months, like Trump proposed, 180 days, well, now that's racist right there. This is so ridiculous. I can't even believe they have the audacity to pretend they didn't vote in 2015 to add these 7 countries. Look, let's just get back to protecting this country. Let's don't use these bills and these provisions to say that one side is racist or one side is xenophobic or you're a bunch of bigots. The president was not xenophobic when he put these 7 on his list because they were the 7 that the Democrats on the other side of the aisle chose. They're the 7 that Obama chose. And with that, I say let's protect this country and get back to working together, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New
Madam
York.
Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the No Ban Act, and I thank Congresswoman Chu for her leadership. And yes, let's get back to protecting America. That's what we want to do. Anahita is an asylee from Iran. The last time she spoke to her father, he told her when she returned home that he would sit with her on the terrace and talk politics. That never happened. Due to Trump's Muslim ban, Anahita could not get travel documents to see her dad before he died or mourn with her family. For 4 years, families remained separated. That's not the America we want to protect. American businesses and universities couldn't recruit top candidates, and our nation's doors were closed to people seeking refuge. President Biden rescinded the bans, but we must pass the No Ban Act to prohibit any future president from issuing discriminatory bans. Now, that day, I was in my first month here in Congress when the Muslim ban was passed, Madam Speaker. I rushed to the airport along with our chairman and many other members in Congress, and we worked with attorneys to file the national suits that called for an emergency petition that blocked the president's order from taking effect. And we were also able in Seattle and SeaTac to go onto the tarmac, Madam Speaker, and stop a plane from taking off with an emergency habeas from a judge there that allowed us to get 2 people back in that should have been here in the first place. Just imagine the hearts and the souls of people whose lives were thrown into chaos, thinking that they were going to come and land in the United States with valid travel documents, and then they were turned away by a president who issued a Muslim ban. The reason we need this bill is to make sure that that can never happen again. Yes, we want to protect America's values, and we believe that the way to do that is to pass the No Ban Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I would note that for all of our friends and fellow citizens that are watching at home on C-SPAN, you're seeing something go across your screen that says prohibiting religious-based travel restrictions. Well, to C-SPAN, I say be better. Don't take the talking points from my Democrat colleagues about what we're actually debating here on the floor of the House, because it's not that. What we're talking about is a power grab by Democrats who, for some reason, want to continue to perpetuate the lie that there was ever a Muslim ban. It is literally not true. It is absolutely not true. And no matter how many times they say it, it doesn't make it more true. For example, the gentlelady referred to litigation. Let's look at what the United States Supreme Court said precisely about what President Trump did to try to secure the United States from terrorists. Let's remember what we're talking about. The President of the United States, President Trump, working to secure the United States from terrorists. The court said the proclamation is expressly premised on legitimate purposes, preventing entry of nationals who cannot be adequately vetted and inducing other nations to improve their practices. The text says nothing about religion. Plaintiffs in the dissent nonetheless emphasize that 5 of the 7 nations currently included in the proclamation have Muslim majority populations. Yet that fact alone does not support an inference of religious hostility, given that policy covers just 8% of the world's Muslim population and is limited to countries that were previously designated by Congress or prior administrations as posing national security risks, as my friend from Kentucky just laid out. These are the facts. Do not listen to Democrat talking points being thrown on the screen on your C-SPAN. Do not listen to repetitions and lies about Muslim bans when it is not true. The facts are completely opposite of that. And let's also add one more point here. As we talk about this, our borders are wide open. As we talk about this, foreign nationals come in between ports of entry because Border Patrol is distracted processing immigrants who come here because Democrat policies entice them to be abused by cartels, while cartels have operational control of our border, while they create a narco-terrorist state in Mexico, and while they exist in the district that I represent, where children are in cars being driven by American citizen employees of the Cartel del Noreste, being taken to stash houses to be put into the sex trade. And then we sit here and listen to this? This is what we're focusing on? Taking away the constitutional authority of the president to protect us from terrorists, while terrorists are able to come into our southern border between ports of entry, because my Democratic colleagues in this administration flat out refuse to do their job to secure the border of the United States.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct your remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time is left?
The gentleman from New York has 13 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio has 14 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the president first announced his Muslim ban, I immediately went to LAX. I went because constituents were telling me that they couldn't get their relatives into the U.S. Individuals that were traveling to the U.S. that had been approved by the U.S. State Department could not enter the U.S. I saw people who thought they were here for a regular routine visit, approved by the U.S. government, denied on a whim. This bill is simply about making sure that no future president, Obama or Trump, no future president will ever be able to deny entry into the U.S. based on religion or race. That's what the bill is. It's not about any specific president. It's about doing the right thing in America. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Jordan, for yielding. Right now, we have an immigration disaster at the southern border, Madam Speaker, of the Biden administration's own creation. Instead of putting a stop to this madness, my colleagues across the aisle are encouraging this open borders agenda by bringing the No Ban Act to the floor today. The No Ban Act limits the president's ability to make executive decisions about who should be allowed to enter our country. This would dangerously weaken the president's executive authority on important issues related to national security. To put this reckless idea into perspective, Customs and Border Patrol agents recently caught 2 Yemeni terrorists at the southern border. 2 terrorists. Thank God law enforcement caught these terrorists, but this is exactly why executive authority on immigration issues needs to remain in place, Madam Speaker. A responsible president would notice what is going on at the southern border and use his authority to step in for the sake of national security. It is naive to believe there aren't bad actors who want to hurt Americans actively trying to exploit this ongoing crisis. President Biden needs to use his executive authority to solve the immigration and national security crisis his administration has created. If he's not physically or mentally capable of doing this, he should step down. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House.
The Speaker of the House is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the distinguished chairman for yielding and for his leadership. What a busy time in the Judiciary Committee for bringing 2 bills to the floor today and all the work that went into it and your leadership, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, here we are under the gaze of our patriarch, George Washington, right there in this chamber. 230 years ago, our patriarch, George Washington, who watches over us in this chamber, famously wrote to the Hebrew congregation of Newport, Rhode Island. In that letter, he made a promise that would be our nation's guide for centuries to come. He wrote, quote, All possess liberty of conscience. It is now no more than toleration is spoken of, as if by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. He went on to say, for happily the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens. Today, by passing the No Ban Act, the House is upholding that fundamental promise: to bigotry, no sanction. By taking action to ensure that no president or administration can ever again abuse its authority by waging discrimination on the basis of religion. Thank you to Chair Judy Chu of CAPAC, our sponsor of this legislation and a national champion in combating discrimination and xenophobia, who has helped lead the Congress response to recent anti-AAPI attacks. The No Ban Act strengthens the Immigration and Nationality Act to prohibit discrimination on the basis of religion. And it restores the separation of powers by limiting overly broad executive action to ensure future religious bans, which are fundamentally un-American. As Justice Sotomayor wrote, echoing President Washington, in her dissent in the shameful Trump versus Hawaii Supreme Court case upholding the last administration's Muslim ban, she wrote, "The United States of America is a nation built upon the promise of religious liberty. Our founders honored that core promise by embedding the principle of religious neutrality in the First Amendment. The court's decision to uphold the Muslim ban fails to safeguard that fundamental principle." I just want to mention this, that when this happened 4 years ago and the president came and did his Muslim ban legislation, we had a hearing. It wasn't an official hearing because we weren't in the majority and the majority wasn't interested in having a hearing, but we had a hearing about it. And what we saw in that hearing was to see leaders of the security community saying, if this stays in place, it's going to hurt our national security because we will not be able to make keep promises that we made to those who helped us in Afghanistan and Iraq. We won't be able to because many of them are Muslim. 1,000 diplomats from the State Department signed as highly unusual, signed on to their opposition for what this did to us diplomatically in the world. Our men and women in uniform spoke, rank and file men and women spoke directly to the problem that this would create, the danger it created in our people trusting our word when we ask them to help us and that we will help keep them safe. And if you've heard me quote, Pamela's heard me quote again and again in that same hearing, because many of the people who come here for asylum and refugee status because of religious persecution where they're from, the Association of Evangelicals testified the following: the United States Refugee Resettlement Program is the crown jewel of American humanitarianism. They were speaking in terms of religious refugees. So again, we cannot allow any president to abuse the power of his or her office in this regard. If I may, Madam Speaker, I'd like to also address another piece of legislation, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that you're bringing to the floor, the Access to Counsel Act, protecting the civil liberties of those who face prolonged detention as they seek legal entry into the United States. Some of them little children. This is a common sense step to close a serious and dangerous gap in our immigration law that too often prevents the vulnerable from accessing not only legal counsel, but also medical attention or contact with their families. I'm always proud to salute Representative Pramila Jayapal, the sponsor of the Access to Counsel Act and a champion for the dignity and rights of all newcomers to our nation. In fact, everyone in our nation. Thank you, Congresswoman Jayapal. Passage of these bills that both are on the floor, the No Ban bill and the Access to Counsel bill, passage of these bills should not be controversial. Over 400 immigrants' rights bills, organizations, faith-based organizations, business groups, and civil rights organizations support the No Ban Act, and many more support the Access to Counsel Act. These bills are about honoring our nation's promise that as President Washington said, we will give to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. With that, I urge a strong vote for both of these bills, honoring the vision of our founders and the aspirations of so many people in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Speaker yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Ohio, and Madam Speaker, I'm from the great state of Texas, and there is nothing great about the crisis at our border. It is unprecedented, it is unmitigated, it is ever escalating, and it is absolutely self-inflicted and avoidable. And because of the actions of our commander-in-chief, whose first job is to protect the American people, and the irresponsible and reckless unilateral actions, we've got chaos at our southern border, and the American people are suffering for it. The poor, vulnerable people being abused by the cartels are suffering for it. Endless list of tragedies because of what's happening and what's coming out of the White House. And the answer, the solution in the midst of this crisis and disaster like we've never seen from my Democrat colleagues, is to offer legislation to grant mass amnesty and citizenship, more green lights, more incentives, more welcome mats to continue to violate our sovereignty and to break our laws. Not to be detained and deported, but to be released and rewarded. Cut in line for millions of people. They don't get a free lawyer paid for by the taxpayers. I can't believe this is happening in our great country. I can't believe my Democrat colleagues are pouring gasoline and inflaming the situation with more of these No Ban Acts tying the president's hands to do his job to prevent high-risk folks from coming to the U.S., giving legal counsel, giving navigators and people who can help aid and abet the exploitation of our laws.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can I get
Yield the gentleman additional minute.
Gentleman has additional minute.
Madam Speaker, it makes no sense at all. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's insulting. We care about people. This country does more for the immigrant than any in the world. We welcome those who want to make America their home, those God-fearing, freedom-loving families. But they got to respect our sovereignty. They've got to respect the safety and security of the American people. They have to respect our laws. And I'm waiting for the Democrats to respect the laws of this land. On this issue, I'm waiting. But this is spitting in the face of these families and communities that are terrified. Ranchers are terrified to leave their families in their homes. And this is the answer? This is what you got? Shameful. It is shameful. I'm embarrassed. And yes, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on the No Ban Act. And I thank you for the time, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for the opportunity. God bless America.
The gentleman's time has. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin just by correcting the understanding, I think, from the gentleman from Kentucky who tried to align President Obama's temporary suspension of the visa waiver program in 4 and then 7 countries with Donald Trump's complete suspension of visas. As one of the only 2 U.S. ambassadors to serve in this chamber at the moment, I presided over 4 years of consular affairs, and the visa waiver program is when you're allowed to get into a country without the deep background checks, without going through Homeland Security. This is not what Donald Trump did. He suspended visas completely. By the way, this is also not about the southern border. I don't believe there's a single Muslim country south of the Rio Grande in the Western Hemisphere. 6 years ago, then presidential candidate Donald Trump argued for a complete and total Muslim ban. Remember, he didn't specify specific countries. He said no Muslims. I quickly introduced a bill, the Freedom of Religion Act, to prohibit discrimination in our immigration systems on the basis of religious belief. And I rushed to Dulles Airport after the inauguration as the ban was implemented and many were stuck in limbo. I never expected that such an openly bigoted policy would be so intentionally executed, especially knowing the economic and reputational effects. Billions of people around the world were stunned by this destruction of the American ideal as a beacon of freedom. My bill then became part of Judy Chu's very thoughtful No Ban Act, and I'm proud to champion it. As reckless and thoughtless and cruel as the Muslim ban is, this bill is the opposite. It's the thoughtful way to ensure that a future president cannot simply use racism or religious discrimination as a basis for keeping individuals from entering the United States. We cannot erase the dark stain on our country's history left by Donald Trump's Muslim ban, but we can prevent it from happening again. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrom.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. Madam Speaker, there's an ongoing crisis at the border. President Biden himself has admitted it. Despite his political staff's best efforts to avoid acknowledging the truth, he's admitted it. I've served as a doctor in private practice for more than 26 years. I served on our Board of Health in Cincinnati. I've served in a combat support hospital in Iraq where we provided outstanding care to thousands of detainees. I've seen quite a few crisis situations in my life. 2 weeks ago, I led a group of healthcare experts and national security experts to the border. What we saw was a very difficult situation. It's a humanitarian crisis. It is a national security crisis, but it's also a national health security crisis. Our group visited HHS's Donna Processing Center, which, per COVID guidelines, is supposed to house 250 individuals. That day, it had 3,500. Earlier that week, it housed 5,000. The sites we visited had seen cases of lice, scabies, meningitis, chickenpox, flu of unknown origin, and of course, COVID-19. What really struck out was that we're only testing symptomatic individuals for COVID-19. We learned through this pandemic to know better, to know that this is not an effective way to stop COVID from spreading among the camp or fueling surges across our nation. Worse, we're releasing people into our nation without ever having tested them for COVID. You don't have to be a doctor to know that that's dangerous. And that's why I offer this motion to recommit today and delay this legislation until every migrant released by Customs and Border Patrol produces a negative COVID test before boarding a U.S. domestic flight. If international travelers are required to show proof of a negative COVID-19 test before they can come into the United States from a foreign country, why are we making an exception for this surge of migrants? American citizens are banned from the U.S. without a COVID test, but not non-U.S. citizens? That's bizarre. We risk all the progress we have made in this country to contain this virus by allowing this vulnerability to go unaddressed. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1333 to require that migrants released by Customs and Border Patrol show proof of a negative COVID test before they are allowed to board a plane. And I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding and you, Madam Chair. I just want to express my incredible gratitude, first of all, to Congresswoman Judy Chu for her tireless leadership on this issue, and to the Muslim community in my district for their tireless work and advocacy on this issue. I remember the day well when President Trump issued this Muslim ban right at the beginning of his administration, and I remember running out to the airport immediately to the international terminal. And shortly after I got there, there ended up being literally thousands of people who had gathered at the shame on the United States of America. The people who came that day all had some documentation. They had visas. At first, even people with green cards were being held and oppressed. Who are we? Who are we as the United States of America? And I know that the president, finally, this president, President Biden, has said no Muslim ban. But we want to make it the law of the land so no other president can do such a thing. That based on religion, that people would be banned from the United States of America. I want to tell you, I take this personally as a Jew myself. You know, I am a first-generation American. Neither of my parents was born in this country. They were able to emigrate to the United States. But I also remember the story of our history as Jews. When the St. Louis, a boat that came to protect people from annihilation, was turned away from the American shores, was told to go back to where it came from, and many of those people then perished in the Holocaust. Who are we? This bill is about who we are, and I urge a yes vote. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act. This legislation prohibits discrimination based on religion and limits the executive branch's ability to issue further travel bans. I stand here today during Arab American Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the diversity of our country and remind ourselves that our country is stronger for it. My district is home to the largest Arab American population in the United States. Arab Americans are an integral part of Michigan's identity and have made enormous contributions to our society. Many of my constituents fled war and violence to seek a safer life, have done it legally, and many of their families still experience this suffering every day. The former president's Muslim ban kept these families separated. It inspired fear. It perpetuated hate. And as the speaker so eloquently stated, national security experts have made it clear that it has not made us less safe, not more safe. I believe that every one of us in this chamber loves our country, and that it's a priority for all of us to keep this nation safe. I would argue that the actions by the previous administration did not. The president called for a total ban on all Muslims entering this country. We must work together against terrorism, both foreign and domestic. We need to worry about what we witnessed in our own chamber on January 6th. But this bill will not allow people to be targeted because of their religion again. We must work together to restore the faith and trust of the international communities targeted by the previous administration. I urge people to support this legislation.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
We're prepared to close if the other side is.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a crisis at the border. I mean, the president even said so. There is chaos at the border. The crisis and the chaos have been created by policies of this administration. We were down at the border 2 weeks ago. Every agent we talked to, every single Border Patrol agent we talked to said the crisis has been created by policy changes made by the Biden administration, specifically 3. They announced to the world they weren't going to deport anyone. Moratorium on deportation. They announced to the world they weren't going to finish the wall. And most importantly, they got rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. And what do we have? We had March, the highest number of illegal immigrants coming into our nation since they've been keeping records. So it is definitely a crisis, definitely chaos. And what do the Democrats do? What do the Democrats do? Last month, they passed 2 bills that give amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. You can't make this stuff up. And then today they're going to pass a piece of legislation that takes power away from the commander-in-chief, takes power away from the individual who was on the ballot and was elected, and gives it to the unelected Secretary of State and Secretary of Homeland Security. I mean, you would think if they were going to take power away from the president, they would at least give it to the vice president. After all, she's the one who's been put in charge of this thing. But they don't even do that. They don't even do that. The answer is real simple. What we should be focused on, reinstating the policies that worked. In fact, again, when we were down there 2 weeks ago, and by the way, we invited the Democrats to go with us. They said no. When we were down there 2 weeks ago, every Border Patrol agent said reinstate the policies that were working and we don't have the problem. We don't have the crisis. But no, we couldn't do something that common sense. We couldn't do something that simple, that basic. They instead come with this legislation. Reinstate the policies that work. Don't take power away from the individual who was elected by the American people, the commander-in-chief. Don't implement crazy policies. Do the things that work. But no, that's not what we're going to do. And then after this bill's done, they're going to say, oh, by the way, bring in the lawyers. Give access to counsel to people coming into our country. It makes absolutely no sense. One of the speakers earlier said, out of many, one. That is so true about this country. But is it too much to ask to have the many who come into this country do it legally and have policies in place that make sense? Is that too much to ask? I think most taxpayers, most Americans think that makes good common sense. This bill does not. I hope we vote it down. I hope we go back to the policies that work. With that, Madam Speaker, we yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is now
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, let me say that I agree with some of what I heard from the Republicans. They said there's a lot of nonsense spoken on the floor today. Indeed, there was. Everything they have said about this bill is nonsense. They have said there was no Muslim ban. Everybody knows there was a Muslim ban. The president said he was going to impose a Muslim ban, and then he did. When Nydia Velasquez and I went to Kennedy Airport, when Jan Schakowsky went to the airport in Chicago, when other people went to the airport, what did we find? We found Muslims being kept out of the country. People with perfectly valid visas, perfectly valid green cards, people whose relatives were waiting for them here because they had perfectly valid entry certificates, were being kept out of the country. And they couldn't even speak to their lawyers. That's the next bill that we'll be considering on the floor in a few minutes. That's what we found. And that has been in effect for a long time. And it's un-American. It's unconstitutional. It's against the ethos of this country. As the speaker said, I think it was the speaker who said it, the motto of the country is E pluribus unum, from many one. This situation, this Muslim ban denies that. This says E pluribus, I don't know the Latin, from a few, not from all. Madam Speaker, we must pass this bill. More than 400 organizations and industry leaders support this bill. They include Muslim advocates, the ACLU, Airbnb, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Yes, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Why? Because the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society remembers its futile efforts when Jews were turned away from this country to go back to the Holocaust, when the St. Louis was turned back to go back to the Holocaust, when the State Department deliberately wouldn't even use the quota. The quota was 150,000, and they kept it down to 6,000 because of the anti-Semitism of some officials in the State Department. And the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, which was formed to aid Jewish immigrants, but has long since broadened its mission to aid immigrants from any country, knows what happened and doesn't want to see it happen again. And that's why they're supporting this bill. The Service Employees International Union, because so many of their members were born abroad. The National Immigration Law Center, Move On, and United We Dream. Members on both sides of the aisle should agree that no president, Republican or Democratic, should be permitted to usurp the powers of the legislative branch enshrined in the Constitution. The separation of powers is fundamental to our democratic republic and must be protected. For all these reasons, that's why passage of H.R. 1333 is so vital. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution 330, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to transfer and limit executive branch authority to suspend or restrict the entry of a class of aliens.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Winstrup of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1333 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes, noes, which one do I have? The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker,
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. I'm so sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 330, I call up H.R. 1573, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 8, H.R. 1573, a bill to clarify the rights of all persons who are held or detained at a port of entry or any detention facility overseen by the United States Customs and Border Protection or U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Pursuant to House Resolution 330, the amendment in the nature of the substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or the respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1573.
Without objection,
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
gentleman is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 1573, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021, is an important bill that will ensure that individuals who seek to lawfully enter the United States can contact a family member or an advisor if they are held for an extended period at a port of entry. Last September, the Judiciary Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee held a hearing to explore President Trump's Muslim ban and the chaos that unfolded at airports across the country when it was first announced. I can personally attest to that chaos based on my experience at JFK Airport immediately after the ban was implemented. Refugees, individuals with valid visas, and even lawful permanent residents were detained for hours and prevented from speaking with attorneys. Some even had their phones taken away and were unable to call their family. Although the issue grabbed the headlines then, it is unfortunately a problem that occurs daily. Due to the complexity of U.S. immigration law and the fact-intensive nature of questions regarding admissibility, it is not uncommon for some people to spend hours undergoing inspection by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, or CBP. During this time, individuals are often prevented from communicating with those on the outside. And if the individual is lucky enough to have a lawyer, CBP will often refuse to speak with them, even if they can provide critical information or correct a legal error. Moreover, serious consequences can result from being refused admission. Some have argued that this bill would require CBP to expend significant resources, but I believe they fundamentally misunderstand the substance of the bill. To be clear, H.R. 1573 does not provide a right to counsel, nor does it impose any obligation on the federal government to build any additional space to accommodate counsel or hire new staff, nor to pay for counsel. The bill simply ensures that no one who presents themselves at a port of entry with valid travel documents is completely cut off from the world during the inspection process. It allows those seeking admission, including U.S. citizens, to communicate with counsel and other parties if they are subjected to secondary inspection that lasts longer than 1 hour. The bill specifically contemplates that this could be accomplished telephonically. It is absurd to claim that providing these individuals with the opportunity to call their families or an attorney and potentially receive their assistance during the inspection process will consume significant CBP resources. I would like to extend a special thanks to my colleague, Representative Jayapal, for her leadership on this issue and for championing this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Immigration Subcommittee, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are way beyond any question of whether we face a border crisis. The question now is whether we have a border at all. When I put that very question directly to the President of the Border Patrol, his answer was an emphatic, no, we do not. By abandoning the border wall, rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy, and obstructing enforcement of court-ordered deportations, President Biden has produced a mass illegal migration of historic proportions, preying most tragically on young children and making the Mexican crime cartels billions of dollars. The only border security measure he hasn't pulled down is the ability of the CBP to stop illicit activity at our official points of entry, where large volumes of narcotics and other contraband must pass. Judiciary Republicans recently visited our facility at Hidalgo Crossing, where thousands of cars and trucks passing through the port of entry must be inspected daily to protect our country from high-volume cartel smuggling. Now, our officers are experts at spotting suspicious traffic hidden among the high volume of legal crossings without unduly delaying honest commerce and passage. Now, to do this, they waive the suspicious traffic to secondary inspections, where they can locate and stop contraband that's often ingeniously hidden. Now, this has been a tremendous inconvenience to the cartels. We saw millions of dollars of methamphetamines and other deadly drugs, as well as infected fruits and vegetables heading to American markets, recently seized at these secondary inspections. But H.R. 1573 would grind legitimate trade and travel to a halt by providing that anyone referred to secondary inspection can, within an hour, consult with an attorney and call other third parties. Now, there are more than 17 million secondary inspections conducted each year at our 328 ports of entry. Can you imagine the effect of this bill? And it's not limited to attorneys. A smuggler pulled into secondary inspection could warn Confederates behind him that their hiding places have been discovered. Turn back. The officers told me they're already overwhelmed, using antiquated facilities and suffering manpower shortages. This bill gives the CBP the Hobson's choice of curtailing inspections or routinely backing up traffic for hours on end. The inspection itself is not a criminal process. It's a screening process to assure that only legal products enter our country. Only when it becomes a criminal matter is there a right to counsel. Now, if this isn't actually written by the crime cartels, it is certainly entirely in their interest and service. It speaks volumes about the attitude of the Democrats on the security of our border, the safety of our citizens, and the sovereignty of our nation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the chairwoman of the Immigration Subcommittee, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill that allows individuals who have obviously valid travel documents to contact a member of their family or counsel if they're held for an extended period of time at a U.S. port of entry. It has nothing to do with the inspection of contraband. It has nothing to do with providing a lawyer at government expense. That's prohibited. It has nothing to do with delaying the inspection. It's only if it's practical for the CBP to allow this to occur. You know, the immigration laws are very complex and fact-intensive. And for some people who are in secondary inspection for hours, providing a piece of information to the CBP can clear things up. I'll give you an example of a researcher coming in with a valid visa, and the CBP wonders about that research. Is it true? Being able to understand that the president of the university where the student is heading to can assure the CBP about the research would clear the matter up. This bill does nothing to alter the existing authority of the CBP to deny entry or to issue an expedited removal order. It just allows individuals to communicate with their American family, with their employer, with their counsel to help provide information. There are many red herrings that have been offered about this bill, but it's really about expediting a process that is impeded oftentimes because of lack of information. These are individuals who are coming legally. It does not apply to people who are coming between ports of entries. And the lack of communication can cause harm to American families. Somebody who's coming to marry their American fiance can be turned away. Somebody who's coming to work for a U.S. employer who needs their expertise could be turned away. Somebody who is coming to continue their groundbreaking medical research could erroneously be turned away. It's important that information be made available to the CBP, and the way to do that is to make sure that individuals who are lawfully attempting to enter the United States with an apparently valid visa at a port of entry that has been held for secondary inspection have an opportunity
to communicate with their American family or with their American boss or even a lawyer to get information that the CBP can then consider. And if they are not persuaded it's valid, they can
Gentlewoman's
still
time has
turn
expired.
that individual around. I think that the opposition is a bit overwrought. It's a modest
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
but important measure. I
Madam
yield
Speaker,
back.
I'll yield the gentlelady as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm actually surprised by some of the things and the rhetoric that has been offered in opposition to what is really just a common sense, modest measure that will allow for communication for people who have legal visas, who have been held in secondary so that confusion can be cleared up. And it's important not just to the people trying to enter, but it's important to Americans who are waiting for them, their families, their employers, their teachers. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge approval of this bill and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. 185 years ago today in San Jacinto, Texas, the great state of Texas won its independence from Mexico. General Sam Houston launched a surprise attack against Santa Ana and routed their forces, and then ultimately was able to negotiate with Santa Ana for his freedom, the treaty that resulted in the founding of the Republic of Texas. I'm a proud Texan. I'm sitting here 185 years later, recognizing that my state, the state that I'm proud to represent, is under siege. It is under constant siege on a daily basis by dangerous cartels, but worse than being under siege by dangerous cartels, it is under siege by a Democrat president who refuses to do his constitutional duty to secure the border of the United States. That is the fact, that this president, obligated under the Constitution, literally refuses to carry out and exercise his constitutional duty to defend our borders in Texas, where our communities are under siege, where our schools are overrun, where our hospitals are being inundated, where our ranches are having people cross them, where dangerous narcotics like fentanyl are pouring into our communities. This is what is happening to my state of Texas, the 185th anniversary of the battle at San Jacinto. One has to wonder whether the agreement that Texas made when entering this union remains worth it when the state of Texas is suggesting, or the state of Texas is under siege by an administration that refuses to defend our border. That is a question that we Texans are continuing to wrestle with, because it is the duty of this president and the duty of the federal government to secure the borders. And when I look at Texans who have lost loved ones at the hands of people here illegally, when I look at families who have families destroyed by fentanyl and dangerous narcotics, when I look at trafficking of human beings into the sex trade in the state of Texas, where stash houses are being run by cartels, and then I watch as my Democratic colleagues want to put up every roadblock to security and launch every single way possible to prop up cartels, prop up the ability of our border to be exploited, and refuse to actually do the job necessary to secure the border. It is incumbent upon this body to speak with one voice that we are going to defend the borders of the United States and do our duty under the Constitution, while states are feeling the brunt every single day in very real terms. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm going to have a lot more to say about this bill a little later, but I have to respond to one point that the gentleman just made. He said he was considering whether the agreement to enter the Union was valid or was worth it. He's not the first to consider that. John Calhoun considered it. Others considered it, and they tried it, and the result was a civil war. So I certainly hope that no one is thinking of that again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve, rather.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
The gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I feel that too many on the left are comfortable with lies and half-truths. Let me tell you one thing. I'm sick of it. My constituents are sick of it. And the American people are sick of it. My colleagues just said that President Trump instituted a Muslim ban. If my colleagues had read Executive Order 13769 instead of their liberal talking points, they would know that that's simply not true. President Trump's ban impacted 7 specific countries. Your statements are patently false and prohibitively misleading. The crisis at our southern border represents a serious risk to our national security of the United States and the sanctity of the rule of law. Reports from law enforcement officers fighting to stem the overwhelming tide of illegal immigration into our country emphasizes the lack of resources and misapplication of funds by the federal government. Yet today, we are being asked to vote on a bill that would do nothing to fix the weaknesses at our border, but instead would misallocate resources away from our border security agents. This bill would spend $825 million to provide taxpayer-funded legal assistance to individuals crossing our border, because my colleagues on the left believe the best way to fix any problem is just to send in more lawyers. This legislation would significantly hamper law enforcement's ability to effectively screen potentially dangerous individuals who have been flagged by other agencies for advanced screening due to their criminal record or status as a person of interest for national security purposes. We should be empowering law enforcement, not reining in their effectiveness. Screening passengers that enter our country for admissible is a normal part of securing the U.S. ports of entry and is a uniform expectation for all who want to enter the United States. Granting a lawyer to anyone who warrants a secondary screening is like demanding a lawyer every time your bag is checked going through TSA. This bill does nothing to enhance our border security and furthermore hampers their ability to carry out their mission. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1573, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
And now yield such time as she may consume the distinguished sponsor of the bill, Representative Jayapal of Washington.
The gentlewoman is recognized for she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, so much for your tremendous leadership on helping to bring this bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bill, the Access to Counsel Act. Access to Counsel Act. It's the Access to Counsel Act. I don't know if my friends on the other side have heard that. I'm not sure how access to counsel helps empower cartels. I'm not sure if my colleagues on the other side have read the bill. This does not fund counsel. It actually doesn't give a right to counsel. We could debate that in another bill. This gives access to counsel. It brings us one step closer to upholding our country's principles of due process and fairness by ensuring that individuals with lawful status have the right to call a lawyer and receive assistance if they are detained at ports of entry or in airports. So why did this bill come about? The Access to Counsel Act was the very first bill I introduced as a member of Congress in 2017 in response to Donald Trump's Muslim ban. On the day that Donald Trump announced that ban, I rushed to my local airport in Seattle. What I encountered and what we saw at airports across the nation was a sham of our democracy. People from 7 Muslim-majority countries, all with legal authorization to be in the United States, suddenly found themselves held for upwards of 30 hours, deported, and in some cases pressured to sign papers giving up their legal status without even the ability to call an attorney or a family member. I then reintroduced, again, the Access to Counsel Act in my second term in January of 2020 after Customs and Border Protection targeted Iranian Americans at ports of entry. As many as 200 Iranian Americans were held in secondary screening in Blaine, Washington. Nega Hekmati and her 2 children were detained for nearly 6 hours, despite being U.S. citizens, despite having pre-clearance for expedited processing at the border that is specifically for approved low-risk travelers. She recalls her small children begging her not to speak Farsi in fear of being detained. At such a young age, her children, U.S. citizens, already recognized that they were being profiled and unjustly held because of their heritage. And of course, when we raised this in the moment, Border Patrol said, that's not happening. We can't do that. We wouldn't do that. We're not doing that. Well, it took over a year and suing the government in order to access documents from Customs and Border Protection for us to find out that the total number of people held was 227 people. Half of those people were U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents. Half of the 227, the rest of them had legal paperwork to come into the country. So why were they held? They were held because of their Iranian heritage or ties to the Middle East. Later, we also found out that there was no attempt from Border Patrol to figure out why they were there or whether they should be there or to even comply with the law that says that your country of origin cannot be the sole purpose that you are held. So you want to talk about wasting Border Patrol resources? Let's talk about the fact that 227 people, half of whom were U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents, and the rest with valid visas, were held in a Border Patrol station in Blaine, Washington, for almost 12 hours and unable to leave. That's called detention. You've now turned the Border Patrol stations into detention facilities. That's not what we're supposed to do. Why is it so difficult to just say, yes, a phone call is permissible? And that's what this bill is trying to do. Throughout the last administration, we saw dozens of Iranian students with valid visas having their visas revoked or deported upon arrival to the United States simply because of their country of origin. The Access to Counsel Act would ensure that people who have already been vetted and granted lawful status have a meaningful opportunity to call an attorney, have a meaningful opportunity to call a relative or other interested party like a member of Congress when they get held for more than an hour in secondary inspection. This is a common sense measure, Mr. Speaker, to make certain that our nation treats those arriving to our country, whether it's green card holders who have made their homes here in the United States, or visa holders working, studying, or traveling to the United States, or U.S. citizens who happen to have been identified with a different country of origin for some reason. Let's just make sure we treat everybody with dignity and respect. I am so proud to be passing the Access to Counsel Act today alongside the No Ban Act to put an end to some of the most cruel and discriminatory policies adopted by the previous administration and to make sure that they never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation requires individuals entering our country at ports of entry, tens of millions of them, who are referred for secondary inspection to get a lawyer. And yet Democrats tell us this is not going to cost the taxpayers anything. I mean, this is some kind of miracle. I mean, you got a mandate for tens of millions of Americans or people in our country, and it's not going to cost Americans any money? I've never seen a government mandate that didn't cost something. And this is amazing. I remember my days in the state legislature, unfunded mandates that local governments were concerned about mandates from the state. This may be the biggest mandate we've ever seen, but somehow Somehow this is not going to cost our agents who are busting their tail, working night and day right now with this crisis on the border. It's not going to cost them anything in time and effort and the taxpayers. I think the American people are smarter than that. Mr. Speaker, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. You know, when I hear that, oh, this bill simply it's just trying to give a phone call, well, then why didn't it say that? Why didn't it say that in the bill? It didn't say that. It talked about access to an attorney. I am an attorney. I did court-appointed attorney work. I did all the time. I'll tell you what, this may not give you a court-appointed attorney, but what it does is you open it up. And if you think that doesn't consume resources, then I just wonder, have you ever been to a port of entry? Have you ever watched people coming through? Have you ever watched the secondary inspection process? This is going to bog down your ports of entry, and it's going to lead to litigation. This is a trial lawyer's blessing, a trial lawyer's dream, I can tell you that. That's because that's what's going to happen. There's going to be abuses, not abuses, there'll be mistakes made. And even if there are no mistakes made, there's going to be lawsuits. This is not designed to facilitate border ingress and egress. This is not designed to help commercial travelers or commercial traffic. This is going to bog our system down. And all the while that's going, they're saying, well, this is not going to be a problem. It will redirect and redeploy Border Patrol agents, customs agents to deal with this. That means it's going to really slow things down, and you know what that means? That means that all of the people that are coming between the borders are going to have an even wider open field. In February, over 101,000 aliens were encountered. In March, over 172,000 aliens were encountered at the border. The number's going up. It's not going down. It's going up. You know why? Because the policies of this administration draw people in. They've done absolutely nothing to slow this down. You know what the number one most important thing would be? How about the President of the United States of America stand up and say, no, we will send you back. Our border is closed. If you want to come in legally through the ports of entry. How about doing that? Well, he has not done that. And that's why you see people showing up with Biden campaign t-shirts on the border. That's why the Mexican president said, this is Biden's border crisis. That's why the El Salvador president has expressed the same. And that's why Border Patrol agents also understand, and that's why ranchers and people in my district and those who live on the border, that's why they'll say, this is Biden's problem. He created it. He inherited a solution and created a crisis. And the person that he's tapped to lead the efforts to address the surge at the border has been all over the place, just hasn't been at the border.
Yield the,
15 seconds.
yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This individual's not been to the border once. But the solutions are not a mystery. President Biden's got to stand up and make a statement. You got to continue construction of the wall. Reinstate the MPP program, which is the Remain in Mexico program. Reinstate the 12 international agreements that were in place that were slowing this down. That would have stopped it. The last thing is, move your asylum courts down to the border to deal with current asylum cases. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 6 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman of Texas is now recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New York for his leadership. I thank the gentlelady from the state of Washington for her grand and superb and astute leadership on understanding the Bill of Rights. I have watched this debate and I have seen people go to the microphone and talk about on the left. I didn't know the Constitution was on the left or the right. I thought the Constitution was a document that our founding fathers started with the language to form a more perfect union. And in the list of the Bill of Rights, citizen or non-citizen can have access to due process just because of the basic foundation of this nation. Then for a moment I'm going to pause, but I rise to support enthusiastically the Access to Counsel Act, H.R. 1573. But let me pause as a resident and citizen of border states. Oh, how interesting it is for the interpretation of those one-time visitors. What about those of us who've been at the border over and over and over and over again? What about those of us who stood in the dark of night and saw a 2-year-old come off or a baby? No, that was not what we wanted. But people fleeing persecution have always sought to come to the place where the Statue of Liberty stands in the harbor, and as far as I know, she is not gone. There is an Office of Refugee Resettlement. We have been a refuge for refugees. But I can tell you the last 4 years, I saw scenes that I had never seen in my life. Never in my life. Do I need to remind you of the children who died in our custody? No, I don't blame those Border Patrol or others. They're my neighbors, but I blame the policies of the previous administration that did not care and simply left them to their own devices, which was a crowded, unsanitized place. Metallic blankets, not able to move, because their idea was move them out, make it so horrible, short of losing their life, they'll leave. And then what about the MPP program? I went to Mexico and saw desperate people in the streets. They had no place to live. They were being taken advantage of. I don't fault Mexico that in essence made an agreement, maybe intimidated by the last administration, didn't know what else to do. But the MPP program subjected people to very dangerous conditions. So, besides the Biden administration's policy of a closed border, sending people back that are single adults, but for the ports of entry, obviously, and as well those families, still giving them the opportunity to apply for asylum, which was literally cut off. Domestic abuse persons couldn't apply for asylum under the last administration. Fleeing bloodshed. I'd rather stand with President Biden and Vice President Harris, who are strategically trying to work on behalf of the American people. But they have not left their compassion and humanity at the front door of the White House. So this legislation is absolutely in compliance with the Constitution, because what it says is that you have access to counsel. We don't pay for it. You have legal entry documents, and it is only when you're in secondary detention. This only takes place so that little Ali that I mentioned earlier on the floor, coming from Egypt with the appropriate documents, would have been able to call his father or his uncle that was here in Houston, Texas. Is that not simple humanity? Is that simple kindness? Is that recognizing the dignity of all people? What about this New York City design gallery holder detained at an airport because of this ridiculous process? Of course, it was in 2017, the last administration. Juan Garcia Mosqueda, founder of New York Art and Design Gallery Chamber, and a decade-long legal permanent residence. I don't know how he got detained at the John F. Kennedy International Airport. Not only did he get detained, he was sent back to his native Argentina with no opportunity to talk to anyone. Ahead of his gallery's art show that very day. In an open letter titled The Visible Wall, released by Mosqueda on Tuesday, he called the experience dehumanizing and degrading. but he had his documents and detailed a 36 hours long detainment, questioning, and return to Buenos Aires. We already know I was getting ready to speak in the last debate on the No Ban Act. Nigeria was added to the list. I co-chair the Nigerian caucus. There are doctors and lawyers and teachers and business persons who have served from Nigeria in this nation. So I believe this is a right-thinking bill, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021. I rise to support this legislation, and I oppose all of those who think that the Constitution
Woman's
no
time
longer
has
exists.
expired.
Support the bill, H.R. 1573. Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I recently visited the border in my home state of Texas. The crisis there is astounding as thousands of illegal immigrants enter the country on a daily basis. The Biden administration has been silent and in denial of any crisis, as we have seen record numbers of apprehensions, drug crossings into the U.S., and no answer for the humanitarian crisis of 20,000 unaccompanied minors. President Biden appointed Vice President Harris as his immigration czar, and we have seen her travel all around the country, but not to the border. We've got a border czar who has not even been to the border. Democrat leadership has been silent, not once, questioning her absence from this humanitarian crisis. Instead, this week brings us more bad legislation. Today, we are debating spending nearly $1 billion to give, quote, access to counsel to foreign citizens when there is not even subject to a criminal investigation. That's a right we do not even afford our own citizens. My Republican colleagues and I continue to expose the crisis on the border, having seen firsthand the horrific situation. Yet the Democrat solution is to hire attorneys, forcing Border Patrol to hire new personnel and construct new space to comply with this misguided legislation. Legislation which does nothing to address the hundreds of thousands of people surging our borders at record numbers, the girls and the boys who are being sexually assaulted and exploited, and the thousands of pounds of illegal drugs and weapons pouring into our country. If the vice president actually went down there, agents could show her the miles of unprotected border that have been pulled off and instead are acting as babysitters. She might be able to understand that the policies put in place under the previous administration actually worked. We should be focused on securing our border and letting our agents do their jobs. The lack of compassion, the lack of humanity that we have seen under the Biden administration is appalling. The gentlelady from Washington said we should treat everyone with dignity and respect. Have you seen the conditions that are down at the border right now? It is the exact opposite of dignity and respect, and these words mean nothing if we refuse to follow them with action. The legislation in front of us does nothing to stop the Biden border crisis, and is just another attempt to prioritize the interest of aliens over the American people. I urge opposition and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 6 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I want to start with responding to a complete misrepresentation of what this bill does. We've heard our friends on the other side of the aisle say that this bill requires that counsel be appointed to individuals, and they've even gone so far as to assign a number to it, $800 million. That simply is not true. And at first I thought maybe it was an honest mistake, but it's being repeated. So now I know it's an affirmative misrepresentation. What the bill does, and I invite my colleagues to look at the language of the bill. Go to page 3, line 17. A covered individual has a meaningful opportunity to consult with counsel and an interested party. They're required to provide a meaningful opportunity to consult with counsel. There is no requirement in the bill that counsel be provided, paid for, and so that claim is just not true. No matter how many times it gets repeated by our Republican colleagues, they are making it up. It's not in the bill. So I rise in strong support of H.R. 1573, the Access to Counsel Act. Our legal system rests on the principle that every person is entitled to due process and a meaningful opportunity to be heard. The ability to consult with legal counsel is critical to both of these principles, and for some, it's a matter of life and death. In the context of immigration, access to counsel can mean the difference between someone fleeing persecution, being able to remain safely in the United States, or detained or deported back to a war zone. There are decisions that are often made away from courts. For example, Customs and Border Protection have the power to remove individuals from the United States without a hearing, based on statements made during an initial screening. Nothing in this bill changes that. Questioning by Immigration and Customs Enforcement can lead to arrest, detention, initiation of removal proceedings, and removal, all done without access to counsel. The time, expense, and other resources associated with many immigration-related detentions could be avoided entirely if counsel were able to sit in during questioning. H.R. 1573 confirms that the right to counsel attaches, or the right to access counsel attaches, at the time of holding or detention, and requires CBP or ICE to provide people detained and questioned with the ability to make a call and notify an attorney of their detention. It doesn't force CBP or ICE to identify and assign lawyers to individuals subject to inspection. It doesn't require them to provide funds to obtain lawyers and support through the inspection process, or create any obligation for the government to pay for counsel. It simply opens the door to meaningful access to counsel for those who have an attorney ready to assist, and ensures that people subjected to prolonged inspection are able to communicate with and receive assistance from counsel or other individuals who can facilitate the inspection process. This is a common sense proposal that really does ensure that the system will work more efficiently, particularly for U.S. citizens. I want to applaud the sponsor of this bill, Congresswoman Jayapal, for her extraordinary leadership. And I thank the chairman of our committee for bringing this to the committee and now to the floor. This is something which everyone should support, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1573. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before yielding to the gentleman from Virginia, I would just ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record. The gentleman said it wasn't going to cost anything. This is straight from the Congressional Budget Office. $825 million over the next 5 years it's going to cost. This is based on CBP, the Customs and Borders, telling what it's going to be, what the costs they're going to incur. So right there it is. He can say it's not there, but CBO says it is. So I would ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes.
Without objection.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for his time. Madam Speaker, our nation is in a crisis. We are facing a real crisis at our southern border. As I speak, hundreds of migrants are crossing into the United States right now because the Biden administration has made it clear to the world that the border is open and the rule of law will not be upheld. And now, instead of working on solutions to address the ongoing border crisis, the majority has brought forward legislation that would cripple our nation's screening process for individuals entering at U.S. ports of entry. Currently, a right to counsel does exist, but it only occurs once a screening turns from questions on the admissibility of people or goods to a custodial interrogation relating to a criminal offense. More efficient, says my colleague from the other side. This bill would place a significant burden on the men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, who prior to the pandemic processed over 1 million people daily at various ports of entry. CPB regularly conducts over 17 million secondary inspections each year. Not more efficient with this legislation. This legislation would severely limit CPB's ability to ensure thorough inspections of all travelers, not only those referred to secondary inspection, creating unnecessary delays and significant impacts on daily operations. This bill misuses taxpayer dollars, puts the interests of foreign citizens above the interests of the American citizens, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Ranking Member Jordan. We must establish an America First immigration policy. However, the Democrats are doing the opposite with illegal aliens first, foreign nations first, and future Democrat voters first. Law-abiding American citizens are clearly last on the list of priorities, if they even make the list at all. They are giving illegal aliens free health care, free education, free social services, free transportation, and even free lodging. And today, it's more of the same, with the continued effort to enable and facilitate illegal entry into our country. Now they want to provide attorneys for illegal aliens and further restrict our ability to refuse entry to those who wish us harm. Come one, come all. Is it confusion and incompetence on the part of Democrats? Do they not know the threat to our country? Do they not understand? Or is it worse, and they know exactly what they're doing and they don't care about the consequences? Why else would they let organized crime profit off the suffering of those illegally crossing into our border? Why else would they stop building the Trump wall? Why else would they reinstate catch and release and offer amnesty to illegal aliens? Why else would they stop MPP and Title 42 restrictions? The Democrats are destroying our country, and you need look no further than our own border. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Zukowski.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is
how much
recognized.
time do we have left?
The gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
The
Now I
gentlewoman,
yield the gentlelady 2 minutes.
the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of the Access to Counsel Act. Thousands of immigrants lawfully come to our country, come to our ports of entry daily. And they come in order to reunite with families, in order to receive life-saving medical help, in order to pursue their educational dreams. They come because they are allowed to come, and they come for really good purposes. And when they arrive, all too often, they are subjected to grueling inspections and relentless questioning by our Customs and Border Patrol agent. And often they have no help to turn to. So H.R. 1573 will ensure that these individuals can communicate with a family member, an attorney, or other party who can help them to navigate what's going on at the port of entry, and if they are held over an hour. This is important. We're not saying that there shouldn't be any inspections whatsoever, that there shouldn't be any questioning, but sometimes people have been held up to 30 hours. It's not right without any access to help. So this is critical to ensuring that immigrants are treated fairly and with dignity, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Access to Counsel Act and support due process for all. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a humanitarian crisis on our southern border. Every day, more migrants surge towards the border and overwhelm the dedicated men and women of the Customs and Border Protection. CBP is facing the most dramatic increase in detentions and illegal crossings in nearly 15 years, with no end in sight and no plan to address the situation articulated and caused by the Biden administration. President Biden revoked the Remain in Mexico policy and the safe third country agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. He stopped building the wall. He tapped Vice President Kamala Harris to coordinate the response to this humanitarian crisis almost a month ago. She still hasn't visited the border, but she has had time to stop in a Chicago bakery and grab a slice of cake for her plane ride home. The Vice President's message to the American communities being overrun with illegal immigrants is apparently let them eat cake, while the President rolls out the welcome mat to illegal immigrants pouring over our border. My colleagues across the aisle want to fund lawyers for illegal immigrants and defund the police. They don't care if the American people are protected, but they want to make sure their friends in the local bar association get paid to represent criminals flooding into our country. Democrats don't have time to fix our broken immigration system, but they have time to visit Minnesota and incite riots. During the current crisis, immigration backlogs have gotten so extreme that illegal immigrants are being housed in convention centers and hotels across the country. My liberal colleagues try addressing the rising homeless problem with Americans rather than placing illegal immigrants in hotels. Just 2 weeks ago, the CBP announced the arrest of 2 men on the FBI's terrorism watch list as they tried to cross the southern border. If this legislation was enacted, Americans would have paid for their lawyers to help these terrorists stay in our country. This is a dangerous precedent that prevents our existing border security apparatus from working properly.
Expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire amount of time we have left?
Gentleman has 9 1/2 minutes remaining.
Great. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman.
And the gentleman from New York has 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it seems compassionate to those who support this bill to say we want to give this young child whose parents sent them up by themselves, give them a lawyer, help them out. But the consequences for those of us that have spent a lot of time on the border are very clear. It means if you make this law, that the representatives of the drug cartels, which are often gang members, they can tell the parents, look, I know it's a tough decision whether to send your child alone, this little 3, 5, 8-year-old child up by this child's self. But the good news is that there are people in Congress that have fought for and have gotten you hired a lawyer at the border for your child. So, you know, we're the drug cartels. The truth is, this child will likely be an indentured servant for many years, either drug trade, sex traffic, but they're going to be owned by the drug cartel as far as what they get to do in their freedom. This is not something we should be doing, adding more to lure more unaccompanied children up to our border. We're already in crisis mode. And as all of the Border Patrol that I talked to over the years explain, they're basically working now for the drug cartels. And as they've said, we're the logistics for the drug cartels. The cartels send them up, get them to the border, and then we ship them wherever the cartels want us to send them. This is not compassionate as it may seem. This is going to damage millions of people. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill in the midst of an unprecedented and ongoing border crisis as CBP struggles to keep up. Democrats focus on a bill that will not only be expensive, but will continue to hamper and slow down our hardworking women and men with the CBP. Almost $1 billion taxpayer dollars, almost $1 billion taxpayer dollars provided for by the hardworking men and women in America, both legal immigrants and others, literally to provide access to legal representation to non-citizens. I guess they would call it non-citizen human infrastructure. But really, it's just another payday for lawyers. America is struggling. Our borders are struggling. Our neighbors are struggling. We all want to help, but let's help America. Let's love America. Let's take care of our American people. Oppose this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the daughter of immigrants. My mother came to this country as a refugee, and we're speaking about those who are seeking refuge in our country. But when my mother came to this country, there was a process, there was order. I visited the border a couple of weeks ago, and there was just absolute disorder and chaos. It is shocking that this body refuses to take any action, that the Vice President, after 28 days of being appointed to oversee this issue, refuses to go to the border and see what I saw, hear what I heard. You need to have a discussion with the Customs and Border Protection before taking any action on legislation. They will tell you that they are being overrun by the cartels and the smugglers who are taking over the border and making $500 million a month doing it. And what the action we're seeing here today will do nothing to help the 9-year-old girl that we saw in this facility who was gang raped on her journey here. How come nobody cares or has the compassion to do anything about those individuals who are being exploited by the smugglers and cartels? That's what we should be discussing here today. To go into one of these facilities and see these children sleeping on top of each other, capacity of 250, and they have 4,000 people jammed in there, no COVID testing. Nobody cares about the public health crisis that's creating. So you have a humanitarian crisis, a public health crisis, and on top of it, a national security crisis, thousands of criminals being caught at the border, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. Thank you.
Gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentlelady from New York is exactly right. When will the Democrats take it serious? When will the president go to the border? When will the vice president go to the border, the person who's supposed to be in charge of this, dealing with this crisis? When will the press be able to enter the holding facilities and actually show the American people how bad it is, what Ms. Malliotakis just described? When will Secretary Mayorkas come in front of the Judiciary Committee? We've asked for him to come, answer our questions, tell us how he's dealing with this crisis. When are the Democrats going to take this seriously? We do. We've all been down there. We asked them to go. They wouldn't go with us. The American people understand what's going on, how bad it is. I just hope the Democrats will deal with it sometime soon. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Rice.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 1573 provides access to counsel for individuals referred to the secondary inspection station, but there are over 328 ports of entry to the United States. Those field executives, if this is enacted, would in fact be handling over 17 million people who might seek assistance. In the upcoming motion to recommit, we will offer that in fact the claim by this bill that there will be no cost for attorney fees is in fact likely to not be true. Last week, the Congressional Budget Office estimated it would cost $828 million to implement this legislation if enacted, and that would be without the right to free counsel. We need to ensure that these costs aren't even higher. The Democrats have stated that H.R. 73 will not require American people to pay for attorneys' access during this administrative stop. And again, Madam Speaker, this is an administrative procedure. If, for any reason, somebody is charged with a crime, they immediately do get access to consul. This is for those 17 million people who will go through secondary and likely be then allowed to move forward. However, you need to look no further in this act than the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill of the U.S. Citizens Act for evidence that Democrats want us to pay for consul to foreign nations. This bill specifically removes the current prohibition on government-paid consul, and yet in the markup, my colleagues insisted that this had no right to consul. If you want more evidence than this, the American people deserve an assurance in this bill. We will ask that this bill, in the motion to recommit, that we add that specific prohibition.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in the language of the motion to recommit, H.R. 1573, no one will doubt that Congress either does or does not have the intent to make sure that the voters and our taxpayers are protected. I urge my colleagues to support the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1573 to ensure that no taxpayer... Could I have additional 15?
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 15
I'll
seconds.
yield whatever we got left, Madam Speaker, to the gentleman.
To ensure no taxpayer funds are used to pay for attorneys under the bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from...
I reserve.
Without objection, the request to enter will be granted. Now, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, for all the reasons that we've stated here in the last half hour, we urge a no vote on this legislation. We'd yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized for the remainder of his time.
Madam Speaker, I've heard of a lot of nonsense on this floor. I've heard of a lot of fiction on this floor today. But not everything the Republicans have said is fiction. They said, for instance, there's a crisis at the border. Indeed, there is a crisis at the border. The crisis at the border started under President Trump and has continued under President Biden. Same crisis. The difference is that President Trump tried to deal with the crisis in the cruelest way possible by tearing babies away from their parents, by tearing families apart, and by doing so incompetently. I assume it was incompetence, maybe it was malevolence, I don't know. That they didn't even get the records so that they could figure out so that people today can figure out how to reunite these families. The crisis continues. But at least we're dealing with it. We're trying to deal with it in a humane way. It's also interesting the fictions we've heard about this bill. This bill will cost money. This bill gives people the right to an attorney. And the federal government will have to pay for that attorney. Not true. Not true. I suspect my Republican colleagues have lost the ability to read a bill somehow. The bill is very clear. The bill simply says that if someone with valid documents, no litigation as to whether they're valid or not, they've got to be valid in the first place. A U.S. citizen, a green card holder, someone with a with a valid visa. That's all we're talking about. The bill simply says that those people, if detained at a border entry point for a period of time, for longer than an hour, have the right to make a phone call Phone call doesn't cost the government anything. They have the right to make a phone call to who? To whoever they want. A family member, perhaps an attorney, a friend, whoever they want. Experience tells us that when people can make a phone call to an attorney in such a situation, because the INA, because the Immigration Naturalization Act is so complicated, it can often straighten things out. And that saves the government money. It's because they don't have to litigate. It saves the government money. So this bill will not cost the government any money. It'll save it money. It'll also help people who must be helped. People who have a valid, again I stress, only people who have a valid document to enter the United States and for some reason are detained at the border. And how long does this last? 8 hours at most. That's what the bill says. 8 hours. This bill is limited to measure that members on both sides of the aisle, everybody should embrace. As I said before, this is not a bill about a right to counsel. It's simply a bill about fair process. It ensures that individuals seeking to enter the United States with facially valid documents, a visa, a green card, including U.S. citizens who may have a passport, are given an opportunity to call somebody, a family member, counsel, another interested party, whoever they want, if they're subject to prolonged inspection. Admissibility decisions by Customs and Borders Protection can have life-altering consequences. This bill will ensure that CBP has the relevant facts prior to making decisions. The relevant facts, and facts that don't cost the CBP anything to get. Because, well, they do actually, the cost of a phone call. I take it back. It would cost the CBP the cost of a phone call because although not necessarily, because the person may have his cell phone on him. So it won't even cost the cost of a telephone. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of the Access to Counsel Act. It makes sense. It hurts nobody. It imposes no duty on the government. It imposes no cost on the government. But it does mean that people will not unnecessarily get caught up in bureaucracy. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of the Access to Counsel Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 330, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment in third reading of the bill. Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to clarify the rights of all persons who are held or detained at a port of entry or at any detention facility overseen by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection or U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Issa of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1573 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The noes have it.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2630, the Extending Temporary Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2630, a bill to amend the temporary reauthorization and study of the Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act to extend until September 2021 a temporary order for fentanyl-related substances.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2630.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to seek in support of the Extending Temporary Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act. As we continue to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, we are also facing a tragic growing trend of overdose deaths across this country. We have lost nearly 1 million Americans since the beginning of the nation's drug epidemic. These Americans are sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, neighbors, co-workers, and members of our communities. And now data tells us that the COVID-19 pandemic, increased isolation, and related economic hardships over the past year may be hampering efforts to turn the tide. Last week, Madam Speaker, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released its most recent data, finding that from August 2019 to August 2020, there were 88,000 overdose deaths reported. That's the highest ever recorded in a 12-month period. And this most recent data represents a worsening crisis driven primarily by synthetic opioids such as illicitly manufactured fentanyl. This drug is 50 times more potent than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. Although fentanyl itself is often used for medical purposes, use of illicitly manufactured fentanyl has increased in recent years, including co-use with cocaine and methamphetamines, and as little as 2 milligrams can cause a lethal overdose. Congress has recognized this unprecedented threat and acted in strong bipartisan fashion to combat it with resources to communities around the country. We passed major pieces of legislation like the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, the 21st Century Cures Act, and the Support for Patients and Communities Act. At the end of last year, in the final omnibus bill, we included over $4 billion to increase mental health and substance use services and support. And recognizing the worsening trends early this year, we passed the American Rescue Plan last month that provided an additional $4 billion in resources. This critical funding will be used to enhance mental health and substance use disorder services supported by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the Health Resources and Service Administration, and the Indian Health Service. But, Madam Speaker, while this critical assistance is on the way, unfortunately, due to the disturbing rates of overdose and substance use, more work is clearly needed. And the Biden administration is asking Congress to extend a temporary tool we provided last Congress so that agency experts can come together to examine the facts and come up with an effective long-term solution. That tool is the authority to temporarily classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I substances under the Controlled Substances Act. Ensuring fentanyl-related substances remain scheduled will remain an important deterrent to traffickers, manufacturers, and those distributing this substance. Now, during an Energy and Commerce Committee hearing last week, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy's Acting Director, Regina LaBelle, testified on the importance of this extension. Acting Director LaBelle highlighted ongoing discussions with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, and the Drug Enforcement Administration, and she testified that an extension of this temporary authority would allow executive branch agencies time to convene and present a long-term solution to this ever-changing drug environment that balances the risk of illicit fentanyl with the need to ensure appropriate enforcement. The Biden administration is taking this drug epidemic seriously and has delivered a thoughtful, thorough set of drug policy priorities. And I ask my colleagues to join me in giving these agency experts time to produce a thoughtful, thorough solution to this scourge of overdose death. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed that we're kicking the can down the road on a short-term extension of DEA's emergency scheduling order to keep dangerous fentanyl analogs in Schedule 1. While I will vote in favor of this bill today because allowing this life-saving order to expire is unacceptable, this short-term extension from the Democratic majority fails to meet the gravity of the situation facing our communities, our border, and our country. They've had 2 years to come to the table and work with us on a permanent solution to combat fentanyl and fentanyl analogs and the dangers that they pose to Americans. If we don't act, these dangerous drugs being smuggled across our southern border would effectively become street legal. We need a permanent solution to save lives. Save the lives of people in despair. And to protect our communities, we need Democrats in the House and the Senate to wake up and take it seriously. Nearly all states are seeing a spike in synthetic opioid deaths. With the 10 western states, more than a 98% increase. This pandemic's made it worse. In my home state of Washington, the fentanyl positivity rate has increased 236%. 236%, more than any other state in the country. My community lost 2 teenagers recently from suspected fentanyl-related deaths. They had their whole lives in front of them. You know, just a few milligrams of fentanyl, what can fit on the ear of Abraham Lincoln on our penny. It's a pretty small amount. It's lethal. Fentanyl analogs are oftentimes more potent, and over 1,000 of them have been created over the years to mimic fentanyl's opioid effects and outsmart the law. With class-wide scheduling, any dangerous variant of fentanyl is controlled under Schedule 1. According to the DEA, right now there's 27 new fentanyl-related substances that have been encountered and immediately controlled under the class-wide scheduling order. All of those substances are many times more potent than heroin and pose serious health and safety risk. One recently encountered substance was approximately 8 times more potent than fentanyl. In addition to the ongoing, unprecedented humanitarian crisis at the border, fentanyl and other dangerous opioids are also pouring across our border at an ever-increasing rate. The Border Patrol just reported a 233% increase in fentanyl seizures at the southern border just in the last year. If the class-wide scheduling of fentanyl-related substances is allowed to expire, drug traffickers will be further emboldened to smuggle this poison into our communities. The Trump administration also worked hard to make the Chinese Communist Party accountable for the fentanyl analogs that were being manufactured in China, forcing them to crack down on it. If we let this expire and do not make it permanent, we will be sending a clear message to the CCP that it's okay for them to ease up and let this illicit industry continue to grow. Moving forward, we must work with the DEA and other agencies to make this scheduling permanent. Just like Mr. Latta's Fight Fentanyl Act, while making reforms to improve scientific research on these substances. I'm glad that the majority is agreeing with us that we cannot let it expired. I'm gravely disappointed that it's only a few months. This extension will buy us far less time than the 1-year extension Republican leader Jim Jordan and I put forward, the 7-month extension that was requested by the Biden administration. So if this 5-month extension is signed into law, I call on Democrats and Republicans to begin working immediately on a longer-term solution. We stand ready to immediately begin the bipartisan work necessary to get a permanent fix signed into law. And I'm committed to working over the next 5 months to solve this issue once and for all, and not just settle on a short-term extension. I urge a yes vote on this temporary extension, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield now such time as he may consume, to the sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman from New Hampshire is recognized for such time as he may use.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman Pallone for yielding. I rise today and urge the swift passage of H.R. 2630. This legislation will save American lives by getting deadly chemical fentanyl analogs off our streets and allowing law enforcement to swiftly bring drug traffickers to justice. The CDC reports that there were more than 50,000 deaths involving all synthetic opioids in the 12-month period ending in July 2020. 50,000 deaths in 12 months. The addiction crisis has worsened as a result of this pandemic, and this is not the time to let regulations lapse or to back away from our commitment to get people the help that they need. My state of New Hampshire, like so many, has been hit incredibly hard by fentanyl and its chemical analogs. Chemical versions of fentanyl are ever changing, and we know that traffickers intentionally make small variations in substances, knowing that the scheduling process may take months in order to place these deadly drugs on Schedule 1 where they belong. This means that traffickers are often one step ahead of law enforcement. This legislation helps prevent that by ensuring all fentanyl analogs are categorized as Schedule 1. The DEA first issued a temporary order in February of 2018, and Congress wisely passed legislation extending that order through May 6th. My legislation, the Extending Temporary Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act, would extend that order and again ensure that constantly changing chemical versions of fentanyl, often smuggled in from Mexico and China, are labeled as Schedule 1. The bill will prevent our communities from being flooded with synthetic opioids and will ensure that those trafficking them will be held accountable without delay. People are in a fight for their lives right now. Our country continues to be ravaged by addiction. To let down our guard at this moment would cause unmistakable harm to our families and our communities. I'm hopeful that we will see swift bipartisan action in Congress to grant this extension. I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky and the lead Republican for the Republicans on the Health Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it very much. And I rise today very concerned about the deadly threat of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. Last week, the Energy and Commerce Committee held a hearing on this exact issue. Here's the facts. More than 88,000 overdose deaths were reported by the CDC in a 12-month period ending in August of 2020. This is a record for the highest number of overdose deaths ever recorded in a year. In 2018, synthetic opioids, which includes these dangerous fentanyl analogs, were involved in 744 deaths in just Kentucky. I learned from a substance use healthcare provider in my district that almost all their patients have some sort of fentanyl in their system. Many of the patients are not aware of it themselves. Just last month, a 2-year-old in Kentucky died from exposure to fentanyl. Therefore, I support a permanent solution of scheduling fentanyl analogs. Last week, some of my colleagues, and we had witnesses try to argue that a long-term solution for banning fentanyl is a social justice issue. In fact, one witness shared, it is being argued that fentanyl class scheduling is suddenly unnecessary because of the low number of prosecutions to date, 8. However, 8 mandatory minimum sentences in 3 years, 4 of them being members of the cartel, proves that prosecutors are not going after low-level users. Witness also argued that this scheduling of fentanyl analogs, the decrease of new fentanyl analogs coming to this country was 90%. If someone is being unjustly prosecuted for fentanyl analogs, then that should be addressed. However, not scheduling fentanyl analogs, when we had a witness testify it drops 90% being imported, will be deadly for Americans, since fentanyl and its analogs are responsible for thousands of deaths each year. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I may have another member to speak, but not right now, so I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield to the gentleman from Tampa, Florida, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Bilirakis.
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it very much. The United States remains in the grip of an overdose pandemic, unfortunately, and I rise today in support of the Extending Temporary Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act. 3 years ago, Madam Speaker, DEA temporarily scheduled fentanyl analogs as controlled substances to crack down on China and drug traffickers smuggling fentanyl across the southern border. Last year, Congress passed a temporary extension that continued to criminalize fentanyl analogs until May 6th of this year. Previously, drug traffickers could slightly change the molecules in the drug, so the formula was not technically considered fentanyl and was not prohibited, again, although it was still potent, leading to a lethal game of whack-a-mole. Locally, we have seen that fentanyl has been a major problem, even with the scheduling ban in place. Pasco County, in my district, has already had 48 people die, Madam Speaker, from overdoses since January of this year. And many communities throughout the country are experiencing the same overdose increases, as the pandemic has only exacerbated the mental health and addiction crisis in our country. If this scheduling ban expires, Madam Speaker, we expect far more fentanyl to flood our streets and many more lives to be tragically lost. We cannot allow this to happen. I urge my colleagues to join us in extending this current ban and to work together in a bipartisan manner on a permanent solution. It must be a priority, a permanent solution to this scourge. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Let me thank the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee for a constant diligence that he has in the landscape of healthcare and energy, consumer issues, and certainly as a member of the Judiciary Committee, we're looking forward to working with this committee on a very important matter. And so I want to acknowledge the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee and indicate that isn't it sad that we have not been able to find common ground to work on this issue. I'm very concerned that what we are now doing, we probably would need more time for our committees to work together. I am concerned that we might be extending the Trump administration's temporary class-wide emergency scheduling of fentanyl, a substance that all of us are vigorously opposed. I think the chairman is well aware of my longstanding concern on criminalizing substance abuse instead of preventing and treating it. I know that our two committees have a common perspective and agreement on that. But I have seen failed policies in my own neighborhood that have disproportionately impacted communities of color. For instance, in the 1980s, Congress adopted harsh mandatory minimum sentences for crack cocaine offenses and putting many in unjust and lengthy terms of imprisonment. So I simply want to indicate an acknowledgement of fentanyl and its impact that it has had. And I want to acknowledge the importance of us working together. But I also want to put on the record my concern with the DEA's temporary order that would group all fentanyl-related substances under a class-wide ban. You see, what I know we can document is that the recipient, the taker, gets the short end of the criminal justice stick, and that I have concerns. But as we take more time to do this, I want to make sure the traffickers, the cartels, the gangs are put in the eye of the storm where they belong.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
And so let me thank the gentleman for yielding. Can I get 15 seconds, Mr. Chairman?
I yield an additional minute to the gentleman.
Gentlewoman's recognized for an additional minute.
I thank you. Just to put on the record that the data shows that there are already significant racial disparities in some of the federal cases and mandatory minimum sentences involving fentanyl analogs. I don't want to put words in the mouth of my chairman, Chairman Pallone, but I have heard him speak to these issues, and I am grateful for it. I'm grateful for your sensitivity, and so I wanted to come to the floor knowing the work that has been done, but also knowing your understanding. And I wanted to just make sure that these communities that cannot speak for themselves clearly are put on the record. Need I not say that a trial that we just had with the George Floyd case and what was trying to be represented, albeit a very tiny or minute or non-existent amount. And so I want to make sure that we do this right.
Its time has expired.
And we get the time to do it. Thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, the only pharmacist on our committee and a leader on this issue, Mr. Buddy Carter.
The distinguished gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm here today to ask my colleagues across the aisle to set aside this weak bill and support permanently, as in forever, scheduling fentanyl and its analogs. We just heard from the honorable lady from Texas. We all agree it is not good. Fentanyl is the problem. Here we have an opportunity for us to work together to help stem the flow of deadly fentanyl and its analogs into our country. This is an issue that impacts every one of us. Every one of us, whether we're Republican, Democrat, Independent, it impacts every one of us in our communities. Just last week in my home state of Georgia, the Georgia Attorney General announced that he's investigating fatal drug overdoses blamed on counterfeit medications laced with fentanyl and its analogs. These individuals bought illegal products they believed to be Xanax, Percocet, and Roxycodone. Overdoses like this happen every day all over the country. All over the country. Yet some of my colleagues want to go soft on fentanyl analogs and let these products become legal in just mere weeks or temporarily schedule it for a few months until they can craft another weak plan. How can anyone seriously argue that a drug 50 times more potent than heroin, and which almost always proves fatal when ingested, should ever be legal? These products are manufactured illegally, and they're largely brought into the U.S. through the southern border. Every year, U.S. Border Patrol agents intercept enough fentanyl. Every year, U.S. agents intercept enough fentanyl and its analogs to kill every single American several times over. In fact, Customs and Border Patrol announced in 2019 they had enough seized fentanyl to kill 800 million people. And that's what they had seized. We don't know what else came across. I visited the border last week to see the crisis firsthand. Border Patrol agents are so overwhelmed with a 20-year record high number of illegal immigrants that smugglers and cartels are using this as an opportunity to traffic more fentanyl substances. If the president and vice president would visit the border, they would be able to talk to the agents firsthand and see for themselves how serious the issue is. Instead, they've elected to leave our border wide open. We are inviting drug traffickers to bring fentanyl substances into the country and distribute it in our streets. This should not be a partisan issue. Fentanyl does not discriminate. It does not. The individuals manufacturing and distributing fentanyl and its analogs are criminals, and they are getting our neighbors killed. This is not an issue that's going away. It's only getting worse. The CDC reports that there were enough overdoses last year than any single year before. This is the time for us to crack down on fentanyl-related substances, and I hope we will do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll continue to reserve. I don't have any other speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, great member and leader on the committee. 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2630 to extend the temporary emergency scheduling of fentanyl analogs. In the rural Pennsylvania communities that I represent, the fentanyl crisis is anything but temporary. Every day we experience the ramifications of the opioid epidemic, which has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. As the Franklin County Coroner Jeff Connor told me just this week, fentanyl is easy to get and fast to kill. This is true across our entire Commonwealth. In my home in Blair County, we suffered an 80% increase in overdose deaths in 2020. As I have heard directly from our county coroner, Patty Ross, there is no question that the widespread availability of illicit fentanyl is a substantial factor in our region's drug epidemic. Fentanyl already poses a deadly threat to our communities, and if we don't act to extend the fentanyl import ban before it expires next month, we will invite massive vulnerabilities in our shared fight against the opioid crisis. In Pennsylvania and around the country, we need more accountability for those who bring illicit fentanyl into our communities. H.R. 2630 is life-saving legislation that will give law enforcement and the justice system the tools that they need to keep this dangerous illicit drugs off of our streets. This temporary fix needs to be the bridge to a permanent solution to protect the American people. We do not have time to waste. By passing this bipartisan legislation, we can protect families, equip those on the front line, and prevent tragedy.
Time has expired.
For the health and safety of our communities, I urge a yes vote. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Continue to reserve,
The
Madam
gentleman
Speaker.
reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my disappointment with H.R. 2360. What's happening down at our southern border is absolutely a crisis, and it's multiplying a crisis that has plagued this country for many years, and that's the opioid epidemic. Customs and Border Control agents have seized more than 4,900 pounds of fentanyl during the first 5 months of fiscal year 21, already surpassing the total from last year. Mexican cartels are increasingly responsible for producing the supply of fentanyl into the U.S. market. China, we forget about China. China remains a key source of supply for the chemicals that the Mexican cartels are using to produce the fentanyl. All of this being smuggled into the U.S. through our western states. I introduced, along with Senator Johnson, the SOFA Act to permanently designate fentanyl as a Schedule I drug, closing a loophole in current law that makes it difficult to prosecute crimes involving some synthetic opioids. The GAO report released last week on class-wide scheduling of fentanyl-related substances found fewer law enforcement encounters with fentanyl and reduced incentives for cartels to circumvent the law through new and existing fentanyl substances. While I plan to support this bill, I think everybody will, a 5-month extension is not nearly long enough. I urge Democrats to come back to the table to find a solution that will permanently Keep fentanyl as a Schedule I drug. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, I have no additional speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the lady from Texas, Beth Van Dyne, new member, taking this place by storm.
Thank
How
you.
many minutes?
Oh, 2 minutes would be good.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. This issue should already have been taken care of. Last week, my Republican colleagues and I offered an amendment to extend this ban until at least 2022, but it was blocked only to see Democrats draft this much weaker bill. It's another game, an example of why Americans are fed up with Congress. When House Democrats rejected the Republican-led amendment banning fentanyl last week, they knew that fentanyl causes a massive blight in our communities across the country. They knew that tens of thousands are left dead from overdoses every year, but refused to support it because of the names on the bill. And now they want to extend the ban of this highly addictive, highly dangerous, deadly drug by only 5 months. Last month, CBD agents seized 639 pounds of fentanyl, adding to the 2,098 pounds seized this year alone. That represents a 233% increase of drugs being smuggled across the border this year. It's a direct result of Biden's border crisis. Vice President Harris was appointed as the so-called immigration czar, but she spent more time in New Hampshire than at the border. And if she were to visit, she would see the toll that the influx of migrants is having on our border. And it's not just a humanitarian crisis, but it's leaving us vulnerable to increased drug smuggling that is ravaging our streets. She would hear directly from the DEA agents, just like my colleagues and I did, why it is so important to schedule fentanyl as a Schedule I drug permanently, not just for 5 months. 5 months extension is not long enough. Let's just stop playing politics. And there's no excuse why we're not working toward a permanent ban. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back to gentleman from New Jersey.
I reserve. Again, I have no additional speakers.
And the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have no further speakers. I'll yield back. Balance of our
Gentlewoman
time.
yields back.
And Madam Speaker, I would urge support for this bipartisan bill, and I also yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2630 as amended? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Kept moving. Keeping that one from being a vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1333 offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit on H.R. 1333, offered by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Lori Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 1333 as well, the No Ban Act. Thank you.
That's Washington, right? Yes. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Woman from Georgia seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote aye.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit.
To stand. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
California seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Is he going there? Whoa. What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform Ms. Houston will vote no on the motion to recommit.
That's a lot of. You ready? For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Dan Crenshaw pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will be voting aye on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Okay, that's New York. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson in South Carolina pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Ilhan Omar pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Omar will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the ayes have 206, the nays. On this, the ayes have. On this vote, the ayes have 208, the nays have 216. The motion is not adopted. Now the question. The question is now on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House of Representatives, or the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record the votes by electronic device. What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 1333. As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
Sorry. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ilhan Omar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Omar will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
You want to go? Oh. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on H.R. 1333. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will also vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1333. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1333. And as a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1333. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dan Crenshaw pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will be voting nay on House Resolution 1333. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on final passage.
For what purposes is the gentleman from New Jersey seeking recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 1333, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
What purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Lori Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 1333.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no.
I've been watching that night. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 208. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1573, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Isis, on the yeas, Mr. Isis, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1573, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ilhan Omar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Omar will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to reconsider.
You sure it's For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the members designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 1573, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, I'd also like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 1573, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to recommit, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purposes? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does, for what purpose, for what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Dan Crenshaw pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Dan Crenshaw will be voting aye on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
$215 nays. On this vote, the ayes are 209, and the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of the House of Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
I was going to do it. Purposes does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 1573. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1573. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1573. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on final passage.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on House Resolution 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 1573. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on
final passage of H.R. 1573, the Access to Council Act of 2021. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will also vote yes on final passage of H.R. 1573, the Access to Council Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 1573, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes? For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on H.R. 1573. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will also vote yes on H.R. 1573.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ilhan Omar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Omar will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 1573.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Dan Crenshaw pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will be voting nay on House Resolution 1573. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 207. The yeas with the bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1392. As amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H. 1392, a bill to protect Saudi dissidents in the United States and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purposes does a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does a gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 1392. As a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does a gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated for Mr. Dan Crenshaw, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will be voting nay on House Resolution 1392. Thank you.
For what purposes does a gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H.R. 1392, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act of 2021 as amended. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will also vote yes on H.R. 1392, the Protection of Saudi Dissidents Act. Thank you.
For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ilhan Omar pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Omar will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on House Resolution 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawson votes yes on 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Costa pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will vote yes on H.R. 1392. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote nay on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on HR 1392.
Whatever that number is. Purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HR 1392.
does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Is he not Virginia?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, and for the House, Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HR 1392. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HR 1392. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on HR 1392.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 1392. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
The gentlewoman from Virginia, for what purposes do you seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1392. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 1392.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 1392.
On this vote, the yeas are 350, the nays are 71. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. That's one.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 339, resolved that William Joseph Walker of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives, effective April 26, 2021.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek recognition to speak out of order for just 1 minute. I rise today.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
We rise today, Madam Speaker, joined by our fellow congressional colleagues from Indiana, as well as our 2 senators, to honor the 8 Hoosiers we lost in last week's senseless shooting at the FedEx facility in Indy. We also honor those who were injured and pray that they have a fast and speedy recovery. The deceased were our friends, family, and neighbors. They had hopes, Madam Speaker, dreams, and plans for the future, only to have their lives tragically cut short. And sadly, they are part of a much larger group of Hoosiers and Americans who have lost to gun violence. As our community and our state grieve, we seek to move forward, to pledge, to never forget those we lost in the shooting and any other senseless act of violence. Their legacies will live on through our efforts to save lives in the future. Hoosiers are resilient, Madam Speaker, and we will continue working hard to create safer communities across America, always carrying the memory of those we lost in our hearts. We will never forget them. Please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Good job.
Just the black. This is what I want.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and extend it and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in memory of Juana Sequeira Solis, who passed away in April at the age of 94. She was the mother of former Congresswoman, former Secretary of Labor, and now LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis. Juana was born in 1926 in Nicaragua, the eldest of 5. She immigrated to America when she was just 18 in search of a better life. After moving to Los Angeles, Juana met her late husband, Raul Solis, while taking citizenship classes. They raised 7 children and taught them the values that define who we are as Americans, the importance of community, education, and respect for our environment. Juana spent over 20 years on the assembly line at Mattel and was an active union member with the United Rubber Workers until her retirement in 1991. Let us always remember Juana for her kindness, determination, and fighting spirit. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Corpus Christi Army Depot, which celebrates its 60th anniversary today. CCAD is the premier rotary-winged helicopter repair and maintenance facility for the U.S. Army. Like a battle-hardened soldier, CCAD remains strong, committed, and dedicated to answering the nation's call and keeping the Army flag flying. The freedom and security that Americans enjoy today are a direct result of the hard work and continuing commitment of CCAD to the mission given by the U.S. Army. Thousands of military, civilian, and contractor employees have walked the halls, worked in the hangars, turned the wrenches, flown the aircraft, and dedicated themselves to the operation that began in 1961. The community leaders and citizens of Corpus Christi, Texas, recognize and appreciate the service of all personnel of CCAD, past and present. We salute this great organization's unending mission. I wish the Corpus Christi Army Depot a happy 60th birthday today. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as the proud sponsor of the resolution honoring Earth Day. You know, for over 50 years, people have come together on April 22nd, which is tomorrow, to support protections for our air, water, land, and increase the appreciation for Mother Earth. But every day, not just on Earth Day, we must commit ourselves to protecting our planet. We must embrace our shared responsibility to preserve our Earth, not only by increasing environmental and climate literacy, but by building upon efforts like the Paris Agreement to ensure that future generations inherit a livable, sustainable, and ecologically rich planet. Throughout the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated our nation. However, our natural environment, including parks and green spaces, have been a haven for communities to come together safely. This past year has reinforced the importance of protecting these natural spaces and ensuring the continued cleaning and greening of all communities. Like those who celebrated the first Earth Day in 1970, tomorrow we must continue our work to address environmental challenges large and small, from climate change to litter, to educate friends, neighbors, and elected representatives about the need for year-round action, and to honor the stewardship ethic that serves as the foundation of this special day. Together, we can protect our planet, public health, and overall well-being of all people and wildlife. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, just yesterday, the Squad and other Democrats reintroduced the Socialist Green New Deal. This dangerous proposal cost over $90 trillion and will destroy thousands of American jobs. But Speaker Pelosi and President Biden have no intention of stopping it. In fact, they're planning to use their partisan infrastructure package as a vehicle to enact several Green New Deal priorities. While details of what they consider infrastructure, and I use that term loosely, are not finalized, it does not inspire confidence that the Democrats are already turning away from regular order, which requires bipartisanship to get the bill through Congress. Here's what we know about the package so far. It advances $600 billion to Green New Deal priorities. Only 5% will go towards roads and bridges and 2% for airways, waterways, and ports. They are planning the largest tax hike since 1968 to pay for their agenda, and an estimate from the National Association of Manufacturers shows that their proposed corporate tax hike would cost 1 million jobs. And on that note, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the National Day of Silence, this Friday, April 23rd. It's a day when people around the country, and in my community on the Central Coast of California, take a vow of silence to raise awareness surrounding the many hurdles that LGBTQ youth face. One of those students will be Lucia Umeki Martinez. Lucia is a gay woman of color and a student leader at Watsonville High School. As co-class president and member of the Sexuality and Gender Acceptance Club, Lucia works to build bridges between her classmates and community. She told me that taking the vow of silence for 1 day was her way of paying tribute to those who have been silenced by homophobia and hatred. It also is a way for her to show those like Lucia who, if ever, have felt unwelcome and unsafe in an environment where they are supposed to thrive. Countless students across this country will take the vow of silence on Friday for the same reasons as Lucia. That's why we as leaders must continue to step up every day to ensure that all Americans, whoever they are accepted and respected. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to give voice to the concern of millions of Americans, the crisis at our southern border. I saw it for myself. Not only are our facilities packed to 10 times beyond capacity, but the influx is growing. Biden revoked Trump's effective border policies and put nothing in place to make up for it, creating the current crisis that is spiraling out of control. We need to send immediate aid to our Border Patrol. They need it. But here's what Congress is doing instead. We're voting to provide legal welfare services to people illegally in our country, while millions of Americans are denied help. We're voting on D.C. statehood, a violation of the constitutional function of our capital city. The Speaker pushed 16 bills together in an en bloc last night, preventing members of Congress from voting on separate pieces of legislation. The American people are watching what we do here. They see unserious people doing unserious work. It's why our approval rating is so poor. It's time to stop letting them down and do something real. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act, of which I am an original co-sponsor and which passed the House earlier today. I want to thank and salute our good friend Congresswoman Judy Chu, as well as Chairman Nadler and the Speaker for their leadership in bringing this to the floor. This bill strengthens the Immigration and Nationality Act to prohibit discrimination on the basis of religion and restores the separation of powers by limiting overly broad executive actions. President Biden's recent executive order overturned Donald Trump's racist and discriminatory ban. But we need to ensure that that broad xenophobic policies, that they are not actually a national security threat, which do not ever go into effect again. Make no mistake, the No Ban Act would help ensure that this kind of discrimination, that it ceases, prevents future such discrimination, and promotes our nation's core value of religious freedom. The Muslim and African bans were an abuse of presidential authority and based off of hateful campaign promises. The bans separated parents from their children and spouses from one another. This bill begins to repair the damage of the past 4 years.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the $2.25 trillion boondoggle my colleagues across the aisle are trying to pass off as an infrastructure bill. Sadly, this bill is a socialist wish list. Less than 8% of President Biden's infrastructure plan goes to roads, bridges, waterways, ports, and airports. What it does include is $400 billion for home-based caregivers. And while that may be a good issue for review, it's not infrastructure. This comes as no surprise considering D.C. Democrats are trying to lump a radical progressive agenda into a so-called infrastructure bill. And still the leftist fringe that has hijacked what used to be the Democrat Party doesn't think it goes far enough. Madam Speaker, we spent trillions of dollars on COVID recovery and unrelated measures. Now is not the time for a socialist wish list. Americans need a strong economy and real infrastructure, and they need it now. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute. Unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
According to the Washington Post, the administration plans to propose only a temporary rather than a permanent expansion of the child tax credit. Allowing the child tax credit to expire in 2025 is a colossal misjudgment whose consequences we could live to regret. We cannot and should not be the party that cuts child poverty in half only until 2025. We should and must be the party that champions a permanent breakthrough against child poverty. Instead of making the most of our FDR and LBJ moment, we are in danger of inexplicably putting an expiration date on our own legacy. Did President Roosevelt put an expiration date on Social Security? Did President Johnson put an expiration date on Medicare? Why should we put an expiration date on the Social Security and Medicare of our own time? I urge President Biden to make his greatest achievement a permanent legacy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, with so much talk about infrastructure in the air lately, let's just do some quick review. The last sizable infrastructure bill was done in 2015 to the cost of about $300 billion. Now what we see is a so-called infrastructure plan put out by the Biden administration and House and Senate Democrats, 9 times that size, $2.7 trillion. We could probably find that much infrastructure to do, except there's a whole lot in this bill that is not infrastructure. Much social spending and other things that might be good in a different bill, but not this bill. Also, in order to pay for it, they would seek to dismantle the 2017 tax reforms that did so much to promote and boost our economy and bring jobs back to the United States. It unleashed record growth. Instead, we would hurt that economy by what is in plan. So, how about instead of tax hikes to cover what is essentially social spending, tucked into a bill being labeled as infrastructure, let's focus on the work needing done. Highways, bridges, levees, dams for water storage, and broadband. These are the things people need and can actively use. Why don't
the gentleman's time has
choking
expired.
Taxes on the strength of that economy? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise today on behalf of the millions of Americans who are outraged as they witness mass shooting after mass shooting with no action from their government. I do.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, millions of Americans who are struggling to make ends meet every day while their government hasn't raised the minimum wage in a decade are struggling more than ever. Similarly, Americans who are fighting for equality and civil rights while they see nothing being done in Congress. Every single week, this House passes legislation that is overwhelmingly popular among Americans. Yet, not one of these bills has seen the light of day because of the filibuster. It's truly a death grip on our democracy. The filibuster is being used by a handful of people to stifle progress that Americans overwhelmingly want. Progress that would ban pay discrimination, progress that would protect our unions, progress that would protect voters' rights, progress that would literally save lives by passing common sense gun reform. It is past time we get rid of the filibuster as it is today. The filibuster should not take precedence over American lives. And I thank the gentleman that just spoke to talk about our great bill that's coming up, because it's wonderful that all those ideas are in there. So I'm so glad we're on the same page. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Assistant Director Darren Cruzen for his outstanding career as Assistant Director for National Capital Region Training Operations at the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers, FLETC, in Washington, D.C. Mr. Cruzen has had a long, distinguished career as a federal, local, and tribal law enforcement official. His law enforcement career began in 1992 as a reserve patrol officer with the Joplin, Missouri Police Department. As he rose through the ranks of law enforcement from police officer to criminal investigator, Mr. Cruzen's service has always focused on the critical needs of Indian country, especially law enforcement training for police, corrections, and telecommunications officers. In 2017, the Secretary of the Interior honored Mr. Cruzen with the Department of the Interior's Distinguished Service Award, the highest recognition an employee within the department can receive for his outstanding contributions. During his time, he has provided FLETC with tremendous executive leadership and management. Mr. Cruzen has dedicated his life to protecting others, and I thank him for these years of service. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to pay tribute to George Floyd's family, a family that I've come to know even more than the time we spent together in Houston, Texas. The family grew up in my congressional district. They lived in what is called CUNY Homes, which stands today. Proud as I know they are of this family. And they, of course, went to the famous Jack Yates High School. Why would I pay tribute to this family? Because I think America has come to see them as America's family. And the world has come to admire them for their steadfastness, their passion and compassion, but as well their calm and peaceful understanding of the crisis and the terrible tragedy that has befallen them. They have acted in generosity. They have prayed. They have embraced those who have come to honor them. They realize the symbol that they stand for, but yet they were hurting and hurting. Thank goodness for the decision yesterday, the judgment, the just justice for them, for they are America's family, and their commitment is that they will continue to serve this country to bring about justice for all. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of this special order R. I rise this evening for the Congressional Black Caucus's Special Order Hour, the CBC's celebration of life of Congressman Alcee L. Hastings, to echo our power, our message. The Special Order Hour is generally regarded as a solemn moment and gives the CBC an opportunity to speak directly to the American people and to reflect our ideas and policies critical to our constituents. I can't think of a better way to share the life and legacy of our friend and colleague. To his family, to Patricia, to his son, Alcee or Jody as we called him, to his daughter, granddaughters, and all watching, we say thank you for sharing Alcee with us. And lastly, on behalf of the 56 members of the Congressional Black Caucus, we say thank you, Alcee, for a job well done. because it is without a doubt I can tell you that Alcee left this place, the people's house, better than he found it, and all of us were enriched by his dapper style, his keen intellect, and his larger-than-life presence. You never had to guess what Alcee thought or believed. He made it clear, whether you liked it or not, but he was the same man on the United States House floor, in the powerful Rules Committee, or greeting foreign dignitaries under the auspices of the Helsinki Commission, as he was on the streets of Florida, where he served his constituents so well. So to all gathered here today, I say to our brother, you will be sorely missed. We'll miss his smile. We'll miss his wise counsel. And as I look to my left, in that chair where he sat faithfully, we salute and honor him. Alcee did it his way. Now it gives me great pleasure to yield to tonight's anchor of the Special Order Hour, paying tribute to a legend, to a friend, to a colleague. The gentle lady from Texas, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Got to know Congressman Alcee Hastings in a very special way. Both scholars, both liking to debate, both being very clear in their message, both members of the Congressional Black Caucus. Oh, how great it was to watch Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Congressman Alcee Hastings take on an issue and mentor someone like me. It gives me great pleasure to turn the microphone over, Madam Speaker, to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who will manage the rest of the hour.
Madam Chair, I thank you so very much for yielding tonight, and I thank you for establishing the uniqueness of this special order. It is a special order in tribute and in remembrance of Alcee Lamar Hastings, tireless fighter for justice and equality, Dean of the Florida Congressional Delegation, former United States District Court judge, first African-American elected to Congress from Florida since Reconstruction, vice chair of the Committee on Rules, and former member of the Intelligence Committee, chairman of the Helsinki Commission, member of Congress for 28 years, mentor, beloved colleague, and dear friend. So tonight, with humility, gratitude, and a broken heart, I rise to anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order in remembrance of Congressman Alcee Hastings, a senior member of the Committee on Rules, a man who traveled the world, but most of all, he loved his family. He loved his country. He loved his state of Florida. He loved his friends and his colleagues. We humble ourselves today to honor him. I will at this time reserve my time and reserve my words and tribute so that I can acknowledge one of his dear friends, the Honorable Benny Thompson. Benny Thompson, the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, a distinguished gentleman from Mississippi, a fighter for justice himself, but as well the opportunity to be able to lead this country into safety. I yield for a moment to the distinguished chairwoman.
Thank you, Madam Anchor. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for the remainder of the hour is the designee of the Majority Leader.
It's a delight now to again yield to the distinguished gentleman from Mississippi, and if I might say, the gentleman with the white jacket as a member of the great Divine Nine, the Kappas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentlelady allowing me to talk about my friend Alcee Hastings. Alcee Hastings, to a lot of us, is what we call a Renaissance man. When you knew Alcee, you knew somebody who knew exactly what he was talking about at all times. I carried Alcee Hastings to the 2nd District of Mississippi a number of times. You know, for a Florida boy, he could have been a Mississippi boy. He knew Bobby Rush, the blues singer. He knew how to go to catfish fries. He could just about adapt to any situation. But you know, Alcee Hastings, more importantly, provided significant direction and guidance to a number of us who came to this body. So, Madam Speaker, today I rise to pay a special tribute to a close and dear friend that I've shared many memories with, the Honorable Congressman Alcee Hastings. Alcee was a champion civil rights legend who served the people of Florida and this country for over 28 years as a member of Congress. He dedicated his life to uplifting and empowering his constituents, colleagues, and our nation. All of us have at least one Alcee Hastings story. Some of us have 2 or 3 or more Alcee Hastings stories, and they all are memorable. All through my district, he was one of those individuals that people wanted to know what was Alcee Hastings like. And the only thing I can tell you is you have to meet him because you really can't describe him. The dictionary doesn't provide enough adjectives to give you who he is, but that's the kind of person Alcee Hastings was. So, to Patricia and the kids, we all miss him. And absolutely, I know that all of you will miss him too. But you know, I wonder what Alcee would be saying to us right now. I have a good idea. And he probably would say, look, I don't have time for all that noise. Get on with the business of helping our people. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
We thank the gentleman for yielding back and for those words of reminding us how forthright and direct Alcee Hastings was. I'm now delighted to yield to distinguished Leader of the House, the Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer, who gave an eloquent portrayal this morning at our celebration service of his relationship with Congressman Hastings and his understanding of Congressman Hastings' contribution and value to all of us. Steny Hoyer yielded to at this time for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I thank her for her service. And I want to thank Chairwoman Beatty and members of the Congressional Black Caucus for organizing this special order tonight. Alcee Hastings, Madam Speaker, was a dear friend, a close friend, a wonderful supporter, advisor, counselor, a friend who will be greatly missed not only by me but by so many with whom he served on both sides of the aisle, Madam Speaker. We served together in this House for 28 years, almost 3 decades. Over the course of that time, I came to know him very well. I visited his district. I know his wife. I saw his passion for public service, his sharp intellect and ability as a legislator, and his kindness and decency as a human being. Alcee was someone who held strong convictions, as all of us know, and he would impart those to you. And he fought hard for what he believed in. One of those convictions was that all people on this earth deserve the same basic freedoms and access to democracy as Americans are privileged to enjoy. Madam Speaker, he and I served together on the U.S. Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, and Alcee later served as its chairman, as I once did. He was the first African American to lead that body. And he was also honored, Madam Speaker, by legislators from 57 different nations when he was chosen as president of the Organization on Security and Cooperation in Europe's Parliamentary Assembly. The only American, and the only African American, obviously, to have had that honor, and the only person of African descent to have that honor. Before the pandemic, Alcee traveled the world to promote democracy and human rights where they were newly enjoyed or not yet achieved. Wherever he went, he brought his deep commitment to constitutionalism, rule of law, equality, justice, and opportunity for all. In doing so, he was an excellent envoy of this House of Representatives, the People's House, and the democratic mission it embodies to the nations of the world. I want to take a moment to speak about a part of Alcee's life that shows his true character. It's no secret that Alcee faced difficult and painful rebuke earlier in his career. I'm not going to go into the specifics. Most people know the outlines. But what stands out, Madam Speaker, for me and for others, more than anything about what happened, is that most people, after having been through such an experience, might have turned away from public service and harbored a debilitating anger and self-pity. Not our friend Alcee Hastings. He was determined to continue giving back and serving his state and his country. So he ran for Congress and received the imprimatur of his neighbors and friends and constituents as a person of great worth whom they wanted to represent them. He served his constituents faithfully and with great ability for 28 years. And indeed, prior to that as well. Those he served and those with whom he served are grateful that he made that choice. We are grateful that he persisted and persevered. And we are so fortunate, Madam Speaker, to have been blessed in our own lives by the wonderful life of service and contributions by Alcee Hastings. I join others in offering my condolences to his wife, Patricia, to his family, to his devoted staff, and to the communities of Southern Florida he represented so skillfully in this House. Another representative of Southern Florida, my dear friend Debbie Wasserman Schultz, will be relating from her personal experience serving with him from Southern Florida the extraordinary impact that he had on Florida and that region. Madam Speaker, I spoke this morning at a memorial service led again by the Congressional Black Caucus for Alcee, and I related the story that a few days before his death, I had called Patricia and talked to her about how Alcee was doing, and she said, "Not well." 2 days later, I called her back. It was probably 7 o'clock, about this time in the evening. And I said, how are things? She said, not good. I said, can I talk to him? She said, I don't think he'll understand you, and I don't think he'll be able to respond. But I will put the phone to his ear, and you can say something to him. She did that, and I said a few words, very briefly, and then closed with the sentiment that I have today and that I'd had for most of the time that I'd known him. And I said to him, I love you, Alcee. I said this morning, I don't know whether he could hear or understand what I said at that point in time. But the good news for me is I knew that he knew that I loved him. He was a man of great worth, of great feelings, of great expectations, of great service, of great vision. I will miss Alcee, my friend. May Alcee's memory be a blessing and inspiration to us as we continue to work here in this institution that he loved and served so well. I yield back.
We thank the Majority Leader for that personal tribute of the bond of love between his friend Alcee Hastings and himself. Thank you for that story and tribute. It's now an honor to be able to yield to the co-chair of the Florida delegation, the Cardinal of the Appropriations Committee, but I think this evening what she would most want to be known as, certainly a mentee of earlier years, but a very dear friend of Congressman Alcee Hastings. I yield 4 minutes to Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise to honor one of the foremost fighters for justice Florida has ever known, Congressman Alcee Hastings. Throughout my public service, I have been proud to be associated with and stand alongside this fierce but gentle and courageous statesman. The shadow he casts in my own political life is long. It started at the University of Florida when I ran for Student Senate side by side with his son, Alcee Jody Hastings II. 20 years later, I had the honor and pleasure of serving alongside his father, a man who was my dear friend and mentor. Alcee revered this institution, and he loved his 20th district from Belglade to Broward and the Sawgrass to Sistrunk. Anyone who knew him knew he was Florida through and through, and he brought that to these halls of power. He valued every part of the cultural and ethnic mosaic that enriches our great state, and he contributed to that throughout his life. With his passing, his constituents lost a brilliant, fearless, and giant-hearted advocate for the community he so dearly loved. Our folks back home will miss their on his mind, on his tongue, firebrand voice in these halls of power. The common refrain among anyone unfortunate enough to follow Alcee Hastings on a speaking program was, well, this is the last place on a program you want to be. He was a powerful, impactful orator. Here in Congress, as you all know too well, each of us lost a wise, patient, and humane statesman, and our delegation lost a seasoned, thoughtful, forceful leader. Personally, I lost a treasured friend and trusted teacher. I can't count the times I leaned on him for his honest, perceptive counsel. Even when I didn't know I needed that advice, Alcee did, and he provided it generously. Afterward, I was always grateful for his words of wisdom. Alcee Hastings devoted his life to righting the world's wrongs. He championed the most vulnerable, and he himself knew what it meant to overcome. He fought for human rights at home and abroad. Alcee was a champion of the U.S.-Israel relationship and a steadfast friend to the Jewish community. He knew that Jews and African Americans were much more alike than we were different, and we often joked about the similarities. Years ago, as police brutality stretched the fabric holding our community together, he and I joined together to ensure that law enforcement and our people would be able to pledge to protect one another and had a safe forum to communicate. When it came to protecting the world's most unique tropical wetlands, Alcee always spearheaded our Everglades restoration efforts. In just the last month, he led the delegation in a letter to the President advocating for record-level funding. Even on battles dearer to me, he poured his own heart into it. Alcee was one of my most fierce allies in battling breast cancer. These last 10 months, I spoke to him almost every day. It was an honor to cast his proxy vote. Good days or bad, he made sure he personally told me his vote preferences. Some days he might say, in his Alcee kind of way, "Why are we even voting on this?" And I left out some of the choicer words. I cherished catching up with him every opportunity. Other days he'd just share his vote and that call would end far too quickly. No matter how he felt, he always ended those calls by saying, "Debbie, thank you for this." Always gracious, always grateful, but it was I who was grateful for the gift of this man. I was also so proud to swear him into this 117th Congress. He took what he must have known was his final oath with such pride, dignity, and authority. In our last conversation, he told me he was at peace. And why shouldn't he be? He rose from the young man in the orange groves of the segregated South to become the first African-American federal jurist in Florida and part of a historic 1992 class of the United States Congress. His political life took him as far off as leading the Parliamentary Assembly in Europe. Congressman Hastings did it his way, and he leaves an immense personal and political legacy both in these halls and in our hearts. I know that I and this hallowed body are better off from having been in Alcee's midst. And that lasting impression he left behind, we will always carry with us. May his memory be for a blessing. I yield back. Can you let her go? Can you let her go?
It's certainly a privilege as well. Thank you so very much, Congressman Wasserman Schultz, for the personal stories that you have shared with us and your friendship. It's now my privilege to be able to yield to Congressman Sanford Bishop, known as an expert on all things agricultural, civil rights leader, but as well in this place, in this house, a cardinal himself. But I believe what he will share with us tonight is a personal relationship with Congressman Alcee Hastings, a Kappa. And yes, Congressman Bishop is a Kappa. Congressman Bishop.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Shakespeare wrote, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Each has his entrance and his exit. One man in his time may play many parts." So it was with our beloved Alcee Hastings. He was a son, a father, a grandfather, a husband, civil rights activist, attorney, judge, member of Congress, international parliamentarian, colleague, my brother in Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, a faithful friend, and a fearless foe. His performance in each of these roles was always par excellence. His was a life well lived. He was authentic, brutally frank, but always a powerful advocate for marginalized humanity. He did so much for so many for so long. We will miss him, but the world is a better place because of the life of Alcee Lamar Hastings. My wife Vivian and I send our heartfelt condolences to his wife Patricia, his other family, his staff,
and all who mourn his loss. I yield back the balance of my time.
Congressman Bishop, thank you for letting us know that the world is a better place because of Alcee Hastings. Now it's my privilege again to introduce and recognize another of Congressman Hastings' dear friend, the chairwoman of the Science Committee, and as well a proud member of the Divine Nine and a great Texan, and that is the Honorable Eddie Bernice Johnson, is recognized at this time.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I simply cannot eulogize the life and legacy of Congressman Hastings in a single minute, but I will try my best. Alcee and I came to Congress together in the class of 1992, and almost instantly I knew that I was in the presence of a giant. Our class doubled the size of the CBC. Alcee let everyone know that he came from humble beginnings. But I can say this, he carved for himself a path to success, first in the field of law and ultimately in Congress. As many have already noted, he was a man of sharp words, and perhaps sharp is an understatement. Who could forget his infamous declaration that Texas is a crazy state? We shared so many laughs and quiet whispers. A story that many may not know, that I convinced him to come to Texas and speak in the crazy state, to which he responded, "You may want to hear me speak now, but after I'm done, you won't ever invite me back." Well, it was colorful. Alcee and I co-founded the Congressional Homeless Caucus and served as co-chairs together until his passing. And because of his tireless advocacy on behalf of the homeless, more constituents in his district and mine and across the country now sleep under a roof above their heads. His wife and I were close, and we shared many social occasions together. And so I say, so long, my dear friend. Rest in peace. Caduce from the 30th District of Texas, based in Dallas. I yield.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas and as well her recognition of Alcee's complimentary words about Texas, but he was our friend, still our friend. Thank you, Congresswoman Johnson, for that tribute. Again, this is a very special tribute, and I might say special tribute to our friend, the late Alcee Lamar Hastings. To provide another tribute, one of our members of the Congressional Black Caucus, member of the leadership as the co-chair of the Democratic Policy and Steering Committee, a cardinal on the Appropriations Committee, and it is known that often people say, Barbara Lee speaks for me, the Honorable Congresswoman Barbara Lee. From California, a state that loves Texas as well.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, for yielding. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also born and raised in El Paso, Texas, so thank you, my sister. Let me say tonight that I rise to celebrate the remarkable life of our dear friend and dedicated public servant and a warrior for justice, the Honorable, and he truly was the Honorable Alcee Hastings. Thank you, Congresswoman Beatty, for organizing this special order to honor our friend this evening. I'd like to offer my deepest condolences to Congressman Hastings' family, his wife Patricia, his staff, all of his loved ones, his children, his grandchildren. I know that this loss is deeply felt, and I'm praying for the Hastings family, and also for his proud constituents, who I had the honor to meet during my visits to his district. Congressman Hastings was a trailblazer, and he lived a life of firsts. As the first African-American federal judge appointed to the state of Florida and the first African-American to lead the U.S. Helsinki Commission. Now, I've had the privilege to travel with Alcee to Europe several times and to work with him to establish a transatlantic dialogue to improve social and political inclusion of people of African descent in Europe and the United States. This was a visionary idea that Congressman Hastings wanted to see happen in his lifetime, and he has made so much progress toward achieving that goal and his dream. Alcee's political and diplomatic acumen was strengthened by his very warm and caring spirit. Many may not be aware, but that while he was fighting the fight for human rights and democracy, he was also a devoted caregiver to his ailing mother. When I was struggling with the health challenges of my own beloved mother, he was there to offer comfort and guidance. And he made me realize how blessed I was to be able to take care of her during her last years on earth. For that, I will be deeply grateful. Now, when I first met Judge Hastings back in the 1980s, even before I was an elected official, I knew I had met someone special. He gave me his honest opinion and offered guidance without hesitation, even before I was elected to office. Despite his no-nonsense attitude and direct nature, we, like all of us, myself like all of us, had our own inside jokes. He called me Bob. I loved his socks like so many of us loved, so much so that he gave me 6 pairs for my birthday. They are my Alcee socks, which I will always cherish and wear. Congressman Hastings always supported and guided me when I presented my bills to the Rules Committee, and he encouraged me by always saying, "I'm with you, Bob, I'm with you, Bob." Even if he disagreed with my progressive bills, he would say, "I'm with you, Bob, I'm with you, Bob, we're gonna get this out." And he also, though, he taught me some colorful words to use during very challenging times. I feel beyond blessed to have known Alcee Hastings. His loss will be felt not only in Florida, in his district, and throughout the country and here in Washington, D.C., but also around the world. He was truly a beloved and brilliant world leader. I'm reminded of 2 Timothy tonight, chapter 4, verse 7. It says, and I'm reminded of Alcee tonight as I think about and read this scripture. "I have fought the good fight, and I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith." Yes, our brother, our friend, our colleague, our warrior for justice and for peace, he fought the good fight, and now may he rest in peace, and may he rest in power. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, for yielding and for the special order tonight.
I thank the gentlelady, and we'll be reminded of those colorful socks. That was his trademark, and that is very special. This is a special tribute to Congressman Alcee Hastings, and our next tribute presenter is Gwen Moore. Gwen Moore from the great state of Wisconsin. Gwen Moore, who has been a fighter for the vulnerable and serves on the Distinguished and Powerful Ways and Means Committee. Thank you, and my colleague and friend on the Helsinki Commission. I'd like to ask Madam Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
25 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield to Congresswoman Moore.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for yielding, Congresswoman from Texas, and I want to thank the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus for pulling us all together. I'm Gwen Moore from the great state of Wisconsin, and I was first elected in 2005, and I was so excited about becoming a member of Congress, and especially excited about becoming a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Every year, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation hosts a great gala. And I was eager in September of 2005 to march across the stage with the likes of John Lewis and Barbara Lee and Maxine Waters, with my brand new classmates, Cleaver and G.K. Butterfield, Al Green, and Senator Obama. And I was ready for the pageantry. All my relatives were coming to see me curtsy in my African outfit made with red and gold African wedding cloth. But then I learned that all but one member of the Congressional Black Caucus would suit up. And then, when I discovered that, I commissioned myself to implore him not to ruin the evening with his recalcitrance. Mr. Alcee Lamar Hastings' prompt and declarative declination was peppered with his famous street vernacular. And even though he was disinterested in the pomp and ceremony of the CBCF Gala, he attended CBC meetings regularly. And his excellent judgment, powers of discernment, strategic thinking silenced the room every time, and had members on the edge of their seats as he weighed in on tactics and strategy. And I wondered, where in the world did this man get his confidence that he exhibited on a daily basis? Where did he get the courage? And that his swagger was more than just his socks and his tie. There was something that I wanted to know about him. Well, fortunately for me, Mr. Hastings drew me in as a mentee. He was familiar with my legislative agenda around equity and justice for women and people of color. So he invited me to accompany him in 2006 to the annual session of the Organization for Security and Cooperation held in Brussels that year, wherein he was serving his third term as Parliamentary Assembly President of the Organization for Security and Cooperation. He was first elected in 2004. And you've heard from other speakers that this is an international organization of 57 member countries. And he's the only person of African descent to ever hold this position. And he is the only American to ever hold this position. And I mean, you have to whip and get votes and everything. And Alcee did that. You know, and when I saw him, I was stunned to witness on this international stage the mastery of this indefatigable leadership. He commandeered the agenda on human rights to take a deeper dive into minority rights, and not just black versus white, but Jews, other ethnic minorities, gypsies, women, migrants. In fact, under his leadership, the OSCE broadened its mandate to address human rights to include intolerance, migration, and organized crime. The global consensus around the plight of blacks at the hands of police was a topic of this international body. Indeed, I learned that racial oppression was global, and Alcee shepherded this international body through dozens and dozens of resolutions around global racial equity. I was hooked. I went with Alcee every time. And and what I found is that language was not a barrier, culture was not a barrier, even adversarial relationships with people like the Russians or some of the other known dictators who attended the meetings did not prevent him from engaging them in side meetings to advance an international dialogue. And because of my association with Mr. Hastings, I have met around 300 parliamentarians of African descent in Europe, Spain, Italy, Germany, Sweden, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom, and Canada, just to name a few. The last trip I took with Mr. Hastings, and we all knew it was his last trip, we went to London. And we gathered in a circle with parliamentarians from Britain. We talked about the historic relationship of the United States and Britain. And indeed, that same connection that Barbara Lee referred to, and he made us promise to continue the Atlantic engagement with our brethren. We got to keep that promise to him because he gave birth to those relationships over 30 years. And you know what? I figured out where he got his swagger from. Because he was not concerned with little things and petty things and what people thought and pomp and circumstance. He was a universal human rights leader. And when I thought about him, I don't know why I thought of this song that I first heard Sarah Vaughan singing and some of the lyrics in it. But some of the lyrics in Universal Prisoner was, you know, most people go around thinking they're free. And they believe that that's just an easy way to be. And they run in guilt and fear from all the things they truly hold dear. The question is asked, do you give the love that's inside, or do you run to the phony world where most people hide? Mr. Hastings embodied the universal precepts of equality, equity, and justice. He was a true humanitarian. Enjoy your flight into the universe, Mr. Hastings, and I yield back.
Let me thank the gentlelady from Wisconsin. Those were memorable times, and the historic nature of his leadership was not only national, it was international. Now I'm privileged again in this very special tribute to be able to yield to the gentlelady from Georgia. States are quite close to each other, and of course, her passion matches the deep passion of Congressman Alcee Hastings. That is the obvious reason for her kinship to Congressman Hastings, but also the ability to have suffered in loss, but stand up to fight for justice. And that is our friend and colleague, Congresswoman Lucy McBath from Georgia.
Thank you. And I thank the gentlewoman from Texas for yielding to me. Madam Speaker, I rise in celebration of the remarkable life of our dear friend and colleague, Congressman Alcee Hastings. Known affectionately as the Judge, and people called him that long before I got here. He was the first African-American federal judge in the state of Florida, appointed by President Jimmy Carter, where he served for 10 years before being elected to Congress in 1992. And I know that a lot of my colleagues and persons in this great chamber tonight might wonder, you know, what kind of a relationship would I have had with Alcee Hastings? I've only been here for 2 years. But what I do know is that I recognize Alcee truly from his spirit. He and I are both cancer. I was a cancer survivor, and oftentimes here on the floor every single day, I would come to his side and I'd sit next to him and I'd say, "How are you doing today?" And he'd say, "Not so good today," or he'd say, "Today is a great day." But I remember his kindness, and I remember his words of wisdom to me, always telling me, "You're doing the right thing. You're standing up. Stay strong. Look forward." And so I'm really grateful for even that 1 year that I had to stand and to serve with a giant such as Alcee Hastings. Alcee and I were both very proud to serve in the House together as fellow members of the Congressional Black Caucus. We talked about it. And oftentimes I said to him, "I still can't believe I'm here. I cannot believe I am here, but I'm so grateful to be here to serve with you." But we, as I said, we're also bonded over our shared kinship as cancer patients. because I understood what he was going through. I understood the treatment and the pain and the suffering. But what I admired about him the most is his tenacity and his strength and his fortitude to come here every single day in spite of it and to push his way through for the sake of this chamber, for the sake of this body, for the sake of the people that he loves so dearly in his community. He offered me encouragement and telling me to stay the course and to continue to work on behalf of the American people. And I remember he said to me, he said, I may not be here when you pass that gun bill, but you must pass it. I will always be grateful to him for his friendship and the wisdom and the leadership that he shared with this body and with me. And I always find that I am so grateful to be in this body, to be among some of the most wise and intelligent and compassionate and driven people I have ever met in my life, and particularly those of the Congressional Black Caucus like L.C. Hastings, a giant among us. And so I'm so grateful today to be able to stand here and pay reverence to him, the giant among us. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you to the gentlelady, and thank you for that sense of kinship again with your tribute and a reference to his kindness and his wisdom. I hope everyone knows that we are telling a very special story this evening. To join us in that is a Floridian. I always like to pronounce it in a way that indicates the bonding of Floridians, but certainly Floridians of a certain kind, like L.C. Hastings, with the distinguished former Chief of Police, Val Demings, senior member of the Intelligence Committee and a member of the Judiciary Committee and Homeland Security, but a Floridian with deep roots and a friend of Congressman Hastings. I yield to the Congresswoman from Florida, Val Demings.
Thank you so much to the gentlewoman from Texas. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Congressman L.C. Hastings. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands during times of comfort or convenience, but where he stands during times of challenge and controversy." Madam Speaker, what we all know in this chamber is that Congressman L.C. Hastings was never afraid to stand during times of challenge and controversy. You see, Congressman Hastings was born in Central Florida, in Altamont Springs. He was always so proud to share his stories with me about growing up in a city not far from the district I now represent. L.C. Hastings was a giant in our state, the dean of the delegation. And when I think about what it meant for L.C., being the dean was about a lot more than being the longest serving member. L.C. Hastings was a giant of a man in Florida, but he was a giant of a man around the nation and a giant of a man in our world. As you've heard, he was the first Black person, period, man or woman, appointed as a federal judge in Florida. And we all know the joys and the pains of being a first and paving the way for others to follow, paving the way for other boys and girls and men and women, regardless of the color of their skin, paving the way for them as a first. I remember that appointment. I was working at the Orlando Police Department, and I was so proud to know of this giant of a man who was appointed as the first black man to serve as federal judge. We were all so proud of him. But one of the things I most appreciated about Congressman Hastings, my colleague from Florida, and hear me clearly, there were many things that I loved and appreciated about him, but one of the things was he was big enough to share his space with you. Regardless of whether you were a freshman or you'd been here for a considerable amount of time, Congressman Hastings never hesitated to share his space with you. He never hesitated to give advice. He never hesitated to mentor, and he genuinely wanted you to do well. Congressman Hastings was a true friend. And it didn't matter if he agreed with everything you said. He didn't have to. If you were his friend, he understood it, that friends didn't always agree on everything because, see, LC was his own man. We heard the song earlier today. He did it his way. He was his own man with his own beliefs, his own principles. He allowed me to be my own woman with my own beliefs. He allowed all of us in our respective places. That's the kind of man, the giant of a man that he was. Congressman Hastings didn't waste a lot of time fighting over trivial matters. He was on a mission. He was fighting for justice. I really can't remember a time he was not fighting for justice. He didn't mind fighting for women's rights, even after he had made it himself. He didn't mind fighting for equal rights. He didn't mind fighting for human rights. He didn't mind fighting for the LGBTQ community. He didn't mind standing up and fighting for people who were different from him. Congressman Hastings dedicated his life to fighting for a better Florida and therefore fighting for a better nation. If you're in a fight, my colleagues, you want Congressman Hastings on your side. As we know, someone, Madam Speaker, will take his space. But I don't believe that anyone can ever take his place. I'd like to close with just a short scripture from Psalm 56 that says, "In God I trust, I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? I am under vows to you, O God, and I will present my thank offering, for you have delivered me from stumbling. And I will walk before God in the light of life." Congressman Hastings was not afraid. And we are forever grateful for his life. Madam Speaker, well lived. Thank you, and I yield back.
We're truly grateful for his life. How much time is remaining?
The gentlelady has 4 minutes remaining.
I will bring this special order to a close, and I want to again remind our colleagues of this very special order, led by Chairwoman Joyce Beatty. Then we heard from Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Sanford Bishop, Benny Thompson, Eddie Bernice Johnson, our Majority Leader Hoyer, Barbara Lee and Gwen Moore, We heard from Lucy McBath, Val Demings, and we heard from others in their voices throughout the day and in their statements. So let me try to summarize this life. This giant of a man was a federal judge, tireless fighter for justice and equality. Was the dean of the Florida delegation. He led an international organization never before led by an American, never before led by an African American. But let me tell you what I believe really meant something to Elsie's life. First, his beautiful wife, Patricia, and all of his family members who we pay tribute to for sharing him with us. But he was a Florida A&M man. He was a Fisk man. Oh, all over the country, I would hear Fiskites saying, Elsie Hastings went to Fisk. And Elsie Hastings would let you know he went to Fisk University. He honored that university, but they honored him. As a member of the National Bar Association myself, that's where I got to know Elsie Hastings. Oh, as a little small pip of a lawyer myself, I looked up to Elsie Hastings, the words that he would say. In his own organization, he would be a guest speaker, a civil rights lawyer, and as well a civil rights fighter. Yes, Elsie Hastings was born to a butler and a maid who left the South so that they could get money for him to go to school. And his dad said to him, be your own boss. He ultimately, as I said, went on to law school, but he also sat at the sit-in counters, Walgreens, where the individuals put ketchup and smashed eggs on him. Oh, Elsie could have turned around with vengeance, but he understood the message of Dr. Martin Luther King, that violence begets nothing. And he peacefully sat, but that didn't mean that he was going to allow them to get the best of Elsie Hastings. He went on to be a civil rights lawyer. He went on to file lawsuits and desegregate the schools and the Cat's Meow restaurant that he had gone to. Wasn't it poetic justice when he was named a circuit court judge and the investiture ceremony was at the high school he had helped desegregate? Yes, he was a federal judge. Yes, of course, he did great things. He stopped the deportation of 76 Haitians when they thought they were gone. And then, in 1992, he made history again, becoming the first member of Congress going up to this great body from Florida since Reconstruction, joining Kareem Brown and Carrie Meeks. The Helsinki Commission was a special love for him. Can you imagine an international organization led for the first time? They had to vote for him. And that was a place where they raised up the issue of slavery. They raised up reparations. They raised up human rights. They raised up stopping hatred around the world. Elsie set that tone. And then, of course, he continued to counsel, even in these times. I would come to him. Lucy McBath reminded me as a cancer survivor, you'd always check on him, but I would tell you he would walk in with those socks and those suits, and he would be having a pep in his step. But let me leave you with this. Continuing to do nothing in the face of continued threats to our people and our way of life is hardly what America elected us to do. So as I close, let me simply say deepest sympathy. But let me remind his family that those who die in the Lord, as I paraphrase, they will in fact rest from their labor, but their deeds will follow them. Elsie Hastings' deeds will follow him. Tribute to America, a Floridian, a son, and a great man, both of this nation and both as a freedom fighter. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back, and I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days, legislative days, to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order. I yield.
Without objection.
I yield. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During our time tonight, my colleagues and I will address the inaction by the Biden administration and House Democrats to address this major crisis that we see on our southern border, this humanitarian crisis, and yes, that's the right word, it's a crisis by any objective measure. We're also going to address tonight the President's so-called infrastructure plan. There's a lot for us to talk about, and so we'll squeeze it into this hour. When President Biden was inaugurated, we'll all remember, the American people will remember, Madam Speaker, that he called for unity. He promised to work across the aisle, to work with Republicans in Congress. But so far, those words have been completely empty promises. As we say, everyone can acknowledge this. Everyone can see on television there is a real crisis at the southern border, and it's a crisis of the administration's creation. President Biden has stopped construction of the border wall. He re-implemented the catch and release policy of the Obama administration. He reversed the Remain in Mexico policy of the Trump administration, and he selectively is enforcing immigration laws. The results are not surprising. Our Border Patrol is now completely overwhelmed, and the southwest border encounters have reached a 15-year high. I want you to look at these numbers, Madam Speaker. This is the border crisis. We're looking at, the first column here is January of this year. We had 78,323 southwest border encounters. The next month in February, it goes up to 100,441. Last month, in March, it was 171,700. This is a crisis. We all know the numbers for April are going to be staggering. I know that there are members on both sides of the aisle here. I know there are members, our Democrat colleagues, that want to join us to take action to fix this. But we can't do it without the administration. Look, here's 5 simple steps that we can take that would help end the border crisis. Finish the wall. Reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Turn away high-risk individuals at our border. These are dangerous folks, some of them coming across, and we know that. Number 4, require negative COVID tests before releasing migrants, illegal immigrants into the U.S. And 5, let's send a clear message to the whole world to discourage illegal immigration. What a concept. These aren't difficult things. The Trump administration had it all figured out, but now politics have gotten in the way of good policy. In addition to finally solving the border crisis, there's another item in the news that Americans desperately want us to address, and that is the need for an infrastructure package. Hey, that could be a bipartisan solution that we could all work on together. It should be nonpartisan, but because it impacts every single congressional district in every state, all of us, every American wants this to happen. But the plan that the White House introduced isn't really about infrastructure at all. In fact, only 6% of the $2.5 trillion proposal would go towards bridges, highways, and roads. The rest goes to fund Democrat big government priorities like the Green New Deal and payoffs to liberal special interest groups. What an outrage. The facts are that the House majority is the slimmest of any House majority since World War II, and the Senate is divided 50-50. Given these facts, we just want our Democrat colleagues and President Biden to end this partisan agenda for the sake of the American people. I look forward, Madam Speaker, to hearing from my Republican colleagues tonight about both of these issues, and I am delighted to yield first to the gentleman from Wisconsin's 6th District, Mr. Grothman. As he makes his way to the microphone. Around. All right.
Thank you. I'd like to address the chair with regard to the upcoming infrastructure bill. And I'm going to talk about some numbers. I don't mean to bore you with numbers. When you put together a bill, you don't want to be an outlier. And I'm going to address 2 areas in which I think this bill makes us an outlier in very, very serious ways. The first one is you have changes in the tax law. And when you look at the taxes that a business pays in this country, a corporation, you have to look at kind of a double taxation. They will tax you at a corporate rate when the business earns the money, and when the business gives the money to its shareholders, you will be taxed at a dividend rate. There is a graph here comparing all of the OECD countries around the world as to where they stand on this combined tax rate. The lowest countries in the Baltic countries, Latvia and Estonia, are 20%. Right now, the United States, even after the last tax cut, at 47%, is middle of the pack, actually a little bit higher. If the tax cuts are put in effect that are published right now, you're going up to 62.7%. In other words, of the over 20 countries here, the United States will have the highest combined dividend plus corporate tax rate. That's an outlier and a dangerous place to be an outlier. There are a lot of things that go into a decision as to where you put a manufacturing facility, but taxes is certainly one of them. And given that one of our goals should be to bring manufacturing back to the country, it is a bad place to be as the highest combined tax rate, corporate plus dividends. The next area I'm going to address is the money supply. We have, to a certain extent, because of previous bills passed during the COVID crisis, had a rather dramatic increase in the money supply. I would suggest you Google M1, and you will see that in the last 6 months, the amount of dollars floating around there has gone through the roof. Some people would say M2, including me, would be a better measurement. But even if you look at M2, we have a 27% increase in the money supply over the past year. That is just screaming we're going to have a lot of inflation in the very near future. It is certainly not the only reason, but we already see the rapid increase in the cost of housing construction. We see an increase in food prices and an increase in energy prices. This is given what we've already done. Now, you're going to tell us, or some people are going to say, that we are going to raise enough taxes to pay for this spending. But we're going to be raising enough taxes over the next 10 or 15 years. We know around here that when you say we're going to make a pay for the next 10 or 15 years, a lot of times that pay for never materializes. So I am afraid we're going to have another big increase in the money supply when we've already had a 27% increase in the last year, and this is going to come back and cause serious concern. I beg the majority to look at a graph of the combined tax rates, us compared to the other OECD countries, and beg you to look at the money supply and don't make us any more of an outlier on either. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for that dire warning. And, you know, I guess if you subscribe to modern monetary theory, none of this is a concern, but it is for those of us who live in the real world. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield for the next speaker, the gentleman from Texas, the 4th District of Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, Madam Speaker. The Biden infrastructure plan is another classic example of the old bait and switch. Much like the COVID relief bill, where only 9% of the $1.9 trillion price tag actually went to COVID relief, this plan has very little to do with infrastructure. The definition of the word in the Cambridge Dictionary is the basic system and services such as transport and power supplies that a country or organization uses in order to work effectively. So we know what it really means. Roads, bridges, and in the 21st century, broadband internet would qualify. Okay, how much of the $2.2 trillion plan is actually going to infrastructure? $115 billion is set aside for bridges, roads, and highways, just 5%. And under a more broad definition, if we include public transportation and broadband, the total grows to $405 billion, which is still just 18% of the new spending. So where does the other 82% go? Democrats across the country have said their definition of infrastructure includes universal pre-K, climate action, climate justice, eradicating right-to-work environments, caregiving, affordable housing, police accountability, and paid leave. This ain't infrastructure. So we all know what this is. The largest corporate welfare slush fund in American history. Joe Biden will have virtual carte blanche to nepotistically dole out hundreds of billions of dollars to curry favor with allies, supporters, friends, and family. This isn't the hallmark of innovation. but it will ensure that the D.C. swamp continues to be a festering pool of corruption. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. We came here to drain the swamp, but it's really difficult during the current administration. We'll get back to it soon, though. I am confident of that. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to gentleman from Ohio's 5th District, Mr. Latta.
Well, I thank my friend for yielding and hosting tonight's special order. And quite a few of us have gone down to the border in the last several weeks. And Madam Speaker, we do have a crisis at the border. When I mean a crisis, I mean an unmitigated crisis at the border. When we were at McAllen and going in to see the border crossing that night and the people streaming across, and probably the Border Patrol was probably going to process over 1,000 people that night, 1,000 people. And the next morning that we were able to go to the Donna facility. And the Donna facility, best way to, it's a canvas building, you might say, very nice building. It's got air conditioning and all. But it was only built to hold 250 people. The day we were there were 3,500 people being housed there, the vast majority being kids. And we went into the pods that they have, and these pods are only supposed to hold 33 children, 33. One held 412, another had 450, and the week before there were over 601. There's a problem. It's a crisis, but it's not being seen as a crisis down at the White House, and I implore the President and the Vice President to go down there and see what's happening. It's absolutely essential, because these children that are being held there, according to what they're supposed to be, only there for 72 hours. Some are being held for 3 weeks. One little girl was there for over 28 days. So we do have a crisis at the border, and it's got to be noted, and the President and the Vice President have to know it. And it's absolutely essential. But let me just finish with this. The other thing that's happening is that when you take 40% of our Border Patrol offline and putting them into the facilities and also in processing, we've got drugs flowing across the border. And last year, we had 88,000 people in this country die of overdoses. That's going up exponentially. So let's get something done down there, Mr. President. It's essential. We've got to do it today. Thank you very much for hosting this order tonight.
Thank you, my friend, for that compelling eyewitness account. Anyone who's looking at the evidence cannot deny this is a problem. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from a border state who knows a whole lot about this in Arizona, my good friend, Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Madam Speaker, there is a border crisis. I mean, let's just face it. President Biden even slipped over the weekend and said it was a crisis, and then the White House had to pull it back. When thousands of people are crossing the border each and every day, it's a humanitarian crisis, it's a health crisis, and it's a national security crisis, because we now know that at least a couple of the people that they caught were on the terrorist watch list. Just yesterday, the governor of Arizona declared a state emergency and sent National Guard to help our law enforcement in our border communities. You know what the Customs and Border Patrol did under the Biden administration? They dropped off in the middle of a park 16 people, including kids, in a small community 80 miles north of the border, Gila Bend, Arizona. They don't have a shelter. They don't have a hospital there. They have nothing. The mayor and his wife had to borrow a van to transport these people to a Phoenix shelter. Now, what kind of president does that? If this happened, if these unaccompanied children were just left to be handled by cartels by a U.S. citizen, that U.S. citizen would be charged with child abuse and be in prison right now. This is unconscionable, and it needs to stop now. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for that passion, and it's right. She's been there. She sees it herself. And I want to bring another border state perspective. From a gentleman who knows a lot about that as well as law enforcement, gentleman from Texas' 22nd Congressional District, Mr. Nels.
Thank you, my dear friend. Madam Speaker, for weeks now, our country has witnessed the never-ending horrific images and stories from our southern border. We've heard from Border Patrol that they don't have enough agents to secure the southern border and babysit, yes, babysit, the tens of thousands of migrant children flooding across our southern border. And as a result, criminal illegal aliens are slipping through undetected. We are a nation of laws and law and order, or at least we used to be. Ever since his current administration assumed control of the White House, there has been an outright refusal, yes, refusal, to put the American people first and address the crisis at our southern border. The administration's inactions will cost American lives, will cost billions of taxpayer dollars, and once again put the responsibility of the federal government on individual states. I know this. I dealt with it firsthand as a sheriff in Fort Bend County, Texas. I had to tell dozens of residents in my home county whose homes were burglarized by a ring of illegal aliens from Honduras and Colombia that many of the illegal aliens had been deported multiple times. In January of 2020, in my office, I had to sit and tell a son whose mother was killed in a hit and run that the illegal alien that ran his mother over had been deported 6 times prior. That fella right there. Madam Speaker, enough is enough. End this crisis, put the American people first, and secure our southern border. I yield back, sir.
I am so grateful for those comments and for your expertise, and that this passion that you see, Madam Speaker, is deserved. We are so concerned that the President doesn't share it, and that's what you're hearing echoed over and over tonight. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to yield to another gentleman from Texas, the 3rd District, Mr. Taylor.
I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. Madam Speaker, as I walked through rows and rows of children who had just made a long and dangerous journey to Texas's southern border, sitting on cots in a crowded room 3 times the size of the room that we're in right now, it has never been more clear to me than right there that illegal immigration benefits no one. I have witnessed the heartbreaking conditions inside these emergency intake sites. In the words of one facility commander, the volunteers and staff that were working there tirelessly, they were operating under crisis level of care. A crisis level of care. There is no doubt that we are facing a humanitarian crisis, a health crisis, and a national security crisis, all of great proportions. We didn't get here overnight. The Biden-Harris administration made a reckless decision, choosing to overturn policies implemented by President Trump. But those policies were working, and the Biden-Harris administration had no replacement policy, no strategy, no plan to replace it. During my visit to this facility in North Texas, I listened to the stories of cartels and coyotes advertising that they can get your children across the U.S. border on television. That's right, the cartels are advertising on television that they can get children smuggled across our southern border. By stopping construction and the strategic importance of the border wall and rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy, President Biden and Vice President Harris are sending a clear message. If you come to the United States, we will let you in. Currently, as cartels are exploiting this administration's irresponsible open border policies, they are raking in
The cartels are raking in roughly $14 million a day. That's right, you heard me correctly. $14 million a day going straight into the hands of criminals because of the reckless policy decisions of the Biden administration. And if that statistic isn't enough on its own, DHS is projecting 117,000 children without their parents will arrive at the border this year alone. That is a 45% increase over the highest we've ever had. Madam Chair, this is a crisis. And this administration and Democrats in Congress need to call it just that and fix it. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for that perspective from Texas again. So we've got Texas, Arizona. Madam Speaker, we're going to move a little further west, all the way west, to California and the exceptional representative they have in the 25th district there, the gentleman, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for hosting this very important special hour. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share my concerns about our crisis at the southern border. As a first-generation American, I understand the opportunities that this nation provides and why every human being on this planet should want to come to the United States. I am a product of the American dream, but I also value the law. I value law and order. The first step in fixing our broken immigration system must be securing our border. In March, we saw over 172,000 migrants attempt to illegally cross our borders. That's a 71% increase in just 1 month. The Biden administration continues to fail to address this crisis. This is no doubt a product of the Biden administration's policy, but make no mistake, this is now our collective problem. It's affecting our local neighborhoods. It's affecting our governments. It's affecting those who have come here legally, who are now being cut in line in front of by folks who are breaking the law to come here. Communities and border towns are stretched thin and running low on local resources as more migrants flood their communities. And this isn't just about the border. The crisis impacts all of us across America, including my district, the beautiful 25th district, where we see a rise in crime tied to illegal immigration and human trafficking. And this is being aggravated by the defund the police movement. The crisis at our border is about security. It's about safety, and it's about humanity. No human being should be experiencing in their entire lifetime what hundreds of thousands of humans are experiencing right now at our own southern border. Let me be clear, we can be a welcoming nation, but we can also be a nation that abides by its own laws and enforces them simultaneously. We need to secure the border, provide the resources to our Border Patrol agents, and stop incentivizing people to come here illegally. When we do those things, we can address the rest of our problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you for that compelling testimony from a first-generation American. That's meaningful. Listen, we prize immigration, the legal kind. We believe in the rule of law. That's what maintains order. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, the youngest member of Congress, but he's wise beyond his years. Mr. Cawthorn, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If Americans like what Democrats did for Baltimore, then they'll love what Democrats will do for the planet. The Biden infrastructure bill and the stimulus bill before it show that Democrats are more interested in transforming our nation's definitions of words than they are our physical infrastructure of roads and bridges. We need to cut government waste, not create more. And now the left wants to drag the Green New Deal through America's back door without any regard for the wishes of millions of Americans. Make no mistake, this infrastructure proposal is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is a socialist wish list disguised as a roads and bridges initiative. This is exactly what Democrats have been doing since the day I was sworn in. They know that America is in desperate need of infrastructure reform. And they know that Republicans and Americans nationwide would vote for a common sense infrastructure proposal. But have they proposed such an initiative? Absolutely not. They will pretend that this legislation deals with infrastructure, and then they will stand on the steps of their multi-million-dollar mansions and decry any votes against their Trojan horse of a bill. Americans are fed up. Why aren't we passing legislation that does what it claims to be doing? Why are my colleagues on the left so excited to pretend critical race theory is the same as critically needed roads? Let's dispense between this false equivalency. Let's build bridges, not just the physical, but actual bipartisan bridges here in Congress. Why aren't we working together on the pitifully few issues that we still happen to agree on these days? I'm wondering. My constituents are wondering. America is wondering. With that, I yield back.
Thank you for that perspective, Mr. Cawthorn. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to move briskly because we have a lot of members, as you can see, that are passionate about these issues and want to weigh in tonight. We're going to move over to the 1st District of the great state of Alabama. Mr. Carl, take the podium here.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my concern with the unprecedented crisis at our southern border. Because of the Biden administration's reckless open border policy and failure to enforce our nation's immigration laws, we're seeing thousands of immigrants, illegal immigrants, crossing the border every single day, and there's no sign of letting up. The President and the Vice President are nowhere to be found. That is not leadership. We need leadership. We have a crisis at the border, and leadership we're making a call for, please. The Vice President was appointed as the border czar weeks ago and has yet to take a single trip to the southern border. That's unacceptable. We must have a strong border protection for our health, safety, and security of American citizens. It's time for this administration and the far left to put America first by enforcing our immigration laws and putting an end to this horrific crisis at our southern border. And I yield back.
Thank you, my friend, so much. From Alabama, we'll go back to North Carolina. I'll yield to Ms. Virginia Fox.
I thank my colleague from Louisiana for yielding and for holding this special order tonight. The American people are frightened by what they're seeing unfold at the southern border. That fear is real, and it's only amplified by an administration that has chosen to sit back and do absolutely nothing. For months, the Biden administration has struggled to decide what to call this situation, often scrambling to find the newest and less severe synonym to the word crisis. The word crisis suits this situation perfectly, but apparently that word is too harsh, according to the White House. Pretty soon, this administration won't have any words left to use, and they'll accept the reality that they need to own up to the crisis they created. Republicans are not interested in letting complacency take hold while the country we love is left open and vulnerable and changed forever. We will continue to call out this administration for its failures, and will continue to fight to protect America and its citizens. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina, and we do call out the administration. That's what this special order is all about. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, 2nd District now, Mr. Burchett.
I want to thank Vice Chairman Johnson for yielding, Madam Speaker. The crisis at the southern border is a problem of the Biden administration's own creation. As soon as they took office, the Biden administration slapped an open for business sign on our southern border. They scrapped common sense immigration policies that were keeping our country secure. And now our southern border is overwhelmed with immigrants who expect to enter the country without proper vetting. Hiding among those massive crowds of people are drug smugglers, child traffickers, and terrorists who have no intention of positively impacting American communities. We need to know who is coming into our country, Madam Speaker, and why, for the sake of national security. And ironically, even though Joe Biden and Kamala Harris decried this practice, children are still being packed into overcrowded detention facilities and sleeping in cages. They were outraged about this back when they were campaigning for president, but now they are actually silent on the issue. We need to get back to the successful border security policies of the Trump administration, including construction of our border wall. I'm an original co-sponsor of the Finish the Wall Act, which will resume construction of the border wall and make it more difficult for folks, especially the bad actors, to cross the southern border illegally. House Republicans are ready to secure the border, and I'm proud to join my colleagues on the floor this evening to call out the Biden administration's ongoing inaction. If President Biden is not physically or mentally capable of addressing this problem, he should step down. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank the gentleman from Tennessee for those bold words. And he's right. I think that expresses the sentiment of a lot of Americans. I'm delighted, Madam Speaker, now to yield to the gentleman from Florida who knows a lot about immigration as well as infrastructure because he's a former fire chief and mayor and now a member of Congress, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Over the past several weeks, I have joined Leader McCarthy and House Homeland Security Committee Republicans on 2 separate trips to our southern border. What I saw on the ground is heartbreaking. Countless of unaccompanied minors, often very young girls, left at the hands of international cartels, many of them violated. Migrants packed into cramped processing facilities, and seizures of illicit narcotics being trafficked into the United States. Unfortunately, the Biden-Harris White House has drastically shifted from the previous administration's policies on immigration and border security through executive order. At no point during the crafting of these executive orders were congressional Republicans consulted, nor have Republicans had a proper venue for input on plans from the White House. The result, day by day, the crisis along our southern border is getting worse. It has been a month since President Biden named Vice President Kamala Harris as the border czar. What have we seen so far? 0 media appearances about the border, no press conferences, no trips to the border, radio silence for the vice president. She said she's going to the Northern Triangle to meet with Guatemalans and Hondurans. She doesn't need to. She can come to the southern border and talk directly to Guatemalans and Hondurans and migrants from many other countries while they're illegally crossing the border. While she's at it, Vice President Harris should speak with Customs and Border Protection agents who are on the ground handling the situation instead of federal bureaucrats sitting in their offices in Washington. As an immigrant, I call on Vice President Harris to do her job and fix this crisis. I yield back. Thank you.
I thank you for speaking with such authority, my friend. And Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 9th District, Mr. Muser.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, the Vice Chair, Mike Johnson. Madam Speaker, we can all agree our nation's transportation and infrastructure system is in need of investment to improve our quality of life and economic competitiveness. Very unfortunately, the Biden administration has thus far chosen a go-it-alone approach in solving this problem with a $2.3 trillion proposal whereby less than 8% would go towards improving our nation's roads, bridges, highways, airports, ports, and waterways. Traditional infrastructure. The rest is filled with provisions that have nothing to do with traditional T&I, as we all know it, including $173 billion for electric cars and car electrical ports for powering, $400 billion to expand Medicaid programs. That's not infrastructure, and hundreds of billions of dollars to implement provisions of the Green New Deal. As a means to pay for it, the Biden administration and Democrat leadership plan to raise taxes by over $2 trillion at a time when our economy is in recovery and we are supposed to be on the side of American manufacturing and repatriating jobs, bringing these companies back to America. The idea of significant tax increases is an upside-down policy, another one, and will certainly not attract business, but will only export them. Additionally, our infrastructure plan needs to be supplemented by private capital investment. That's where accountability comes from. That is why I plan to introduce the Infrastructure Bank for America Act, which would add to existing government funding with private investment, increasing access to capital for worthy infrastructure projects that deliver an R&I and deliver value to the American people at a fraction of the cost of the taxpayer. Contrary to the Biden infrastructure plan, IBA investments would not be restricted and would help finance surface transportation projects, grid security, broadband, and revitalization of cities and towns across America and my district. Thus far, the Biden administration has failed to reach across the aisle in a meaningful way to accomplish anything. We should unite to fix our roads, bridges, highways, airports, and other gateways to growth and innovation, not exploit this opportunity and pass a $2 trillion liberal wish list that will raise taxes, impose Green New Deal mandates, and add trillions to our national debt. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you so much for mentioning just one of the many Republican ideas that we have. And as you said, we're not there at the table. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to another great representative from the state of Tennessee, the 6th District, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to call attention to a critical need for infrastructure for all of America, and especially in my home state of Tennessee. I believe it is past time that we build new transportation systems and refurbish structures to accommodate our modern economy and our growing workforce. I am a strong proponent of fixing our crumbling roads and bridges and expanding access to broadband internet in unserved areas. In Tennessee, over 500,000 residents only have access to one internet service provider, and 274,000 Tennesseans still have no access at their place of residence. These are real infrastructure projects that desperately need our attention. Unfortunately, President Biden's most recent multi-trillion-dollar giveaway has little to do with actual infrastructure, with only 6% of this bill going to projects that fund roads, bridges, or highways. Even if we use the most expanded definition of infrastructure, which might include upgrading wastewater and drinking water systems, expanding high-speed broadband internet service to 100% of the nation, modernizing the electric grid, and improving infrastructure resilience, infrastructure in this plan is only 24% of its total cost. President Biden is attempting to redefine infrastructure to include all of the Democratic Party's pet projects and extreme priorities. In this case, it means enacting Green New Deal style programs and implementing job-killing tax hikes on Americans and their businesses. Since this proposal has little to do with infrastructure and grossly inflates the number of jobs it would actually create, we should call this proposal what it really is: a con job. I yield back.
It is a con job indeed. Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time is left on the clock?
The gentleman has 32 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am delighted to yield to the gentleman that represents Michigan's 1st District and also the highest-ranked military officer ever elected to the United States Congress, my dear friend and classmate, Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Johnson. It is an honor to be here on the floor with you tonight. Our country recognizes leadership at all levels, regardless of party ideology, and I see here on the floor real leadership, committed leadership. I rise today to express deepest concern for the state of our nation's southern border. Words matter, and it's time we start calling this situation what it really is: a crisis. And in simple words, it is what it is. Don't try to paint it in many different ways. President Biden has invited this crisis through his words and in his executive actions, including terminating construction of the wall on our southern border. We need real leadership now. Now is not the time to be hiding. We need the leaders to step out and step up. It's time to put up and put out the political gamesmanship, put that all behind us, and take a serious look at what is happening on the southern border. And when I say serious look, I mean that literally. Vice President Harris, let alone President Biden, has yet to visit the border since being charged with addressing the crisis there. The United States is and must always remain a free and welcoming nation. We are all immigrants. We are immigrants by generations who came here for one of two reasons: for an opportunity or fleeing persecution. That hasn't changed. We are also, and by all standards measured, a nation of law and order, and our laws must be followed. I urge Congress to take up critical legislation such as Representative Andy Biggs' Stopping Border Surges Act and Rep. Jeff Duncan's H.R. 88, Build Up Illegal Line Defenses with Assets Lawfully Lifted Act of 2021. These bills will begin to address the root cause of our immigration issues. In addition, the bureaucracies here in D.C. can play a positive role, such as Department of Labor and DHS. They can help, because when you look at those who seek to come here legally and work as guest workers, we can bring good people from around the world here through the H-2B program, H-2As. They do not seek permanent status. They come here to work and they go home. The bureaucracies can get involved to help good legal immigration occur after you've separated out the guest worker programs. We can secure our border, protect those wishing to come here legally, and crack down on those who wish to do us harm. And I mean, crack down on those who wish to do us harm. It's time this body gets to work to address this critical issue immediately. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, General. I appreciate that so much, and you're exactly right. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield to another American hero, another hero of mine, a gentleman who's sacrificially served his country and deserves to speak here tonight and has great insight for us from the 4th District of Indiana, Mr. Baird.
I thank my colleague from Louisiana for yielding. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Madam Speaker, this evening, I really rise to voice my concerns over the President's $2 trillion infrastructure plan. One concern is the steep price tag, but a bigger concern is what the administration is trying to classify as infrastructure. These attempts from some on the other side of the aisle to classify their partisan priorities as infrastructure is inexcusable and it's irresponsible. The President is asking American taxpayers to fork over $2 trillion. If the President is asking Americans to make a substantial investment, it is Congress's responsibility to ensure that these tax dollars are spent wisely. Unfortunately, the President's proposed bill doesn't do this. How can it be infrastructure legislation when less than 6% goes to roads and bridges and less than 5% goes to broadband infrastructure? There is a true need for infrastructure. For instance, in my district, our rural communities need help getting their last mile of broadband. This pandemic has proven that high-speed broadband must be addressed. I hope we can remove the partisan approach to this bill and solve the real infrastructure challenges of our country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend, and it is so sad that those broadband needs are not being met because politics are in the way. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from the 1st District of Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today with serious reservations about the proposed infrastructure policies coming before this body. Every member in Congress represents a district with infrastructure needs. Urban or rural, conservative or liberal, we all represent communities that have dire infrastructure needs we should be addressing. That's why President Biden's recent discussion about infrastructure, along with his comments about wanting to establish a bipartisan legislative effort, were encouraging. Unfortunately, none of this would come to fruition. We didn't see a bipartisan push. We didn't see significant input taken from members and senators on our side of the aisle. We didn't see a willingness to want to work together. The $2.2 trillion plan wasn't released after significant back and forth discussions. No, it was released after development by the White House and then pushed out in the media blitz. As anticipated, the package was a partisan exercise. Just 5% goes to repairing roads and bridges. As the core definition of infrastructure, there's very little attention shown. Only 1% goes to airports. Other countries around the world continue to build state-of-the-art airports as airports here in the United States struggle to keep up with demand. Ports and inland waterways, an issue important to me as the representative of two major seaports, is even more astounding. Just 1% of this bill goes to ports and inland waterways. Ridiculous. Now is the time for real infrastructure investments. But this isn't the plan that America needs. I urge my colleagues to start from scratch and focus on the real issue here, our nation's infrastructure needs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman so much for that. And Madam Speaker, delighted to go back across the country, again to the great state of California, its 8th district, Mr. Obernolte.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, infrastructure is a bipartisan issue. We all agree that one of the primary functions of government is to provide for the people collectively what they are unable to individually provide for themselves. I'm talking about things like highways and roads and dams and harbors and airports, things that represent long-term investments in the future of our country. Unfortunately, the infrastructure package we're currently considering only devotes 12% of the over $2 trillion of spending to infrastructure projects like those. To give you some egregious examples, the proposed infrastructure package devotes substantially more money to subsidizing the purchase of electric vehicles than it does to building the roads and the highways that those vehicles would drive on. The proposed infrastructure package devotes over 10 times as much money to expansion of Medicaid than it does to the construction of water infrastructure, of dams, and of airports put together. It's not to say that these other projects are without merit, but the problem is that almost every dollar of this spending contributes to our national debt. That means that we need to consider only the projects that represent a true long-term investment in our country. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to pare this package down to the projects that accomplish exactly that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you so much for that California perspective. And Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the Republican leader of the House Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania's 15th District.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Democrats' infrastructure bill. We've seen a lot in the news over the last few weeks about President Biden's not so much infrastructure plan. There's so much unrelated pork in this bill that even Washington reporters are hesitant to call it an infrastructure plan. When we think of the word infrastructure, we think roads, bridges, highways. We can expand further and think of ports, waterways, and airports. Democrats' so-called infrastructure plan is not really about infrastructure. 6% is allocated to roads, bridges, and highways, and a mere 2% for airways, waterways, and ports. Together, we are just barely getting to 8% of the $2.3 billion plan to focus on infrastructure. So what is the rest focused on? Well, it's a wish list of progressive policy, and it is an excuse for Democrats to give $600 billion, over $500 billion to the Green New Deal. While I believe there's an opportunity for bipartisanship, a successful infrastructure bill must be bipartisan. The majority must be willing to make reasonable concessions to address our reasonable concerns. If we do this right, it should look like a bill that we wrote together. This bill has a chance to fix our infrastructure, provide jobs, and jumpstart our economy following COVID-19. But it will only succeed if Democrats choose to include Republicans and bring us to the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I thank the gentleman. That went so well. I think we'll stay in the state of Pennsylvania, going to the 12th District. Delighted to yield to Mr. Keller.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding time. Madam Speaker, improving America's infrastructure should be bipartisan. Revitalizing our nation's roads and bridges, delivering broadband to rural America, and working together to build a more connected society are all things we can and should strive to accomplish. The Biden administration's so-called infrastructure plan is not infrastructure, and it's definitely not bipartisan. Less than 2 months removed from the last multi-trillion-dollar bill, the American people are about to be saddled with another massive tax and spend package, this time with a price tag of $2.3 trillion and a bag of empty promises. With only a fraction of the $2.3 trillion going towards things like roads, bridges, waterways, dams, ports, airports, and broadband, the majority of the plan is instead filled with non-infrastructure items. Case in point, Joe Biden's plan spends 74% more of your money on subsidies for electric vehicles than it allocates for rural broadband. It is ironic that Washington Democrats talk about improving infrastructure while simultaneously working to dismantle and eliminate American energy jobs. Make no mistake, it takes American energy to build American infrastructure. While Washington Democrats talk about improvements to American infrastructure, they fail to recognize that Biden's $2.3 trillion plan is not the answer. Instead, we must embrace America's domestic energy industry, which has made greater strides in investing in our nation's infrastructure than Joe Biden's wasteful spending plans ever could. If Joe Biden truly believes this is an infrastructure package, it's evidence that he's been in Washington, D.C. far too long. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Keller, and he has indeed been in Washington too long. Madam Speaker, there's a common denominator tonight. The crisis at the border and the problems with the infrastructure package were both entirely created by the Biden administration. They were both thus completely avoidable, completely predictable, and they have done and are doing an extraordinary disservice and real damage to the American people. We ask again of all of our Democrat colleagues and President Biden and his administration, please, please, for the sake of our country, put the partisanship aside. Let's govern with common sense. Let's fix these problems before they become so great that we're unable to do so. With that, Madam Speaker, we end the special hour, and I yield back.
Okay. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 422, an act to allow senators-elect, committees of the Senate, leadership offices, and other offices of the Senate to share employees and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is going to be one of those evenings where you have a lot of things to share, but they're actually really about two subjects. And I'm going to ask us to try to think about things a little bit differently. And as is my bad habit, I brought a number of charts to just try to get our heads around it. And some of what I'm going to share tonight is I'm going to try to dial back the sarcasm, but we got to get our heads around facts and reality. And one of the first things I want to go through is what we did employment-wise, who got hurt during this last year. Our brothers and sisters who have sort of less than a high school education. If you see this green chart right there, this is sort of talking about the unemployment levels for those who are lower on education. You got to understand, this last year was absolutely crushing to our brothers and sisters who really either didn't graduate high school or barely graduated high school, who have sort of that their value that they sell is their labor. And the numbers are still just really, really high. Look at the disproportionate between those of us who have bachelor degrees or graduate degrees. We had a blip, but not much of one. Individuals here who didn't graduate high school, they're getting their heads kicked in, and they still are. So we're going to talk about some of the policy going on around us. And the next part is it's beyond just unemployment. For those of us in the Joint Economic Committee, those of us in Ways and Means, those who actually pay attention to the numbers, the U6 and all these things put out by the Labor Department, the real number we need to pay attention to is actually something called labor force participation. What does it mean when someone's not in the labor force? Where their skill sets age, their attachment to work gets broader and more difficult to reattach, their ability to climb to a supervisor or watch their pay go up gets really damaged. And on this one, do you see this line down here? We're right now seeing some labor force participation by education levels. For those that didn't finish high school, half of them aren't in the labor force. Do you understand what's going on right now with what we would traditionally have referred to as the working poor, except they're not working? Now, part of this is because of the absurd policies we've engaged in. What happens when you make public policy by your heart, by feelings, instead of math, instead of facts, instead of actually compassion that understands what makes someone's life better? We just financed keeping people out of the labor force. Do you understand? Do we understand as a body? Do we understand what we just did to the future earning powers of those individuals that we incentivize not to be in the labor force? And we're already seeing it. Was the goal here to make these individuals permanently poor? Because that's what we're accomplishing right now. So, obviously, because the rhetoric around here, particularly from the left, is that they care about the working poor, we would be seeing public policy that actually takes care and helps the working poor, makes the value of their labor more valuable. What is the single number one thing that crushes the labor value of the working poor? Turns out, we were a little surprised, but we did a bunch of research. It's when you have an open border policy, because all of a sudden you have those who actually their value economically is selling their labor. You now have decided you are going to make them compete with those coming across the border. And on occasion, we'll be here on the floor and we'll hear arguments about compassion for individuals from around the world that have presented themselves at our border in Arizona. And I just desperately wonder, where the hell is the compassion for the working poor in our own country? And here's the math. I mean, the peak pandemic unemployment rate was well over 20% for those who didn't finish high school, for those who basically their economic value is their labor. But it's worse than that. When you have an open border policy, you've basically crushed their wages. Their future wages go negative. I know we all just heard an hour of border policy and those things. And maybe I see too much of the world through sort of an economic lens. But I think that's also a fairer lens. It's not meant to be brutally right or left. It's a love and compassion for those in our society that were being left behind for so long. And we're crushing them again. I mean, the best math we've come up with is if you didn't finish high school and you have a society that's moved to open borders, which functionally is the math of you've added hundreds of thousands of new moderate to low skill workers. What's the value of the skills or lack of skills of the population who are already with you? On this chart, it goes down well over 6%. They're going to be paid less. We have just created more poverty, not by those who presented themselves at the border, but to our domestic population here. This is a type of economic cruelty. I mean, it may be a little rhetorically flamboyant, but it's a type of economic cruelty on the very population that so many of us here talk about we care, talk about we want to help. And what's going on right now to the working poor with the policy particularly being promulgated by the left is crushing. And this is just the open border side. Do we understand that what we've also done economically? So if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, here's what we're going to do. We are going to pump stunning amounts of money into the economy, and we're going to look the other way when we start to see inflation on commodity prices, on food prices, and a lot of the basics. And a lot of our constituents are going to shrug and say, okay, a little bit of inflation, fine. Has anyone also talked about what inflation does to the working poor? The fact of the matter is, when you start to look at the actual data, if you're in the top 10% of income, a little bit of inflation actually makes you wealthier because you own real estate, you own assets, they become more valuable. But if you're an individual where a substantial portion of your income goes just to pay your food bill, what we've engaged in economic policy this last year is substantially malpractice. We're making their lives miserable. And the solution from the left is, well, we'll just subsidize them more. So let's talk about that. Do we understand what you've just done? If I incentivize you by, we're going to send you a check, and then we're going to give you an additional monthly check, an enhanced unemployment benefit, and we'll give you maybe some more money for this and that. None of those things incentivized you saying, we know you need help. We're going to help you get reattached to work so you can gain skills, so you can move up in the organization, so your wages can go up, so there's actually productivity in the society, so you're actually paying taxes into what is your Social Security and Medicare account, so you have, your 60 quarters. All those things that are so important to raising the poor out of poverty. And instead, we've done just the opposite. We have financially incentivized millions of Americans not to be part of the labor pool. We have incentivized millions of Americans to take for a year to not gain the skill sets, the labor attachment. There's some of our economists we're talking to say we're going to spend decades paying for this. And it's right in front of us. We all knew what we were doing. It was just easy. Because creating policy says, hey, we're going to give you this spiff to help you. We're going to help work through the devastation of this last year, but here's the incentives to get back in the labor pool in the market. So when we actually have our small employers complaining to us that they can't hire anyone, and yet at the same time you go back to my previous slide about labor participation, we have millions and millions and millions of Americans who aren't working. Unemployment has been going down. It's because these folks have dropped out. They're not counted as unemployed. We will pay a devastating societal price for doing this to so many people. And why this is so important, and why it's such a contrast to where we were in 2018, 2019, and the first quarter of 2020. Do you understand what a miracle we were living for a couple of years there? The fact of the matter is, if you look at income inequality, which used to be the harbinger of society fairness, after tax reform, after regulatory reform, after making labor valuable for our working poor, they got dramatically less poor. And we've lost that. In this last year, we've basically wiped out one of the steepest curves of progress in modern economic history of the United States. You take a look at this chart, and you start to think about the wage gains Hispanics, African Americans, Asians were having. Their wage gains were going up much faster than Anglos. This is what we all claim we desire. This makes a much fairer, more egalitarian society. We made the value of our brothers and sisters' talents, skills, labor much more valuable. And then now we've adopted policies that crush them. We've done everything half-assed backwards. And you start to take a look at what happened after tax reform, regulatory reform, many of the things we did before. It really was just stunning. And one of the most interesting numbers was the value of female participation in the economy. Remember, before the pandemic, we actually had more females working than males. They had a dramatically faster wage gain. We had one of the years there, actually, if I do 2018, 2019, African American females had double-digit wage gains. Finally, the rhetoric in this place for decades, we need to think and care about the working poor. Suddenly, economic policy did something for the working poor. It just happened to be making tax policy and regulatory policy that invested in plants and equipment and technology that made those businesses more productive, meaning, because you all remember your elementary school economics class. What are the two common factors that change your wages? Inflation? Okay, that doesn't get you anywhere. Your wages go up just to catch up with buying the same thing with more dollars. Productivity. Wages go up with productivity. This was a productivity curve because what was done in tax reform. And it was the beneficiaries weren't rich people, they were poor people. Except that's heresy to tell the truth with the math, isn't it, around here? So what breaks my heart is we'd come so far and we've lost it. We keep adopting policies, whether it's what's going on at the border, what we've done to subsidize people not to join the labor pool, what we've done to promote inflation. All these are things that will crush the working poor. And once again, if you take a look at just the employment groups of the population that had just amazing growth, Hispanic women, African American women, African American men, white men, down here, white women. It was all the groups that my brothers and sisters on the left claim they care about. 2018, 2019, these numbers are miraculous. These aren't little fractions. These are big deals. So why would this body, in one hand, be rhetorically that this is the populations they care about, and then turn around and knife them with economic policy that will make the working poor poorer? Is it they don't know better? Is it they're just leading with their hearts and their feelings instead of some basic calculator math? I do this because there is a path. We can be compassionate, but we need to understand what makes poor people less poor. What actually drives income inequality? It's not trying to make rich people less rich. The idea is to make the multitudes of poor people less poor. And I can give you sort of a disruptive thought. In Ways and Means, we've had hearings and discussions of the healthcare outcome differential by populations from COVID. It's absolutely real. If you're Native American, which I represent a couple tribal communities that are good friends, if you happen to be urban minority, you have had much worse healthcare outcomes. But if you want to be honest about what you're seeing, is that racist? Well, the data says no. What it says is there were precursors in those communities of health presentations that were much worse. So if you take a look at the charts, and we're working on this chart now, but the early numbers are fascinating. Take a look at an urban minority population, my diabetes, my hypertension, the still use of tobacco products, and you line that up with the bad outcomes from COVID, they almost line up exactly. If you give a damn about poor people, minority populations, my Native Americans who are suffering in remarkable numbers from diabetes, which actually turns out to be the key precursor of why they've had such horrible outcomes during COVID. It's time to step up and say, we can basically do the typical vision of the left, which will put in some more health clinics, we'll do this and that, because we're going to try to make your misery more tolerable, or we can do a disruption and end the misery. It is time for something like an Operation Warp Speed for diabetes. Instead of patching over the misery, let's find a way to cure. And I understand type 1 autoimmune, type 2 lifestyle. These are complicated, difficult. But if I had come to you a couple years ago and said mRNA vaccines, we're going to do it in just several months, you would have thought I was out of my mind. You see the discussions now that we just leaped 10 years in technology of using the mRNA. We're functioning, it's a software problem now. The ability to cure virus infections, a number of cancers, a number of other diseases is now a software problem. We are on the edge of miracles. Is this going to be the continued policy of, well, we're just going to patch over people's misery? Are we going to cure them? And there's some brilliant examples in just the last couple of years. Do you all remember hepatitis C? The projections of what it was going to cost for the coming liver transplants, the number of people who had served in the military, others who were going to be dying pretty miserable deaths waiting for that liver transplant. And then what did we do? We came up with a cure. The cure was really expensive at first, dramatically less expensive than a liver transplant, and now the technology and the competition, we've crashed the price. We have the cure for hemophilia. We have the cure. You saw that the mRNA technology, we may be on the cusp of finally a vaccine for HIV. As a body, as members, we talk about how much we care and love about minority populations we represent, and then we are not willing to think disruptively on what ends the misery. We seem to have our heads stuck somewhere decades ago that we're just going to make the misery more tolerable. And my passion here is, let's make it go away. If you really care about healthcare differentials between ethnic populations, understand what caused it. We have that data. And go at it. Let's cure. Turns out, over the next 30 years, the best number I've come up with, the next 30 years of Medicare will be the primary driver of U.S. debt. 10 years from now, we're at $42 trillion of debt, and the curve steepens. Now, it's demographics. It's just baby boomers, we're getting older. We're going to consume a lot of resources. But it turns out 30% of that healthcare spending in Medicare, actually, it turns out it's actually slightly over 30%, is diabetes. If compassion and love for our brothers and sisters in curing something like diabetes isn't what drives you, how about just the debt? The single biggest impact you can have on the debt, it turns out, would be a cure for diabetes. So if you're a fiscal hawk, go at it. If you claim to be compassionate, go at it. If you want to keep people just having a nicer way to suffer, leave the types of policies we're doing right now where we're going to do a patchwork quilt of a couple more healthcare centers. So, look, I'm incredibly distressed that the Democrat policies adopted so far this year, when you lay them out, when our brothers and sisters who are on the sidelines because they've been able to financially survive, if that's what you want to call it, and they're out of the workforce, what's their economic skill set a year from now when the rug is pulled out from underneath them? When we go back to something more normal, what violence have we done to their futures? And I hope someone out there is listening and thinking about this. One of the other things I want to walk through My understanding is over the next couple of weeks, we'll talk infrastructure, we'll talk the environment, we'll talk global warming, we'll talk greenhouse gases. Can I beg of some of the folks around here to actually read? The amount of folklore that is spewed at these microphones is just intensely frustrating. And can I give you a simple example? I've used this one before, but it's sort of the hallmark of the thought experiment. If I came to you tomorrow and asked you, do you care about plastic in the oceans? Yes. Should we get rid of plastic straws in Washington, D.C. in your community? Of course. How many plastic straws are in the ocean from North America? None. We do an amazingly good job in our waste management. So why are there so much plastic floating in the ocean? It doesn't come from the U.S. straws. There are 10 rivers in the world, 9 of them in Asia, 2 in Africa, that account for 90% of the plastic in the ocean. Getting rid of your plastic straw is called virtue signaling. Hey, look at me, I care. Except that caring doesn't do anything. It may make you feel better, may give you a selfie to put out on your social media, but it didn't do anything. If you actually cared about plastic in the ocean, and we have dozens of variations of this type of thing where we have folklore around the environment, we need to start doing the math. Go to the 10 rivers, 8 in Asia, 2 in Africa, and finance the collection of the plastic. Create the recycling. Yes, it's a type of foreign aid. Yes, it's the adoption of technology. But if you want to deal with 90% of the plastic in the ocean, go to where the plastic in the ocean is coming from. And it's not straws in your community. That's theater. But this place rewards theater. We get campaign contributions from theater. We get behind these microphones so we can do theater. If you actually give a darn, do something where the math actually says it has an actual impact. One of the other proofs, and oddly enough, we relate this to tax policy. One of the really neat things it's been happening the last several years, and this goes back to Obama administration and the last administration. See this line here? That's GDP growth. This curve coming down, particularly after tax reform, where the curve dramatically steepened. We're still working on our 2019 numbers. We believe it even steepened more. This is greenhouse gases going into the environment. Do you notice something? We're growing as a society and economy, yet environmental pollutants were crashing. We believe some of this inflection had to do with, in tax reform, the expensing portion where a company could say, I get to deduct 100% of the new, cleaner, better, faster, cheaper, more environmentally sensitive equipment. And we saw massive capital expenditures where productivity went up and greenhouse gases came down. It's a demonstration, if you get the regulatory and the tax policy right, you can have economic growth. People can have those opportunities. It doesn't have to be a Malthusian world where you crush people. And when we start to talk about the technologies that are available, some of this is new. If I came to you right now and said, hey, here's a ton of carbon, here's a ton of methane. The math has changed, so that's why a lot of the environmental calculations have changed the last couple of years. My best guess is, from the latest things I'm reading, is methane has about a 9-to-1 ratio as a greenhouse effect, okay? But it's also, its half-life has been cut back dramatically in some of the formulas. If you wanted to have a remarkable impact on greenhouse gases, stop the flaring, and design a way to go collect the methane where we're producing natural gas. And turns out we now have the technology where you pull up a truck, it super chills, it compresses it, takes it away, and it's a usable fuel. And it has a remarkable calculator. We actually did a thought experiment. Actually, it was more of a math experiment. I was blessed to have a PhD of nuclear physics on staff, so his math was just remarkably good. And we did a thought experiment. If I could run a major pipeline through West Texas capturing methane, did you know you basically came within a fraction of hitting the Paris Accords? When I proposed that to a number of my Democrat colleagues who are my friends, and said, David, I love the math. This is exciting, but you got to understand, I can't support a pipeline because pipelines are heresy on our side. And I'm saying, but if we would basically find the tax regulatory policy to make a pipeline work like this to collect methane, where you can compress it and make it a usable fuel, and turns out you could get all the way to the Paris Accord by a single major project. Yes, David, but you don't understand. It's actually not about hitting the numbers. It's about surviving politically. I'm going to beg of us to start using actual math and science instead of our next campaign contribution or our feelings. The last one on this tirade, and when we come back, we actually have a stack of these. There is a revolution of technology that's happening at this moment. Do you remember that curve we showed where we were having economic growth, GDP growth, and yet greenhouse gases, particularly carbon, was actually going down from the United States? We can make that curve dramatically steeper. This is actually a facility that's actually about to be built by Occidental Petroleum in West Texas. And there's also been a remarkable improvement in the technology. MIT, about a year ago, had a major breakthrough, almost doubled the capacity of taking ambient air and pulling carbon right out of it. It's almost carbon mining out of the air. And this is a really big facility about to go in. And they're going to take the carbon and shove it back in the ground. It's a negative calculator. We should be finding joy as conservatives and liberals that technology has brought us these types of opportunities. If we get the regulatory, we get the tax code, and we actually update our thinking to this century, we can actually stop arguing about greenhouse gases and how much of the economy and how many people you want to unemploy, or, is there green jobs don't pay as much, and say, let's just have the disruption in the economy like we always do. Let's promote the things that make our world cleaner, healthier, more prosperous. And then if we do things like this, maybe we end the violence, the economic violence on the working poor. Maybe this could be a really amazing decade instead of what I see going on right now, where we're pandering to functionally extremists in so many of the environmental and other types of communities, that they may be passionate, but their math is really, really bad. And with that, Madam Speaker, I think I've had far too much caffeine today. I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of the House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.